636 at 106 to a 680 for Bremer at 100.4. Sweet Corn Outlaws. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4, please. Sweet Corn Outlaws. First session time trials, lane 3 or lane 4. John Landwehr from Higginsville, Missouri, on the tower side of the racetrack. Seabiscuit, 65 Plymouth, and Don Brimmer, the scrap iron out of Jeff City, also 65 Plymouth. Down the track they go, 578, 116.25 miles an hour. Brimmer scrap iron flying low. And John Landwehr, 624, 110.6 miles an hour. Sweet Corn Outlaws, Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4. Jerry Stelreck, Goodhue, Minnesota, 68 Dart. Tower side, John Hamer from the Show Me State brings that 67 Barracuda up for a run. .631 and 6:59 down the track. 107 and 104 the mile per hour reading. So the Super Stockers continue to shine as they always do. Sweet Corn Outlaws, Sweet Corn Outlaws, looking for you in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4. Well, we want to welcome everybody back to Eddyville Raceway Park for day number 3, the final day of this Memorial Day weekend spectacular, the Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel Chaos in the Cornfield, presented by Stanky Motorsports. My name's David. I'll be your voice in the chaos today. We are at the top of the hour. I want to let you know we are broadcasting from the Tower of Power at 88.7 on your FM dial, WERP Eddyville. Hey, race fans, you may have noticed that the thermostat's been turned down, so if you find yourself needing a little warmth, the Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos merchandise trailer has got that 2025 hoodies with that chaos adornment. At the very least, you ought to go and see those 2025 designs that Mel Roth and his team have come up with. Get yourself a hoodie. Stay warm. I know a lot of you guys come prepared. I saw you last night with the blankets on as we ran until about 10 o'clock. And a little chilly out there, but hey, if you didn't happen to show up with a jacket or a hoodie, you get a little chilly, Funny Car Chaos Nitro Chaos merchandise trailer will be happy to fix you up. 2025 hoodies, only $45. Sweet Corn Outlaws, Sweet Corn Outlaws. I got several. I think I got some more that may not have heard the call. So Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4. Sweet Corn Outlaws, first session time trials, lane 3 or lane 4. And we've got the food vendors to help all of you fans stay well fed and hydrated. Over on the pit side of the racetrack, we got Macy Moo's Food and More with the hot dog, chili cheese dog. Getting close to lunchtime. Loaded nachos, those pretzels with cheese. Might have to try one of those.
There are innovators, and there are duplicators. Your engine knows the difference. CompCam's camshafts are always original designs. From precision engineering to premier manufacturing and unrivaled testing again and again by the most advanced engineering team and equipment in the industry. Buy the original, not an imitation. Copies might look the part, but horsepower doesn't lie. CompCams, no comparison.
Check out Twisted Shifterz for the largest selection of made in the USA custom shift knobs and adapters. Made for muscle cars, old and new, hot rods to race cars, and for the big rigs. With our original shift toppers adapter for the air shifters to use any threaded shift knob like the old days. Add custom lettering and logos to make it your own custom shift knob. TwistedShifters.com. We are made in America and we ship worldwide.
Junior Dragsters, lane 5, please. Junior Dragsters, lane 5. Jim Jones and Ray Russell leading us off. You'll see a difference on the Christmas tree as Sweet Corn Outlaws goes on the Pro tree. Ray Russell with the Mount Monte Carlo goes 6:21 at 1:11 down the quick performance lane, and Jim Jones from Madison, Missouri runs a 6:48 at 106.5 down the Renegade Race Fuels lane. Brian Shepard from Altoona brings the Monza up to the starting line on the left side of the track. Chris Cook from Sheraton, Iowa in the 62 Nova in the quick performance lane. Grabbing gears on the tower side as the Monza goes 672, 110, and Chris Cook 792, 88.2. Next up, down the left side of the racetrack, it's going to be Mr. Lucky, Adam Magnus from Plattsburgh, Missouri, Gen 3 Firebird, and Kevin Onimus from Indianola, Iowa, with the 90 model Mustang. Here comes those Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragster, lane 5. Magnus in the Firebird, 652, 105. Kevin Onimus with a really green light, 650, 106.4 miles an hour. Mike Hatfield and Travis Baumert. Next to the starting line, Malibu left side, Camaro right side. First session time trials for our Sweet Corn Outlaws underway. Junior dragsters are next. Junior dragsters, lane 5. .628 to 654 down the track. Travis's Camaro at 108.5 miles an hour. Mike's Malibu at 105.3. Next up, Austin Easter and Joe Erickson. Easter on the bike, 545, 125 miles an hour. 612, 112 for Joe Erickson. Robert Lay and Dustin DeHaan at the starting line. Dustin was your winner last night in Sweet Corn Outlaws. That's the Mustang going down that quick performance lane on the pit side. .638 at 106 miles an hour to Robert Lay's 673 at 101.5. The 1955 Chevrolet, styled by Harley Earl. Only year they look like that, exactly. The Hoochie Mama, that's Billy Dusenberry from Burlington, Iowa, on the pit side of the racetrack. Pat Sayasink from Muscatine brings that Keep That Baby Floored slingshot dragster up for a run in the Renegade Race Fuels lane. Man, that's one of those camera-worthy moments as you see those two amazing hot rods. 486, 139 in the dragster, 614, 112 in the 55. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, happy to have you at Eddyville Raceway Park for the final day of Chaos in the Cornfield. I hope your friends are on the way. If they're not, be sure and send them a text. Let them know that it is on. We are racing. We got a lot of cars to go down the racetrack, and it is going to be one more great day of drag racing at Eddyville. We have got one more to go down the track in Sweet Corn Outlaws, and then we'll move into Junior Dragsters. Our Sportsman categories, there are 6. They get 2 time trials because there are 2 lanes. Everybody gets a chance to go down both lanes, each lane. Now, when you see the bikes come up to the starting line with that extended arm on the back, that wheel way out the back, you're serious about going fast. Dave Easter from Des Moines, Iowa. See what I mean? 537, 133 miles an hour. That's a way to get the adrenaline going on a Sunday morning, or any morning as far as that goes. All right, the bike safely on the turnoff. So it is time for our single cylinder stars of Junior Dragster. Creighton Grant from Ottumwa, Iowa is on the tower side of the racetrack. Creighton was your winner yesterday in the junior dragster category. Aiden Laughlin is over on the pit side of the racetrack from Slater, Iowa. This pair are going to kick off our junior dragsters on this Sunday morning. Aiden 3000s from a perfect green light. Both cars in the 12-second zone, 1233 left side, 1231 right side, and over 50 miles an hour. Cade Peak from Mulberry, Kansas has got the junior dragster set to go down the Renegade Race Fuels lane. Junior dragster becomes an option for families to race when a child reaches 5 years old for training purposes. And competition can actually begin to occur at age 6. Cade's going to have the quick car today, 788, 79.3 miles an hour. So that's one session of time trials for each of our sportsman categories. Well, let's go ahead and call up our no box competitors to lanes 3 and 4 for the second time trial session. No box, lanes 3 and 4, second session time trials. Go ahead and bring them on up. No box. No box, second session time trials. Lane 3 and 4, please. Race fans, we're glad to have you out for today's racing at Eddyville Raceway Park. The 60th anniversary celebration continues, and of course, some of the things that you want to make sure you get is some of that 60th anniversary swag from the Eddyville Merchandise Building. When you're out there in the pits, just past the Eddy Diner, between the Eddy Diner and Farm Truck is the Eddy merchandise building. They've got the 60th anniversary wall hangers, jackets, stickers, mugs, and t-shirts, sweatshirts, plus a lot more. Help us celebrate 60 years of drag racing excellence at one of the coolest racetracks anywhere, Eddyville Raceway Park. No box, lanes 3 and 4, please, for your second time trial session. And of course, racers, we've got Funny Car Alley and Nitro Alley out there for you to go by and pick up hero cards, meet the teams, practice your photography, videography, and social media skills, develop your base of influence. Pretty good material to work with, as that's a lot of cool hardware out there in the pits. And you get a chance to see all of it up close and personal. Every ticket is a pit pass at Eddyville Raceway Park. So wherever you came in, on the pit side or on the spectator side, we've got the walkway so that you can come from the spectator side to the pit side and see what all the hullabaloo is about. No box. Looking for you in lanes 3 and 4 for your second time trial. No box. Lanes 3 and 4, please. And starting to see a few show up. No box. Lanes 3 and 4 for your second time trial session. Takes a lot of great people to make all this happiness take place, as it does week in and week out at Eddyville Raceway Park. And we want to thank Carl Chevrolet of McKinney, Iowa, Carl Customs from Des Moines. Longtime supporters of the track, and we appreciate them so much. If you're looking for a new or used vehicle, parts and service, or a custom vehicle, KARL Chevrolet and KARL Customs, the name to remember. Tell them Eddyville Raceway Park turns you on to them. RJ Performance from Ottumwa, Iowa, your Polaris, Indian, Yamaha, Honda, Kawasaki dealer for those fun sport items. And Quick Performance of Ames, Iowa, driveline components for reliability and quality. Quick Performance. Also thanks to Advanced Transmissions of Knoxville, Iowa, transmissions and general auto repairs. And Mahaska Bottling of Oskaloosa, all the Pepsi products made available all across the area.
All right, no box. Time session number 2 coming at you right now. Gavin Lamb and Ray Russell coming up. How about that old school Monte Carlo over there? That's about, what, a 68, 70, somewhere in there, 72 Monte Carlo. About a 70 Monte Carlo. And the 65 Mustang over here on the left-hand side for Gavin Lamb. 618 right side for Ray Russell at 111 miles an hour, 701 for Gavin Lamb in the Mustang over here on the left. David Williamson and Dan Swank coming up next. Williamson out of Bayshore, Kansas, made it to the final last night and won in the no box category. Dan Swank over there on the right-hand side, the white Mustang out of Truro, Iowa. Turns to red here, but that's okay. We're just time running right now, trying to find the number on the scoreboard. David Williamson was perfect on the reaction timer, as he was trip 0, perfect on the reaction timer. Then he goes 6:33 at 106. Dan Swank 6:75 at 99 miles an hour. Tim Shaw and Kevin Miller, they'll roll up now. Shaw left side, Fremont, Iowa, the home of the 81 Regal over here. He calls it the Junkyard Pup. Kevin Miller right side, Eudora, Kansas, the 75 Nova over there on the right. Looks like an old ex-NHRA Super Street machine over there. He is green at the top end. Kevin Miller with a 650 at 102. Tim Shaw, 803 at 82. How about the Evil Pumpkin over here on the left-hand side for Sonic at Hometown Cairo. That's Dale Bonjour out of Ottumwa, Iowa. The 72 Vega sounds like he's not sure if the car lost fire or he's pacing himself back here. The 72 Vega is a split window machine, a split bumper machine, I should say. Now he's good. Blaine Miller over there on the right. Blaine in about a 73 Nova over there on the right-hand side. Bonjour off and running on the green, really green. 734 at 93 miles an hour for Dale Bonjour on the left. Right side, Blaine Miller, 705 at 95. Next up, the Blown Money 2, AA gas supercharged, Henry J. Over there sitting up high and handsome, that's Joe Kaufman out of Anita, Iowa. 427 big block blower machine over there on the right-hand side. Dustin DeHaan out of Pella, Iowa. He'll line up left side. The Renegade lane over here for the 87 Mustang. Goes up, dangle the front wheels. Joe Kaufman kind of bounces his way down through there. He's 001 on the red side, then goes 578. 578 at 118 for Joe Kaufman. Dustin DeHaan, 638 at 106 in the Mustang. Rick Speck and Billy Teeter coming up now. Speck, 68 Camaro, that first generation Camaro. Billy Teeter, right side, the Falcon out of Harrisonville, Missouri. Another red light up here on the starting line. That's okay, trying to find their spot. Rick Speck does it. Then Speck 588 at 120. Speck 588 at 120. Billy Teeter 657, 101 miles an hour. The Charger over there lining up. On the right-hand side, the quick performance lane, that's Brian Schroeder out of Wells, Minnesota. And Richard Sapp, Queen City, Missouri, coming up next. Hey, attention in the pit area, we need box to lanes 1 and 2. Box to lanes 1 and 2. Little S10 for Richard Sapp. Hangs him high, gets to the finish line first, 578. 111 for Richard Sapp. Brian Schroeder, 674 at 99. Once again, we need box. Box to the lanes, please. Box to lanes 1 and 2. Bob Hager and Brandon Witten will line up. Red Wing, Minnesota, left side for the 50, Anglia. Right side, Brandon Witten, the Firebird out of Oskaloosa. And the Anglia steps on the throttle and the car loses fire. Not sure if it's dead in the water and he can refire it or not, but the little Anglia sits out there at about 120 feet. In the meantime, Witten drives it through to a 633 at 107. You heard the Anglia kind of backfire as he stepped on the throttle, and he coasts to a stop out there just past the 100-foot mark. And I think he's trying to get it refired. He does. And he's going to drive off the top end down there, and appreciate that sportsman-like move right there for Bob Hager as he is idling down the track, but he also pulled outside of the groove just in case something might have been leaking out of the vehicle. He's clear of the racing surface, and really appreciate that. Driver that had the wherewithal to realize that there was a potential problem, gets himself out of the groove, and fortunately nothing out of the vehicle, but kind of a classy move there. Travis Baumert coming up now, Delana, Iowa. The rally striped Z28. I'm getting an up close and personal look at that Camaro, and boy, that thing is gorgeous. Especially love the front end with that split bumper on it, the 71 split bumper Camaro, or was that 70 and a half? I don't remember. Yeah, the 70 and a half Camaro with the split window, the Z28 package, alongside Christian Umphris, Bloomfield, Iowa. Bunks Racing horsepower behind the driver over there for Umphris Racing. $489 for the dragster. $489 for the dragster, Christian Umphris. Travis Baumert, 628 at 108. Mike Hatfield will line up next. Part of that Ozark Mountain Super Shifterz gang out of Kirksville, Missouri. And the Mr. Lucky Racing Firebird, right side, Adam Ergness out of Plattsburgh, Missouri. Box will take you to the lanes now, lanes 1 and 2 for Box for your second time session. Box to the lanes for your second time session. The Chevelle Super Sport goes 001 red, then 652 at 105 to the top end. Right side, Ergness, Mr. Lucky, 650 at 105. Austin Easter out of West Des Moines, up on the drag bike. He's on the left side, right side, the 34 Chevrolet Coupe, Pete Cogdill. Very unique looking machine over there on the right hand side. Small block Chevy equipped machine out of Blakesburg, Iowa. The bike leaves the starting line early. Red light start there, that's okay. 546 at 125 at the top end for Austin Easter. Pete Cogdill goes 690, 97 miles per hour. We'll take Box. We need you now. Final call to the lanes for Box eliminator, time run number 2. Foot brake, we will take you now as well to lanes 3 and 4. Foot brake to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, foot brake to lanes 3 and 4 for your second time run. Our box eliminator cars now making their way into the staging lanes. We're ready to run you now, so come on down. Box eliminator and foot brake to lanes 3 and 4. Here's Cassie Green and Rick Van Wy. Cassie, your runner-up last night in the Camaro. The red light start got Cassie last night. A little bit better today. Cassie with a 565 at 120. A little bit quicker today, I think, than yesterday. Conditions of such. Rick Van Wy, 572 right side at 120. Neil Finder, Sumner, Iowa. The drag bike, left side. I'm going to say that's a Kawasaki. And I'll probably be wrong. All I know is it's got 2 tires and handlebars and no seatbelt. Mark Lambert, 69 Camaro for Elite Installations. The Undertaker, he calls it, over there on the right-hand side. Here comes Lambert alongside the bike. How about a 565? 565 at 119 for Neil Finder. Mark Lambert right side. The Camaro with a 608 at 112. Dragster on dragster crime happening now. John Wilson and Greg Allen. St. Joseph, Missouri for the Flamed Machine on the left. Des Moines for the all-black hot rod over there on the right-hand side. The Godfather, nestled down in the frame rails over there for Greg Allen. Foot brake, lanes 3 and 4. Foot brake, lanes 3 and 4. We need you. Right side dragster, Greg Allen gets there first. The 4-second run there for Greg Allen, 494 at 137. John Wilson 5:54 at 1:22. We've had 3 runs in a row that were 5:54 or 5:55. Casey Wilson, your winner from last night. The Mustang lines up left side alongside Brandon Witten. We just saw Brandon in no box a minute ago. Now he's back here in the box category. Oskaloosa, Iowa, the home for the 82 Firebird. Both of them make their way off the starting line to the top end. How about a 6:02 at 1:11 for Casey Wilson left side. Right side, Brandon Witten 6:32. At 107 miles an hour, Cameron LaFoon and Greg Laughlin. As I recall, Cameron had a little bit of trouble on his first pass down the racetrack. Got her straightened out now. Des Moines, the home for Cameron. Greg Laughlin out of Slater, Iowa, the multicolored dragster over there on the right-hand side. Big block power, single 4-barrel carburetor up on top. Plenty of hot rod, that's all you need. Laughlin is having some real trouble with his trans brake. He had it last night just trying to stage up for his single. This time he went set to stage and backed out of the beams. So no indication of what that race car can do. Laughlin's going to need to take a look at that transmission setup. Cameron LaFoon 6:15 at 1:12. Greg Laughlin 8:94, which is not a real number, at 123 miles an hour. Carter Logsdon, the 67 Camaro for Page Pro Products, getting set over here. He'll hang the wheels high there on that first generation Camaro. Super stock eye automatic on the window. Yeah, buddy, just like that. Foot brake, final call. Foot brake to the lanes. Foot brake, final call to the lanes. Top end 643 for Logsdon at 105 miles an hour. Foot brake, final call to the lanes. Hey, attention in the pit area. Nostalgia Superstock. Round number 1. We will take you now to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. Nostalgia Superstock. Presented by Victory Performance. Round number 1 coming up. We will take you now to lanes 1 and 2. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes for round number 1. And for you folks watching online on the Chaos Series YouTube page, happy to have you on board. Yeah, we're in time run mode right now, so you're just seeing the 4-way screen. Once we get into eliminations, we'll go back to switching the cameras. Happy to have each and every one of you tuned in, and hope you're enjoying the show. It's still not near as much fun as being right here in person at Eddyville Raceway Park. There's just nothing like seeing live drag racing in person, up close and personal. But if you can't make it, the next best thing is to tune in to the YouTube channel. Hope you enjoy every minute of it. All right, here we go. Foot brake coming up now. The Junkyard Pup, couldn't remember, Junkyard Pup and the Scrap Rat. Tim Shaw left side, Samuel Chamberlain on the right. That's an El Camino, I think. It's, yeah, most of one. El Camino Light, how's that? And the Buick Regal on the left, as we're in foot brake mode. Tim Shaw with an 801 at 83 miles an hour. Left side, Samuel Chamberlain, 864 at 77 in the El Camino. Kevin Chamberlain and Ray Shaw coming up now. Nostalgia Superstock round 1 to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock round 1 to lanes 1 and 2. Ray Shaw's Nova gets to the finish line first, 7:42 at 89 miles an hour. Kevin Chamberlain, left side, 9:27 at 75 miles an hour. Dave Easter out of West Des Moines, Iowa, alongside Jim Kennedy out of Mattoon, Illinois. Jim's a long way from home. I know he's 5 hours from home because he lives just north of me and I'm 5 hours from home. Not sure what he's doing all the way up here, but I'm glad he came. Easter yanks the wheels up in the air as he goes through the gear. 6:58 at 106 for the bagger, Jim Kennedy. Dave Easter, 5:36 at 134 miles an hour over here on the Renegade side of the racetrack. And just like on cue, Nostalgia Superstock rolling into the lanes for round number 1. A lot of great Nostalgia Superstockers over there, although if you're a Mopar fan, you're really happy. They're almost all Mopars with the occasional Ford in there. So no GM over there represented. That's a shame. But for you Mopar guys, it's pretty impressive to see all that classic old hot rods out there. Big thanks to the people at Victory Performance who have kept this category going and going strong for many, many years. First time I ever met the butcher, Chris Schneider, had nothing to do with the Brutus Funny Car, as he was part of that Victory Nostalgia Superstock series. And now Chris still has an affiliation with this group, of course, but we'll see him in Eliminations today in that Lou Arrington replica Brutus Mach 1 Funny Car. David Ratton. We've got quite a little car show coming up over here for round number 1 of Nostalgia Superstock.
Yeah, we do. We very definitely have a great group of Superstock racers. We had a big turnout yesterday. Not everybody was able to stay. Last night's event won by George Strait's faster brother, Derek Strait, in a large margin. Fires lit on our first pair in Victory Performance Nostalgia Superstock. Bobby Haberberger from Beaufort, Missouri brings the Dodge Dart 1968 vintage up on the tower side of the racetrack, and Bobby's going first with a 687 dial. Don Brimmer, the scrap iron machine out of Jeff City, has a 579 dial in. I think that's the quickest, fastest car we've got in Superstock here. It will be flying low. We are just a few seconds from go. Half a second intervals between those amber lights on the Exxon Christmas tree. The lights are green and we are racing. Bobby Haberberger, 7:05, 82.77 miles an hour. You could tell he was looking, thinking, well, I expect to see that scrap iron getting up here close, but it didn't ever happen. He goes 7:05 at 82.7 miles an hour for the win. Bremer, 6:54, off of his normal pace, goes out early. Jerry Stelreck from Goodhue, Minnesota, 68 Dodge Dart on the tower side with a 630 dial. This time the Dart's going to be doing the pursuing. Tom Hoffman, last night's runner-up at the 63 Plymouth from Lake Elmo, Minnesota, going first, dialed at 668. We've got green lights on both sides of the Christmas tree. Hoffman out in front. Stelreck in hot pursuit. Put the wind light on the Renegade Race Fuels lane. Jerry Stelreck overcomes the handicap and goes to the next round with a 632 at 99 miles an hour. Both cars matching speed up there at the top end. Margin of victory of 06. Stelreck holds 3 at the start and 6 at the finish. John Hamer and David Fusner make it a Mopar versus Blue Oval match. Fusner with a 636 dial in. James in that 67 2 And at the top end of the racetrack, another wind light comes on at the tower side. John Hamer in that Show Me State Plymouth goes 661 at 97.6 miles an hour. Fusner a little tardy at the starting line, and that was the end of the day for the Ford. Dalton Brimmer from Jeff City, Missouri, going to see if he can uphold the family name with the 65 Plymouth on the tower side. He's going first, 681, taking on the Barracuda of Jay Freihaus from Fulton, Illinois. That CUDA dials quick at 609. We got green lights on both sides. Another wind light on the tower side. So far looking like the drivers in the quick performance lane forgot their glasses. Brimmer gets a win, 679 at 98 miles an hour to Jay's 603. Double breakout affair. Bob Westhoff and Jim Hagenhoff at the starting line. The Ford Galaxy from Marthasville, Missouri going first. That's got a 737 dial into it. Jim Hagenhoff with a 591. That Hemi machine is going to advance. He'll strut his stuff with the wheels in the air like it just don't care. And Westhoff's Galaxy goes red. 589, 2 under, but the red light was already shining on the other side of the Christmas tree. So Jim Hagenhoff puts his Plymouth into round number 2. Jeff Wood from Roanoke, Illinois, brings the Plymouth to the starting line on the left side. Spectator side, Renegade Race Fuel side. He's going first against John Landwehr. John in the Seabiscuit 65 Plymouth doing the pursuing with a 621 dial. 5,000 red for Jeff Wood means John Landwehr gets to stick around for another round. 805, 89.02 miles an hour, saving the equipment after a hard weekend of work. Want to save that equipment when you can. Jonathan Wheeldon from Sigourney, Iowa, the Candy Coronet, 799 the dial. That one's going first against Mike Doss. Mike from Decatur, Illinois, in a 65 Belvedere. Dialed at 665. Got us a good one, this pair. And once again, the wind light is on in the Renegade Race Fuels lane, 799, dead on the index with a 5 at 83.9 miles an hour. Wheeldon held 3 at the starting line, and it's a breakout at the top end for Mike Doss. So Jonathan Wheeldon, second round bound in Victory Performance Nostalgia Super Stock. Sweet Corn Outlaws, looking for you in staging lane 3 and staging lane 4, please. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4. Junior dragsters, stand by. Getting close to high noon here at the Chaos in the Cornfield race day Final day of this spectacular event brought to you by the good folks at Twisted Shifterz, 360 Steel, and Stanky Motorsports. Sweet Corn Outlaw second session time trials, lanes 3 and 4 are open for you. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lane 3 or 4. Well, I, like you, have probably perused a little social media since yesterday's racing action and seeing all the videos of warm-up chaos and the qualification runs that took place, all the action in the Sportsman categories, the super stock and the small tire, and those matchups between the armless Archer and farm truck. It was all big fun yesterday, and we got more fun for you on tap on the final day of Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel Chaos in the Cornfield. 2 o'clock is the slated time for round number 1 in our small tire shootout. 3 classes in funny car chaos and 2 classes in nitro chaos. Man, you ought to get your friends out here to come on and join you for a spectacular day of drag racing at the coolest little track I know, Eddyville Raceway Park. We have got folks from the live stream tuning in from all around the country. And we're happy to have you joining us for this 57th Funny Car Chaos race and the 13th Nitro Chaos race. We rolled them all into one, call it Chaos in the Cornfield, and we've only had one in the corn so far. Of course, when I come to Iowa and I see all the agricultural lands out here, it reminds me of when I was growing up. Makes me want to say, future farmers, why are we here? A lot of you know the rest of that. To practice brotherhood, honor rural opportunities and responsibilities, and develop those qualities of leadership which a future farmer should possess. Anybody got that t-shirt and that blue corduroy jacket in your closet? I thought so. Junior dragsters, staging lane 5, please. Junior dragsters, staging lane 5. Junior dragsters, lane 5, please. Junior dragsters, lane 5 for your second time trial session. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4. Looks like just about everybody there, getting close anyhow. Don't forget, race fans, to get some of that world famous, one of a kind, oh so delightful Zim's kettle corn. It is showtime at Eddyville Raceway Park, and when you're looking for popcorn, we got the best stuff, the Zim's kettle corn. Over on the pit side behind the grandstands, I see some of you have already found it. It's one of those social media deals, if you know, you know, and if you know, you're going to get some Zim's kettle corn. Make sure you partake We've got great food on both sides of the racetrack to keep all of you well fed and hydrated for a super fine day of drag racing excellence. Chaos in the Cornfield. We kicked it off on 30. How about kicked it off on Thursday with Bubba's birthday party. We had some barbecue prepared by our buddy Chris Snyder. He brought his big ugly smoker, he calls it. He can turn out a lot of smoked meat in that deal, and it was lip smacking and delicious. Using that Best of Texas barbecue sauce. I don't know if we have anybody that's got Best of Texas barbecue sauce, but a lot of times Jeanette has it over at Car Chicks. So if you're fresh out of Best of Texas barbecue sauce, you might be able to get some over at Car Chicks. And if you can't, bestoftexasbarbecuesauce.com will send you all you want. And I gotta tell you for a fact, it's good right out of the jar. But when you put it on the meat that's on the smoker, there's just something extra special about that stuff. Junior dragsters, lane 5, please. Junior dragsters, bring them to lane 5 for me, please. We are ready to go now with our second time trial session for our Sweet Corn Outlaws. Travis Baumert from Delta, Iowa brings that Gen 2 Camaro. I believe that is the very first one of the second generation on the tower side of the track. And Robert Lay, LaBelle, Missouri, with a really good looking Mustang on the quick performance side of the Christmas tree. 5/10 Pro Tree and Sweet Corn Outlaws, rather than the countdown, adds a little variety to the bracket game. 6:29, 108 for Travis. Robert goes 6:69 at 1:01. And the S10 truck, Joe Erickson, Des Moines, in the Renegade lane, and Dave Easter on 2 wheels. Man, they are quick on both sides. 531, 133 miles per hour to a 612 at 112 miles an hour. Sweet Corn Outlaws, a little different take on bracket racing. Starting with a 5/10 Pro Tree instead of that traditional countdown with 3 ambers in succession. And the dial-ins, while still issued, still operate on that handicap start system. However, the dial-in has to be on the 0, on the 10th, like 810, 820, 830, instead of 831 or 32. Jim Jones and Austin Easter trying out the racetrack on a Sunday now afternoon. 546, 124 miles an hour for Austin on the bike, and Jim Jones on 4 wheels with a 645 at 106 miles per hour. The very first Chevrolet Monte Carlo was 1970. It was hyped up by Chevrolet as having the longest hood in the Chevrolet production line. You can see a good example of that on the tower side in that white Monte Carlo of Ray Russell out of Malloy, Iowa. It's a G-body, just like the car you see on the right side of the racetrack. Just a little later vintage, but actually the same style. Mike Hatfield, Kirksville, Missouri. 2 G-bodies from General Motors down that racetrack. 625 and 656 your lapse times. And we go from one pair of bow tie to another as Chris Cook from Sheraton brings the 62 Nova. 62, I'd say Chevy 2, but anyway, it's close. It's the same car. Brian Shepard, Altoona, Iowa, 76 Chevy Monza. Channeling that Glidden and Allen, Bob Glidden look from the 70s. Bob Glidden won a lot of races in Fords and Plymouths, mostly Fords. Ran a Chevrolet that looked just like that Mazda and wound up with a DNQ. Extremely unusual for that champion of champions to ever DNQ. That was the only time he ever ran a Chevy. 559, 123 miles an hour for Shepard, and 795 at 88.3 miles per hour for Sheraton Chris. Double shot of Mustang, Dustin DeHaan and Kevin Onimus. .001 light. So Onimus zeroed in on that 5/10 Pro tree. Got a 639 and a 647 down the track as those Mustangs fairly evenly matched. That'll bring us to 55 Chevy, the Hoochie Mama Billy Dusenberry from Burlington, Iowa. Next to Mr. Lucky, Adam Agnes from Plattsburgh, Missouri. Across the finish line at a high rate of speed goes Billy Dusenberry, 602, 115 miles an hour, and Adam Agnes, 651, 105. And next will be Colton Talbert, Gen 3 Chevrolet Camaro from Montezuma. O2 red, but doesn't really matter on the time trial except for practice purposes. 606 for Colton, 110.67 miles an hour. Here comes one of my favorite race cars, Pat Sayasink from Muscatine, Iowa. Got the supercharged, big block powered slingshot dragster. Never short on action when this car is on the racetrack. Long, smoky burnouts, backup girl, wild and crazy race car as it will be cooking and booking down the racetrack just a little bit. Got the motto on the side, keep that baby floored. At KTBF Hot Rod Gear. Front wheels just dancing just above the surface and a right straight move down the groove, 466, 149.4 miles an hour. Man, I like that. Put that baby on nitro and run Nitro Chaos, won't you? Oh yeah, race fans. I've just found out for sure, got confirmation, that the Proud American Ride Dragster is still in action today. We best about wore it out yesterday, but we've got thrill seekers that want to make a run down the racetrack in a real dragster, and you can sign up for that at Proud American Motorsports, one of those extra special treats of Chaos in the Cornfield. You're going to see the Proud American car going down the racetrack with a couple of people in the rumble seats here in just a little bit. You can sign up to do that as well. Make your Memorial Day weekend extremely memorable. All right, if you haven't seen this one's for you. Those rumble seats behind the driver and in front of the engine, those are for you. Not only can you take a ride on the wild side with Proud American Motorsports, you can do it with a friend. And we see that happen. People celebrate anniversaries, engagements, birthdays, and friendships. Want to have a great experience together that you can share for as long as you both shall live? This is one of those experiences. Get you and your loved one in the rumble seat of the Proud American Dragster and take a quick trip down the racetrack at Eddyville Raceway Park. You hear the word unforgettable all the time. And I can tell you, you ride in this dragster, no matter what happens, you won't ever forget the rush. 546, 125 miles an hour. So to put that in perspective, you talk about the street machines, they go to 0 to 60 in this, 0 to 60 in that. That is 0 to 125 miles an hour in 5.46 seconds. That's quick. That's fast. That's fun, and you can do it. They are set up out there in the pits, and they would love to introduce you to the concept of riding in the rumble seat with Proud American Motorsports. Go by and see them before the line gets too long. So we're ready for a little junior dragster action. Second session time trials, 4-hour single cylinder stars. Aiden Laughlin and Cade Peak are going to kick off this session. Cade out of Kansas, Aiden from the home state. Live stream brought to you by Comp Cams. If you're watching on the live stream, see that QR code? Point your smart device at that and get yourself entered for a $500 credit on purchase. You're ready to buy your quality parts from Comp Cams. That $500 credit would sure come in handy. All right, drivers inching towards that final infrared. Aiden makes it number 4. 3 counts down and off we go. KP, one of those 7-second cars. Take you through with a 787 at 79.5 miles an hour. And Aiden, one of our younger racers, goes through it at 12:08 at 53.1 miles an hour. Creighton Grant, last night's winner in junior dragsters, is going to be running down the quick performance side of the racetrack. Dun, 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 dun. Craig and Grant on the way down the racetrack, and that dragster out of Ottumwa got the victory last night and coming back for more on Sunday. 12:22, 50.4 miles an hour. Down the quick performance side of the racetrack. Race fans, don't forget, every ticket is a pit pass. You get the opportunity to come over to the pit side and check out all these cool cars, meet all these cool people. Pick up some hero cars. Go by the Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos merchandise trailer. Go by Car Chicks and meet Jeanette. Find out what an experience that is. Check out all the merchandise from our vendors, from our racers, from Farm Truck and Asian. They brought some stuff you might want to take a look at. In fact, I know you will. Driven Racing Oils, Goodyear Mickey Thompson tires from Carter Maxwell. Racers, if you're needing new shoes for your hot rod, the best in the business, Goodyear and Mickey Thompson, come from Carter Maxwell. And not only do they sell and service those, they bring them to the racetrack for you. So if you happen to be going to a Chaos event anywhere, you can reach out to Mark Lively and the team at Carter Maxwell at 405-789-8253. And they will bring those tires to you at the track and save you the freight. And as a guy who knows something about freight, I'll tell you that's a significant savings. And whether you think you need tires or whether you don't, Mark Lively and his team is somebody that you need to know, as they know more about tires than most people you'll ever run into. And when the fact becomes evident that the only thing that gets you down the racetrack quicker and faster is a good grip on the racing surface, no matter how much horsepower you've got, you begin to understand how important it is to deal with a quality company like Carter Maxwell, with quality products like Mickey Thompson tires and Goodyear tires. Okay, no box racers, you've had your time trials. It's time to go eliminations round one. No box, first round eliminations. Staging lane 3 and staging lane 4, please. Should have had sufficient time to cool and fuel and get your cars ready. No box. First round eliminations, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Getting a little lighter and a little brighter out there, perhaps a little warmer, but if you're still not warm, don't forget those hoodies down at the Funny Car Chaos Nitro Chaos merchandise trailer. They've got that 2025 brand new merchandise available, and Mel Roth and his team would be happy to fix you up with a brand new hoodie, some t-shirts, the official event shirt for Chaos in the Cornfield. I don't know if you happen to see those or not. I saw them online. Those are must-have. A great design, and you'll be sporting that proudly wherever you're headed next week. Make sure you get yourself outfitted with the proper apparel after being at Chaos in the Cornfield this weekend. Hey, we're celebrating 60 years of drag racing excellence at Eddyville Raceway Park. We've got that 60th anniversary gear at the Eddy Merchandise building between the Eddy Diner and Farm Truck. Pretty easy to find out there, and go by and pick up some of that great swag as well. It is going to be 2 o'clock when we kick things off with the Pro Show, the small tire shootout, 3 classes in Funny Car, 2 classes in Nitro Chaos. And we've already had first round eliminations in our Victory Performance Nostalgia Super Stock. We've got our first round eliminations coming up in no box, as those crews are working hard on their cars, and they've had their first call to the staging lanes. So no box, first round eliminations. To the staging lanes, please. Here comes that thundering herd of no-box race cars. Got them serviced, ready, tire pressures checked, fuel tanks filled, temperatures right. It is going to be round one eliminations coming up here momentarily at Eddyville Raceway Park. Roger Stanky and Stanky Motorsports bringing us the party on Thursday night and presenting sponsor for this weekend's Chaos in the Cornfield. Thanks very much to them for their ongoing continued support of all things Chaos and all things Eddyville. Oh yeah, staging lanes filling up with these no-box competitors. Just before we go first round racing, I want to tell you about Jason Allen and the team at Pro Things Custom Apparel. They are the official team uniform supplier of the Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos series. For over 2 decades, ProThings.com has been serving the racing community, and they have become the industry leader in team uniform and crew apparel. Pro Things is a business built by a racer for the racers, as the Allen family has a rich history in the sport of drag racing. ProThings.com has all your needs covered to make sure your team looks their best at the drag strip. Visit their detailed website at www.prothings.com to view their product line and custom design capabilities. Find out more by calling them on business days, 909-581-4288. Give them a call on Tuesday. You can also email Jason at info@prothings.com. Be sure to let him know that you appreciate their support for Funny Car Chaos. Got our cars, got our drivers, got our crew in place. Everybody's ready to rock and roll with first round, no box. Well, it's go time at Eddyville Raceway Park on Sunday, race day, Chaos in the Cornfield. No box. Starts off with Tim Shaw racing Kevin Miller. Tim's going to go first on the tower side with that 81 Buick Regal, dialed at 8 flat. Kevin Miller from Eudora, Kansas with the Nova will be doing the pursuing down that right side lane, dialed at 651. Those drivers with green lights on their side of the extra time Christmas tree. And the wind lights on in the Renegade Race Fuels lane. Tim Shaw goes 802 at 82.9 miles an hour. That's the first time today that car has not gone 801. But he was looking over to the side and he had an edge. Didn't have to go 801. Kevin Miller goes 652 at 96.98 miles an hour. Richard Sapp with the pickup truck. Dan Swank with the white Mustang. 578 and 673 the dial ins. The Mustang gets the head start. .9500 head start. Beautiful wheel stand. I'm telling you what, if you were wanting to practice your social media skills, we are definitely having some Kodak moments. Dan Swank goes 15 10,000ths too quick, breaks out, and Richard Sapp pulls out the win after that long, beautiful wheel stand, a 585 elapsed time at 116.88 miles an hour. Travis Baumert in the Gen 2 Chevrolet Camaro with a 630 dial in takes the Renegade Race Fuels lane on the tower side of the track. And Gavin Lamb from Stewart, Iowa has that Gen 1 Ford Mustang dialed at 701. The lights are green and we are racing. Wind light goes to the bow tie. Travis holds forward. The starting line goes dead on with a 9. Gavin was 1 over on the 701 dial at 95.4 miles an hour. Rick Speck is next in the tower lane with a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro with big block power and a 580 dial. Blaine Miller has got the Nova dialed at 707. So we're looking at 1.27 seconds head start for the Nova in the quick performance lane. There we go. Green lights for both drivers was decided to the finish line, not the starting line. And the wind lights on the tower side for Rick Speck. Takes 017 at the finish line, goes 4 over with a 584. Blaine Miller was dead on with a 7, but a little late at the starting line here in round 1 of no box. Ray Russell, that original Chevrolet Monte Carlo, is on the left side of the racetrack, going first, dialed at 620 against Joe Kaufman's Henry J. Joe's dialed at 579. Joe goes red, so the Monte Carlo of Ray Russell is going to advance to the next round, 623, 110.8 miles an hour. Kaufman, 578, 118.8 miles an hour, gets the opportunity to go to the buyback round. Billy Teeter and Dale Monshore bring their hot rods to the starting line. the Sonic Vega, going first, dialed at 685. Teeter in the 4 doing the pursuing, got a 644. Dial in the Renegade Race Fuel lane. Well, just like that, 2 hundredths of a second. Too quick on the trigger gives Billy Teeter the win line. Dale goes red and Billy goes on. Next pair, heating those tires up. Getting ready for a run and assault on the racing surface. A 600th head start for Dustin DeHaan and the Mustang on the tower side. Against the Firebird out of Oskaloosa, that's Brandon Whitten, the DK Custom Taxidermy Special. Red light, right side. Wind light, left side. Dustin, 639, dead on with a 5 at 105 miles an hour, good for the win. Brandon a little under the dial in, but red at the starting line. Next pair, Pete Cogdell and Mike Hatfield. 3500's head start for Pete in the 34 Chevy Hot Rod, tower side. Mike Hatfield doing the chasing in that Kirksville, Missouri Malibu. At the finish line, reaction times were there, 698, 653. The dial ends, Hatfield breaks out, goes under the 55 dial with a 53.5. Cogdell, 698, 8 over at 91.6 miles per hour. Advances when Hatfield breaks out. And the extremely cool 50 model Anglia from Red Wing, Minnesota, Bob Hager. 642 the dial in, going to be chasing down or attempting to chase down Brian Schrader in the 73 Dodge Charger. It's going to be tight. Reaction time's close. Wind light goes to the Dodge. 675 in a double breakout affair. Schrader breaks out 1,000th less than Hager did, and that's your margin of victory. Christian Humphreys from Bloomfield, Iowa, and Adam Ergnes, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Next to go down the race tractor, it's Race Tractor. Yeah, we got those in Iowa too. Christian with the Dragster, Adam with the Firebird. 651 and 485 your dial ins. 6,600th head start for the door car. Race day, Sunday, on a big racing weekend, Memorial Day weekend. I've heard there's other races that happen in the United States, but this is the one I'd most prefer to be at. Hence I'm here. Oh, red light left side of the dragster, so Mr. Lucky goes dead on with a 0. Austin Eastern, Colton Talbert at the starting line. Austin with a 548 dial. Colton with a 604 dial. We got green lights on both sides this time. And when I goes to Colton, 605, 1 over at 110 miles an hour. Austin goes under 546 on a 548, takes 39 10,000ths at the stripe, but breaks out 0-1. Box lanes 1 and 2, please. Box lanes 1 and 2 for your first round eliminations. Box lanes 1 and 2. Last night's winner, David Williamson from Bayshore, Kansas, brings his Chevy Malibu to the starting line with a bye run here in the first round. 634, the posted dial. Wheels up, and he is putting that Malibu through its paces. 635, 105.7 miles per hour. Box, round 1. Box, round 1, lanes 1 and 2, please. Box, round 1, lanes 1 and 2. When you see this red, white, and blue proud American dragster come to the starting line, the people in the rumble seat are channeling the Beach Boys. We'll have fun, fun, fun. Yes, they will. I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that the Wulff man knows somebody in that car. Just a sneaking suspicion. You can see he's got the smart device out there doing a little videography work. Yep. I think there's a story there. It's a good story. It's a happy story. That's one of those things about this proud American dragster. You can share this crazy thing called drag racing that we love with people that you love. Let them experience it firsthand. This is something that you can do too. Go by and see him at Proud American Motorsports. Sign up for a ride. Yeah! 542, 126.6 miles an hour. Oh, the special.
There are innovators, and there are duplicators. Your engine knows the difference. Comp Cam's camshafts are always original designs, from precision engineering to premier manufacturing and unrivaled testing again and again by the most advanced engineering team and equipment in the industry. Buy the original, not an imitation. Copies might look the part, but horsepower doesn't lie. Comp Cams, no comparison.
What can 360 Steel do for you? We make custom steel products made right here in Illinois. Fire pits of all kinds, knockdown styles to take along anywhere. Hold your drinks high with our drink stands while throwing horseshoes or bags. We have a complete line of military to firefighter signs, flags, hats, stickers, and more, along with many styles of decor. Welcome signs and custom clocks to a number of different monograms and signs. Personalized, custom options for your perfect sign. Bare steel or powder coated to last indoors and outdoors. 360steel.com. Spell it out. 360steel.com.
Driven Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world. Driven takes legendary base oils such as the ones from Brantford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuels. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
Laffoon, that wheel-standing Gen 2 Chevrolet Camaro takes the Renegade Race Fuels lane. And dial 615. Cameron's going to be doing the chasing. That's a Generation 2 F-body. That is a Generation 3 F-body Pontiac Firebird on the pit side of the racetrack in the quick performance lane. Brandon goes first by 0.18 of a second with a 6:33 dial in. Once again, the wheels way up in the air for Cameron Laffoon. And the win light is on the tower side. Cameron holds 3 at the start, holds 2 at the finish line as he gets the win light against Brandon Whitten, 6:35, 2 over at 105 miles an hour. Double shot of dragster coming your way. Greg Laughlin and Greg Allen, the Greg and Greg show on a Sunday afternoon. Looks like some customers of Mart Lively and Carter Maxwell. Got the Goodyear Eagles on the dragster on the tower side, and those Sticky Mickeys on the pit side. 493 and 552 the dial ins. Tower side going first. Well, no launch. I think that's a movie. Failure to launch. Tough break for Greg Allen. Greg Laughlin gets the win. 5:55, 3 over at 119.7 miles an hour. Making sure he didn't break out when he didn't have a dragster beside him. Well, that's what buybacks are for. Hate to see that happen to anybody, but it happens sometimes. Next pair coming to the starting line is Carter Logsdon from Quincy, Illinois. The Page Pro Product 67 Camaro has a 644 dial in and gets to go first. Mark Lambert from Knoxville, 69 Camaro out of Elite Installations. Doing the chasing down that quick performance side of the track. Man, it's race day and we have got so many cars to go down the racetrack. What about the side-by-side wheels up launches here in round 1 box? The win light comes on in a tight match. 2000s at the stripe for Carter Logsdon. 2 over to 646. Mark Lambert, that's a little heartburn right there as he goes 004 on the tree. Loses the race by 0.02 of a second. Carter Logsdon got that win light. Mark Lambert will get the opportunity to buy back. Cassie Green and John Wilson. Cassie Green, runner-up in last night's box category racing. Shows up on the tower side with a 566 dial in. Going first by 1100 against the 565 dial in of John Wilson in the drag stop. Double O reaction times on both sides in a good race. Dead on with a 3 and a 001 on the Christmas tree for Cassie Green. I'm telling you, a 4-pack is tough to beat, as John Wilson did discover. Cassie Green goes to round number 2. John Wilson goes to the re-entry window. Joe Erickson from Des Moines with the S10 truck goes first with a 612 dial in against the bike of Neil Finder. Neil has it dialed at 567. Race day Sunday at Eddyville Raceway Park as we are into the first round of our Sportsman categories. Into the pre-stage goes Joe Erickson in the S10 truck. The truck and the bike stage about the same time. We got green lights on both sides, and here they go. At the finish line, give it to the bike, 573 over at 106 miles an hour. Joe Erickson, 5 over at 111.17 miles an hour. Victory Performance, Nostalgia Super Stock, lanes 1 and 2 for your second round, please. Nostalgia Super Stock. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Nostalgia Super Stock. Blow that horn. Casey Wilson and Rick Van Wy. Tricky Ricky on the right side out of Montezuma has a 571 dial in. He'll be the Hound. Casey Wilson with a 603 dial in, going to be the Rabbit. Oh, it's a red light start for Tricky Ricky. Casey Wilson has the wind light on. 604, 111.2 miles an hour. And it's a 3 over 574 for Rick. But the red light was shining on the tree. Casey Wilson going to be happy with that trip zip. 8 reaction time. And a 1 over 604. Little bike-on-bike action. Dave Easter and Jim Kennedy at the starting line. 654 the dial-in for Mattoon, Illinois' Jim Kennedy. Over on the right side of the racetrack. Dave Easter from West Des Moines, the quicker of the 2 dial-ins. He's got a 533 on there. Red light start for Jim Kennedy. Gives Dave Easter the free pass to the next round. And the opportunity to air it out. 530, 134 miles an hour against the 659 with a red light at 105.7 miles per hour. Tim Shaw dials 8 flat. Samuel Chamberlain dials 870. So the El Camino on the pit side of the racetrack with a 7/10 head start. Green lights both sides. And at the finish line, it's puppy time. 804, 82.98 miles an hour. The Junkyard Pup with another wind light. Chamberlain, 867, breaks out. 78.2 miles an hour. Shaw with a 006 reaction time held 12 at the starting line. That's a tough package to overcome. Kevin Chamberlain from Oskaloosa brings the Dodge, or is it a Ram truck? I'd say that's a Dodge Ram truck. 932 to dial in on the left side, gets the win with Ray Shaw. Goes red. 034, too quick on the trigger. And the Tower side wins 926 at 75 miles per hour. Ray Shaw dialed 742, run 748, but left a red light on that AccuTime Christmas tree. Here comes the thundering herd. Nostalgia Super Stock. Lots of folks looking for a good time at Eddyville Raceway Park. And we got a good time in all different ways, including the opportunity to go down the racetrack in a hurry without having to own a dragster to do it. Proud American Motorsports. Lighting up smiles all across the property. Every time they show up, they have a lot of happy people. Sign up to go for a ride. It is a memorable time. We invite you to join in on all the fun with Proud American Motorsports. Nostalgia Superstock, lanes 1 and 2 for your second round. Nostalgia Superstock, lanes 1 and 2, please. Second round eliminations. Victory Performance, Nostalgia Superstock. Looking for you in lane 1 or 2. Come on down, Nostalgia Superstock. Sweet Corn Outlaws. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4, please. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4. One o'clock Central Daylight Time at Eddyville Raceway Park. We are broadcasting on WERP FM 88.7 Eddyville, and it is time for round 2 eliminations in our Victory Performance Nostalgia Superstock category. First pair coming into the water. This is your quarterfinal round. Day 2 of exciting Nostalgia Superstock racing. It is Bobby Haverberger from Beaufort, Missouri, 68 Dodge Dart with a 689 dial. on the tower side of the racetrack. Gonna spot Jonathan Wheeldon 1.1 seconds in that 1965 Dodge Coronet out of Sigourney, Iowa. The Candy Coronet. Green lights both sides, here we go. Wilson out front, Haberberger in hot pursuit. At the finish line, put a win light on the pit side. 797, 84 miles an hour. He's going to advance to the third round, which will be a semi-final. Haberberger got to the finish line first, but goes under the index. 686 on a 689. That's a breakout, and the Candy Coronet will take it to the next round. John Hamer's got the Barracuda on the tower side against Jim Hagenhoff from Holt Summit, Missouri, in the Hemi-powered Plymouth on the right side. All right, so unless he goes too quick, it's going to be the Hemi, and he doesn't. 602, 101.1 miles an hour for Jim Hagenhoff. And John Hamer going to be going back to the practice tree after that one. 675 the elapsed time at 103.7 miles an hour. Hagenhoff moves on to the next round. Jerry Stelrecht on the left side, Dalton Bremer on the right side. 678 for Dalton is going to give him a 4800s head start against the Dodge Dart of Jerry Stelrecht. Got us a drag race here. Who you got? Tower side, Jerry Stelrecht goes 629 at 106. Breaks out by 3/10 thousandths, but Dalton Bremer broke out more with a 676 on a 678 dial. So Bremer goes out and Stelrecht goes on. 7 cars in this round, this quarterfinal round, and we'll eliminate down to 4. When there's an odd number of cars, you get a bye run. And John Landwehr has drawn the bye. And that plenty quick, plenty fast Seabiscuit Plymouth goes 625 at 110.3 miles an hour. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4. Junior dragsters, you might want to start heading to staging lane 5. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior dragsters, lane 5. Sweet Corn Outlaw category coming up next. Got a wide variety of race cars running on the handicap start with a 5/10 Pro Tree rather than the full tree countdown. Junior dragsters, lane 5, please. Junior dragsters, lane 5. So we will switch the computer over and we will move now into our next category, Sweet Corn Outlaws. Junior dragsters looking for you in stage in lane 5. Junior dragsters, lane 5. Fire's lit, and here we go. Robert Lay and Chris Cook are going to lead off Sweet Corn Outlaws. Bracket-style racing with a head start administered on the Christmas tree, but instead of a full tree countdown, you get one single flash, all 3 ambers a half a second before the green light comes on. Robert Lay, left side in the Mustang with a 670 dial-in, is going to spot Chris Cook 1.2 seconds. We've got green lights for both drivers. And Robert Lays takes the Mustang into the next round, 672, 99 miles an hour to a 788 breakout run at 88.6 for Chris Cook out of Sheraton. Travis Baumert in the second generation Camaro on the tower side, getting a 1/10 of a second head start against that original Chevrolet Monte Carlo of Ray Russell. The lights on the Christmas tree indicate that Travis left too quick. Ray Russell will advance. 621, 111 miles an hour, good, and a win for Ray Russell. Jim Jones and Pat Sayasink. Next up, the dragster from Muscatine is dialed quick at 460. Jim Jones out of Madison going first, dialed at 640. 1.8 seconds head start for the door car on the tower side. Door car versus dragster in Sweet Corn Outlaws. Both drivers into pre-stage, just a few inches more. They'll tickle those infrareds. Oh, a red light start for the dragster gives the door car the win. 650 at 105.7 miles an hour. Sayasink in the Keep That Baby Floored dragster had the car get a little out of shape after going red at the starting line. Tough break for them. Jim Jones will advance 650, 105.7 miles an hour. Dustin DeHaan from Pella, Iowa, Trick Tools and Zim's Kettle Corn providing support for the Mustang, dialed at 640 on the tower side against the Camaro, dialed at 6 flat. That is Colton Talbert. Dustin on the tower side was your winner in Sweet Corn Outlaws last night. Got the win light there. 641 beats a 603. Margin of victory, 0.02 of a second. Extremely close racing there. Adam Ignis from Plattsburgh, Missouri, Mr. Lucky in the Gen 3 Firebird, has a 650 dialed in. Hey, look at that. So does Mike Hatfield in the red over black Malibu. Heads up, 650 dial in. Mr. Lucky, hoping he's lucky enough to get that car running and up to the starting line. Looks like he may be. All right, so this is like a 650 index category, since they're both dialed at 650 and they got a 5/10 pro tree. Agnes goes for it. Guesses wrong, goes red. 644.105 for the win, and Mike Hatfield advances to the next round. Adam goes 655 after the red light at 105 miles an hour. Next up, Billy Dusenberry, the Smoking Aces Hoochie Mama 55 Chevrolet with 427 cubic inches of big block bow tie power. Going to take that car down the racetrack. He says 5.90 seconds. That's a 4/10 head start against the red, white, and blue 76 Monza of Brian Shepard from Altoona. Hoochie Mama in the pre-stage. And now stage. Third bulb lit. Fourth bulb comes on. Flash of amber. There they go. Both drivers with the green lights on their side. The wind light goes to Shepard in the Monza, who runs a 567 at 122. Dusenberry 616 on the 590, 115 miles an hour. Joe Erickson and Dave Easter. Two different ways of getting down the racetrack, one on 4 wheels, one on 2 wheels, and the pickup truck gets a 9/10 of a second head start against the bike. Dang, talk about your good reaction times. Joe Erickson had one, 001 on a 5/10 pro tree. That's pretty sharp. 638, good for the win at 100 miles an hour. Dave Easter, 537 on the 530 at 125.4 miles an hour. With that 001 reaction time, put Joe Erickson way out ahead, and he carries that margin all the way to the finish line. Austin Easter and Kevin Onimus at the starting line, 650. The dial for the Mustang of Kevin out of Indianola. 540 the dial for Austin Easter's motorcycle out of West Des Moines. 1.1 second head start for the car. And we got green lights on both sides. Bike closing fast. Doesn't quite get there. It's a 655, 99 mile per hour victory for Kevin in the Mustang. And 1/10 over 550 on a 540 dial for Austin Easter at 123 miles an hour. Comes at 019 short. And Onimus will advance. And that concludes the eliminator round for our Sweet Corn Outlaws. We've got our junior dragsters in the staging lanes, suited up, strapped in, ready to go. Pro show at 2 o'clock, so we're 45 minutes out from the pro show. We've got our small tire shootout, our funny cars, and our Nitro Chaos competitors all coming your way. After track preparations are done, we'll have opening ceremonies, and we'll kick this baby off with the pro show at 2 o'clock. Round 1, eliminations in junior dragster. First pair out. Aiden Laughlin from Slater, Iowa has a 1204 dialed in on the tower side of the racetrack. His opponent will go first by 0.14 of a second. That is last night's winner in junior dragsters, Creighton Grant from Ottumwa. Crew chiefs have the cars ready. It's in the driver's hands. They've got their eyes focused on the top of the Christmas tree. Creighton Grant into the pre-stage. Aiden Laughlin eases his dragster into the pre-stage. A few inches more and both stage bulbs will come on. There we are. Full tree countdown. Creighton goes red by 1/1000th of a second. So that puts a win light on the tower side, and Aiden Laughlin is going to advance into the second round. A 12:04 dial in and a 12:24 elapsed time at 53 miles an hour. Creighton runs a 12:18, dead on with a 9 at 50.80 miles an hour, but left 1/1000th of a second too quickly and turned on a red light. Computers see things really fast. Don't you know? Cade Peak with a bye run here in the first round. Says, I'll take a 790. If you please. .794 for Cade, 78.9 miles an hour in the Renegade Race Fuels lane, and that'll do it for round one junior dragsters. All right, racer peoples, we are going to go pro show at 2 o'clock. Track preparations are coming up here in just a little bit, but first we've got some thrill seekers in the proud American Motorsports dragster. The Happy Wagon. Happy Wagon down the right side of the racetrack to a 545 at 126.3 miles an hour. Happy Wagon because there's some happy folks in the back of that wagon. They are smiling ear to ear right now, and that could be you. Get yourself signed up for the ride of a lifetime. All right, racer peoples, we have got just a few minutes before we go to track preparations, and we have 40 minutes before opening ceremonies. opening ceremonies. Opening ceremonies coming up just before 2 o'clock, and we'll send cars down the racetrack at straight up 2 o'clock with the pro show kicking off. So if you want to make sure that you get some of that 2025 Chaos swag or that official event shirt from the Funny Car Chaos Nitro Chaos merchandise trailer, or you want to get some of that 60th anniversary gear down at the Eddyville merchandise building, maybe you want to go see Jeanette at Car Chicks. That's always fun. And Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel, they are set up in the vendor midway. You got to see what they got. They got the coolest stuff anywhere. But we are down for about 30 minutes. So in 30 minutes, you want to be back in your seats. If you want to take the opportunity to grab something great to eat, something cold to drink, maybe if you're too cold, something hot to drink at the Eddy Diner. But we're going to stand down here for 30 minutes. We will be back with you coming up in 30 minutes. Attention in the pits, please. Funny Car Afield. Funny Car Afield, lanes 1 and 2. Funny Car Afield, lanes 1 and 2 now. Looking for my Afield funny cars to the staging lanes, please. Mr. Zim, Mr. Alberti, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Schneider, Mr. Williams, Mr. Bernard, Mr. Lawson, Mr. Hoffman. Afield funny car, first round eliminations, lanes 1 and 2 now. Small tire shootout, lanes 3 and 4, please. Small tire shootout, lanes 3 and 4. Funny Car, Afield. Funny Car, Afield, lanes 1 and 2, please. Funny Car, Afield, lanes 1 and 2. Small tire shootout, lanes 3 and 4. Come on down, Funny Car, Afield, and small tire. Small tire, you're in 3 and 4. Afield, Funny Cars, lanes 1 and 2. Alky Digger Bfield to the staging lanes, please. Bfield funny cars, lanes 1 and 2. Bfield funny cars, lanes 1 and 2. Got my first round Afield cars in the staging lanes. I need Bfield funny cars, lanes 1 and 2. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Eddyville Raceway Park for the second annual Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel Chaos in the Cornfield, presented by Stanky Motorsports. We are celebrating 60 years of drag racing excellence at Eddyville Raceway Park with this signature event. The only place this happens, Chaos in the Cornfield, is Eddyville Raceway Park. We have been making appearances at Eddyville Raceway Park since 2021, and this is the second time there's been a Chaos in the Cornfield. We have got our Afield funny cars in the staging lanes. We've got our Bfield funny cars on the way to the staging lanes. Very shortly, our Cfield funny cars will be coming to the staging lanes. Our opening ceremonies will be kicking us off here at 2 o'clock, and we will have our small tire shootout. Then we go into 3 classes of funny cars, 2 classes of Nitro Chaos, and of course, we've already seen some great racing action with our Sportsman categories. We will be continuing those categories after the first round of eliminations in our pro show. We have got Darren Foster here from Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel, and they are busy as they can be as they have their staff from Fulton, Illinois at their facility where they turn out custom shift knobs, metal creations, and much, much more. And they are your title sponsor for this epic event at Eddyville Raceway Park. And we are thrilled to welcome them once again as the title sponsor for this event and one of our major sponsors for the series. So thanks to Darren Foster and all his staff for all the great things they do for the motorhead community in the world, and especially for the things they do for us here at Eddyville Raceway Park and in the world of Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos. The ladders are set after 3 rounds of qualifying. That first qualification round on Friday night got things started for us. We had 2 big rounds of qualification yesterday after all the dust settled, the clutch dust settled, and everybody had the numbers on the board that they were going to go with. We have got 5 fields, 3 in Funny Car, 2 in Nitro Chaos, and we're going to go racing here in just a little while as the pro show will definitely be worth hanging around for, as we've got 3 rounds of racing action in the pro categories, and we've got more racing to do in our sportsman categories. So that's all coming your way. The opening ceremonies are coming up in just about 10 minutes or so, something thereabouts. We'll be talking to some of our event sponsors, some of the great folks that helped to make this event possible. Thanks very much to the staff of Eddyville Raceway Park. They have worked hard for the last month getting this place prepared and anticipating the huge crowds that we've had Friday, Saturday, and welcoming all of you here today on this Sunday afternoon as we enjoy drag racing at its finest and one of the coolest places that you will ever be to attend a drag race. Those of you that are fortunate enough to live around here, you get to come to Eddyville Raceway Park for their signature events, the World Fuel Altered Nationals and the Musco Lighting Night of Fire. And of course, their 3rd signature event is this one that we are at now, the Chaos in the Cornfield. And we will kick it off here in just a little bit. But the racing has been hot and heavy. The weather hadn't been hot. It has certainly been on the cool side, but we have been blessed with that. The horsepower these engines turn out is turn those wheels really quick, really fast. And you can see that we are getting ready to start as the staging lanes are filling up with the pro cars. Those trophies, custom fabricated by Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel in Fulton, Illinois, on display up there at the starting line, and you can see why they are such coveted trophies. We have got cars in the staging lanes and more on the way. I need Wulff Pump Cfield funny cars to lanes 1 and 2, please. Wulff Pump Cfield funny cars, lanes 1 and 2 now. So race fans, you get the opportunity here at Eddyville Raceway Park. The fact is, every ticket is a pit pass. Every ticket is a pit pass, so you get the chance to go out to the pits and see all these superstars, the Funny Car, Nitro Chaos, Farm Truck, and Asian, the Armless Archer with their top sportsman machine, It has been a phenomenal weekend already, and we're going to get ready to turn it over to the staff on the ground for the opening ceremonies coming up in just a few minutes. Right now, I need Wulff Pump Cfield Funny Cars. Cfield Funny Cars looking for you in lanes 1 and 2. I've got my A field, got my B field. Cfield, it's time for you as we're going to kick things off with small tire, and we've got funny car, 3 8-car fields in funny car chaos competition, plus the call-outs, the match racing, and all the fun that comes from having farm truck and Asian in the house. Race fans, if you're out there somewhere roaming around, it's time to get to your favorite spot along the fence or in the grandstands, because it's going to get loud and exciting in here, and we're going to turn you loose here in just a few minutes. So opening ceremonies pending momentarily, and then it's going to be time for cars and stars on the track. Good afternoon, Eddyville Raceway Park. I'm Lee Kraft. I work with Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos. David Ratton is the voice from the Tower of Power here this weekend for Chaos in the Cornfield. We were so bummed not to make this event last year due to weather, but we are certainly glad we've had great weather all weekend to burn nitro and methanol with funny cars, front engine dragsters, fuel alters, and all the other combinations that make up the chaos. You are about to see some great drag racing action this afternoon at this historic facility. Look, I know down the road there's Knoxville Raceway, and that is historic and well known around the world. I know that we've got NASCAR down the road at Iowa Speedway, but when I think motorsports in Iowa, I think Eddyville Raceway Park. So, to Eddyville, to Gerald, the team, everyone that is here, thank you. Keep up the great work. And someone that does some great work in motorsports is Darren Foster, the owner of Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel, your title sponsor for Chaos in the Cornfield. Darren, there has been some small tire action with a Buick Skylark that you've got throwing into the beams and sending down the 660 feet here at Eddyville Raceway Park. Are you shifting it, well, twisted style?
Oh, definitely twisting that, shifting it, twisted style. That started with my good buddy Adam Folger's car back doing drag week a few years ago, and met up with him. Of course, had to put something cool in it and help him out a little bit along the way, sponsoring. So he needed a knob with a line lock button. That's no problem. The nickname for the car, Sketchy Skylark. And then running a small tire and sometimes usually making too much power, a little too fast for a small tire. We added a little extra custom engraving like we do quite often. Small tires, big balls.
Whether it is a small tire car, your street rod, hot rod, or any other application such as a big truck, he can get you the custom shift knob of your dreams. That's not all though. You know, my wife likes having a campfire every now and then. 360 Steel can get you, well, customized with your fire pit.
Customize on all our steel stuff. Personal options, lettering, names, family names, fire pits. We do a few welded options, and then our specialty is the knockdown camper style. Knocks down to 5 pieces, store it anywhere, and customize it.
Darren Foster, Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel, your title sponsor of Chaos in the Cornfield. Also, the makers of these fine trophies for the competitors in Nitro Chaos. Give Darren and the team at Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask you at this time, please stand and remove your headgear, and we're going to have Neil Finder with Racers for Christ give us this morning, or afternoon rather, our invocation for Chaos in the Cornfield.
Please bow your heads. Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for blessing us with this track for 60 years. Bless us with it for another 60. We pray for your hand of safety upon this facility, the drivers. Lord, we just ask that the weather behave, keep everybody safe. Lord, on this Memorial Day, we just ask for guidance and peace for the families of those who have lost soldiers overseas as we remember them this weekend. Lord, keep the drivers safe, cars fast, and thank you for blessing us with the United States of America. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain Finder. Remain standing. We will have the national anthem here in just a moment from the top of the tower. Oh man, what a way to kick things off for Chaos in the Cornfield. We are delighted that you've chosen to be a part of this spectacular weekend at Eddyville Raceway Park, the 60th anniversary, brought to you by Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel, presented by Stanky Motorsports. We have got the bikes at the starting line ready to fire up and make the first runs down the racetrack here as our pro show kicks off. 2 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. It is race day, and it is on. Travis Woodbeck from Huxley, Iowa, has got the drag bike, pro stock bike on the quick performance side of the racetrack. Got a chance to see them make a run yesterday, and they were really picking them up and laying them down in a hurry. So excitement is the name of the game with the pro stock drag bikes. We've got a lot more great racing action coming right behind as we've got the staging lanes filled with small tire shootout, funny cars. We got Nitro Chaos coming up, and let's watch Travis go down this right side lane and get us kicked off in style on Sunday, race day at Eddyville Raceway Park. 2 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. It is race day, and it is on. Travis Woodbeck from Huxley, Iowa, has got the drag bike, pro stock bike on the quick performance side of the racetrack. Got a chance to see them make a run yesterday, and they were really picking them up and laying them down in a hurry. So excitement is the name of the game with the pro stock drag bikes. We've got a lot more great racing action coming right behind as we've got the staging lanes filled with small tire shootout, funny cars. We got Nitro Chaos coming up, and let's watch Travis go down this right side lane and get us kicked off in style on Sunday, race day at Eddyville Raceway Park.
The rider bringing that bike up, putting the front wheels into the infrared beams to turn on the pre-stage light. Starts to bring the revs up, goes that last few inches, and there it is. Flash of amber on the way down the track. Front wheel off the ground, just dancing off of the surface, stopping the clocks to the 8th mile with the 479, 146 miles an hour. Makes it look easy, but I guarantee you it is not. Travis Woodbeck from Huxley, 479, 146 miles an hour down the right side of the racetrack. Kicking things off, and we are ready to bring some more thrill seekers up to the starting line. Part of the magic of drag racing is the opportunity to be up close and personal with the racing action. The pit side work areas for the teams are accessible to the fans. Now, one of the great illustrations of that was yesterday at high noon. We had warm-up chaos, and we had lots of folks, hundreds of people going from pit to pit to pit as we started from the north end of the pits and made our way to the south end of the pits, lighting up the cars and getting the warm-up action in. There's video of it on the All Things Chaos page, plus a lot of other places as well. But it was a kick, it was a blast, and even more hands-on experience is available if you choose to participate. Like, you could ride in a real dragster at high speed like these folks in the rumble seat are about to show you can be done. We have given this dragster a real workout all through the weekend. Folks signing up to ride in the back seat, the rumble seat I call them, of the dragster, going from 0 to 126 miles an hour in 5.4 seconds. There's nothing like the rush that comes from being strapped into a dragster and going straight down the drag strip. Only thing better than in the daylight is doing it after dark. As they clear the top end of the racetrack, we are going into our first eliminator round for our small tire shootout, brought to you by the good friends at Quick Performance, as we have the first pair coming into the water, getting ready to take action. See who's going to the next round in small tire shootout. Jordan Sharp is from Johnston, Iowa, on the tower side of the racetrack. That's our Renegade Race Fuels lane. Peru Barton from Mount Pleasant, Iowa, has got the Opel GT. Unusual look on the machine there. It's out of Mount Pleasant, Iowa. So we've had the small tire shootout here, the 10.5 wide tires, not as wide as the racing slicks you'll see on the funny cars and some of these other cars. That makes part of the action a little more exciting. They say less traction, more action, and occasionally you will see these cars lose that grip on the racetrack, and of course that makes things extremely exciting. For a driver, they call that a very high pucker factor. But Jordan Sharp is on the tower side of the racetrack with the blue Mustang, taking on the Opel GT of Peru Barton. They go on a 4/10 Pro Tree. You will see times and speeds on the scoreboard. Not always the case in the world of small tire racing, but from what we saw in qualifications yesterday, you are in for a treat in this small tire shootout. It is a 100% payback. The entry fees will all go back to the winner. So it's a winner-take-all kind of a deal. Jordan Sharp, Peru Barton, ready to go down the racetrack. All right, sorting things out, easing up to the starting line. Our first pair of the day in the pro show following the bike. Inching forward, trying to find that first infrared beam. Just about there. Crew person guiding the driver forward. Sometimes difficult to see there. The Opel GT into the pre-stage. Mustang now pre-stage. The turbo power plant spooled up. Get the flash of amber. Got green lights on both sides. They're going to grab hold of that racetrack and take it right down the middle of the groove with the parachutes in the breeze at the top end of the racetrack. Jordan Sharp gets a win light. 468, 160 miles an hour to the 517 for Barton's Opel GT at 131.5 miles an hour. Put a one in the win column for Jordan Sharp. That makes way for the next pair to light the tires and bring their cars up for their date with destiny. Jay Reesitz from Marshalltown, Iowa, 1985 Corvette is going to be on the tower side of the Christmas tree. And Chris Majors out of Novinger, Missouri, has got a Gen 3 Chevrolet Camaro over on the pit side of the racetrack at the quick performance lane. Pro Show, Chaos in the Cornfield. Second version, should have been the third version, but Mother Nature had other ideas in 2024. But we are back in force. We have had great crowds and lots of folks making new friends, experiencing some of the best drag racing anywhere. And you're getting to see it live and in person. And for those on the live stream, you're getting to see it in color on the live stream, thanks to our great friends at Laris Motorsports Insurance and some others I'll tell you about a little bit later on. Small tire racing action here at Eddyville Raceway Park. Carefully getting into the stage position. They don't want to get rolled through. Sometimes that happens. You turn on a red light. You don't want to lose that way. Oh, there's some of that less traction, more action on the right side of the Christmas tree. The wind light on the tower side. Jay goes 480 at 165.5 miles an hour. And Chris Majors had the car leave and it began to spin out there by the Christmas tree. As the car began to kick the rear end out, he wanted to get off the throttle to make sure that that car didn't go into the wall or into the other car. So put one in the win column for Jay Reesitz as the Corvette goes 480 at 165 miles an hour for the win. Man, what a smoke show for Adam Folger in that Buick Skylark out of Avon, Illinois. That's the Twisted Shifterz car over there. He's going to be lining up next to Blaine Hill from Gretna, Nebraska. One of the quickest, fastest, baddest small tire racers around anywhere. Blaine Hill is going to be tough to beat on this tower side of the racetrack, but they're going to see if Adam Folger and his crew from Illinois have got anything for that third generation Camaro. It is Sunday afternoon race day. We've got our drivers zeroed in to the top of the AccuTime Christmas tree, guiding their cars forward so that they can get the car in the ready position and get ready for action. It is side by side on a Sunday afternoon with the small tire shootout. 100% payback. It's a win light on the tower side of the racetrack as Adam Folger gets out of shape. 435, 178.4 miles an hour, low ET and top speed of the round goes to Blaine Hill. I told you he was one of the baddest one of these beasts around, and he puts it up on the scoreboard to prove me right. Had a little help yesterday watching him go down the racetrack as we got to see some of that 4.3 second performance at over almost 180 miles per hour. So put a win light in Blaine Hill's win column. And with 7 cars participating, we got a bye run. This is Mike Elder. Sergeant Bluff, Iowa, hometown for Mike Elder in that Gen 3 red Camaro that you see over on the pit side of the racetrack in our quick performance lane. Another one of these amazing small tire shootout creations. Turning out lots of horsepower, trying to get it to the ground on a small tire. But I can tell you this team has pretty well got it figured out. See what I mean? Right down the middle. 429. There's your new low ET and top speed. 429. The first one under 4.3 seconds for the weekend. Mike Elder makes a statement. 181.38 miles an hour. Parachutes in the breeze, blossom, and he makes that turn to head back to the pits and get ready for the second round. Afield Nitro Chaos. Afield Nitro Chaos, lanes 1 and 2, please. Afield Nitro Chaos, lanes 1 and 2.
Will Hannah, look, all weekend this track's been a bit tricky. What do you see out here for eliminations for the floppers?
I mean, you definitely can't be scared of it. I mean, the starting line is great. It's got a lot of teeth. It's just like everything everybody's been fighting all weekend. It's just get the thing to the other end. There's a little bit of bumps out there, and, you know, the drivers got to do their thing. So, you know, you can't be too scared of it. There's a lot of grip out there, so let's see what we do.
That's the word from Will Hanna on what we've got for the floppers. They are coming right now.
We have actually got his grandson, Lou Arrington III, in the house with us here at Eddyville Raceway Park, hanging around with the John Troxel Brutus team, and wishing them the very, very best. As Justin Craig, Brutus, goes down to whip up the crowd, Chris Schneider brings the car into the water. Tire smoke and burnouts down that right side quick performance lane. Number 7 qualifier, Chris Schneider. He put a 4:08 on the board in qualifying. He's going to be taking home the Oklahoma Wonder Boy from Wagoner, Oklahoma, Brian Lewis of Racing Family Lewis Heritage. Got a 1979 Ford Mustang Cobra. Looking all spiffy out there with some great color. A pair of Mustangs kick us off with Hemi power, Mustang bodies, chromoly tube chassis at quick times and high speeds. It is round number 1 in Rodak Custom Coffee Afield Funny Car. Marvin Rodak been bringing you the Afield of Funny Car Chaos ever since September of 2017 when race number 1 took place. This just happens to be race number 57 in the history of Funny Car Chaos. And we are delighted that this caught on and took off, because it definitely did that. Grumpy 2 versus Brutus in the first round of Funny Car Chaos, Rodak Custom Coffee Afield. Number 3 qualifier, races number 7 qualifier. Chris Schneider is up at the starting line. John Troxel guides him towards that first infrared beam. The crew chiefs turn it over to the drivers. And the next thing you'll see is lights on top of the Christmas tree. Once there's 4 bulbs lit, 2 on each side, you'll get a flash of amber and they will be on the way down the racetrack. First pair, first round, Rodak Custom Coffee Afield Funny Cars at Chaos in the Cornfield. 4 bulbs lit, halfway up. The red light start in the Mustang on the tower side is going to send Brian Lewis back to the trailer as he throws away a 383 at 193 miles an hour. Chris Schneider gets the break of the day so far anyway with a 734 as that car lost traction at the head. I think they were swinging for the fences in the Brutus Mach 1. Brian Lewis, 951 to 60 feet. He went red by 16 ten-thousandths of a second. That's called ultra close. Brian Lewis, 001 red, 383, 193.3 miles an hour, puts a big number on the board. And the Troxel team from the Show Me State gets a real break when they get the chance to go to the second round after losing traction. But they will be in the semifinal just the same. Very happy to welcome our live stream audience to Eddyville Raceway Park for the second annual Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel Chaos in the Cornfield, presented by Stanky Motorsports, Comp Cams, Laris Motorsports Insurance, the Armless Archer and Mile High Crankshafts. Bringing you the live stream coverage along with our good friend Steve Stamps from Stamps Family Farms and Fred Spell of Spell Paving Services. We mentioned Mile High Crankshafts. You see that on the side of the Mustang funny car that's in the quick performance lane. That is Bill Bernard from Elizabeth, Colorado, a 2014 Copeland chassis funny car. Bill qualified that machine number 6 with a 398. He's taking on the home state favorite, Kirk Williams,
Kirk has got the 200 proof car that they just completed in the offseason. Brand new car from stem to stern. They're out of Glenwood, Iowa, 2025 Chevy. And they have got that car souped up, loaded up, and ready as they put a 374 on the board to qualify number 2 in action. That puts them next to number 6. So it's Iowa on the tower side, Colorado on the pit side of the racetrack. Number 2 versus number 6. Couple of tenths of a second difference in their performance yesterday. However, you can't count Bill Bernard and that grinder team out. They definitely know how to get that car down the racetrack. But 2022 champion Kirk Williams and the Williams brothers team, talk about a strong competitor. They would like to get back on the winning track. Into the pre-stage, both cars go. We are staged and ready, green lights on both sides. Look at this, side by side racing action, the wind lights on the tower side, but look at this, 380 versus 381. Talk about a drag race. It's a 9.93 60-foot for Kirk Williams. Bill Bernard was out front. He had a 9.19 60-foot, and he was still out front at half track at 2.47 seconds. But the big horsepower of the Williams brothers crew comes on. They go across the finish line at 201 miles an hour in 3.80 seconds. Bill Bernard, a 381, was right there. But the big horsepower for the 200 proof brand new funny car of the Williams brothers gets across the finish line first. The margin at the stripe, 0.02 of a second, and Kirk Williams goes back to his winning ways, and he will be in the semi-final round in Rodak Afield funny cars. Man, what a match. We were talking about the grinder, the Mile High Crankshafts group. Can't count them out, even though they qualified 0.2 of a second slower than the guy in the other lane. That was a drag race. 380 beats a 381. Man. Nitro Chaos Bfield. Can I get you to lanes 1 and 2, please? Nitro Chaos Bfield, staging lanes 1 and 2. Come on down, Nitro Chaos Bfield. So we've got Kirk Williams into the semifinal. We've got Chris Schneider into the semifinal. Our next pair getting ready to light them up is going to be the 2024 champion, the Man of War Mustang Fast Lane, Shane Lawson, taking on number 4 in the world, driving that BDS Ford Probe that his daddy ran back in 1991, Wayne Hoffman from New Preston, Connecticut. Fire's lit, it's showtime. And when I talk about showtime, watch this. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Wayne Hoffman sure knows how to do it. Shane Lawson ain't no bad burnout doer either, huh? What do you think about that? Coweta, Oklahoma, home for Shane Lawson. And that Man of War Mustang, they are hoping to repeat as champion. As they closed out the deal at the championship finals at Mocan Dragway in 2024, came down to the last race of the last race, but they got it done. That's why there's a number 1 on the side of the Man of War Mustang. Mighty fine and a big old chaos. Howdy to all the folks on the live stream tuning in from wherever you may be. Got a lot of great friends out there watching from places like Seguin, Texas, San Antonio, Texas, Alamogordo, New Mexico, and the Hill Country. Glad to have you tuning in. Thanks for being with us. Wayne Hoffman, number 4 in the world in 2024. Shane Lawson, number 1 in the world in 2024. They qualified 4th and 8th. Lawson at 382, Hoffman at 410. We don't race them on paper. You can all see all kinds of things happen. We are ready to go with 2 Ford-bodied funny cars, inching their way to the infrareds. Shane Lawson in the pre-stage, now staged. Just a few more inches and the fourth bump comes on. There we go. Side by side down the racetrack, the Man of War with a 383 at 200 miles an hour makes it our second 200 mile per hour run of the day in Funny Car. And the wind light comes on in the quick performance lane for fast lane Shane Lawson, a 9.72 60 foot, 259 to half track, and a 383 across the finish line first. So the 3 second runs coming cheap. We've had 4 of them in the first round out of 6 cars, 4 cars under 4 seconds. Wayne Hoffman, 107 to 60, 295 to half track, a 441 at 171.8 miles an hour. Not quite enough that time, and fast lane Shane is going to be in the semifinal, taking on arch rival Kirk Williams. That's how the ladder shakes out. It's going to be fast lane Shane and quick lane Kirk in the bottom half of the Rodak Afield semifinal. Final pair in the first round of our Rodak Custom Coffee Afield features a pair of fast, funny cars, about as fast as you might see. One from Texas, one from Oklahoma. The Thunderin' Okie. That, my friends, is Bob Alberti Jr., that Dodge Challenger funny car, qualified number 5 at a 385. And on the tower side of the racetrack in the Renegade Race Fuels lane, the man out of Texas, the mighty Zim, Keith Zimmer, qualified number 1 with a 373. We're going to be lighting them up just as soon as we get the all clear from the race crew. That should be coming up momentarily. But so far, race fans, are you having fun? Man, I'm telling you what, talk about some great racing action. We have got it for you in spades. Every ticket is a pit pass, so after the conclusion of these rounds, you want to see them service those cars and get them ready to come back for the semifinals. That's what drag racing at Eddyville Raceway Park is all about. You get that full, hands-on, eyes-on experience. Final pair, first round funny car, Chaos. Marvin Rodak, got to be proud of these cars. Helping make that Rodak Custom Coffee even more famous. Bob Alberti Jr., the long burnout, doing Dad proud. Keith Zimmer, using that willpower. Mustang body machine takes that left side lane. The 3 second performances have come on both sides of the Christmas tree, so I can't tell that there's advantage out there on either side, which is what you would expect when you come to Eddyville Raceway Park, as these folks definitely know what they're doing. They make sure that it's a fair race, and lots of great track prep goes into making sure that happens. Texas on the tower side, Oklahoma on the pit side of the racetrack. Funny car, round 1 in the Afield. Different ways of getting down the racetrack. The car on the right side uses the clutch. When he goes into the pre-stage, he'll wait for his opponent to go in, and he'll bring the revs up because he's going to sidestep that clutch when it's time to go. Bob goes red, so Zim goes on. Check this out. Low ET of the event, 370. 198.68 miles an hour, the 60-foot time, 922 on the left side. 019 red light start for Bob Alberti Jr. That's a tough break for them, but that 370 on the left side of the racetrack was going to be hard to handle anyway. 370, 198.68 miles an hour. And I got to tell you, race fans, going into the third round of qualifying.
Ryan Heel, Nitro Chaos is coming up. Just a few more pairs. How's it looking for the nitro burner of Mad Max?
Pretty good today. If we can get her calmed down, we should go down. We've been struggling in the middle a little bit. We've found some new horsepower, so just trying to tame it down. Eddyville is always a real tricky racetrack in the middle, so I think we got it figured out. We're going to see. We got the tough old Andy Fangman. That guy always goes down, so we got to try to keep him honest. He's going to try to keep us honest. So see what we can do today.
Ron Hill's hoping to send Dad to a win light. Dave Hill in Mad Max.
Get over to the Alki-Digger Bfield. All right, after that, I'm about breathless already, and we're just getting started. We'll move now to the Alki-Digger Bfield. Mike Shalando out of Nashville, Tennessee, and Alki-Digger. They've had their name on the Bfield since that very first race in September of 2017. 615-457-3192. Is the number to call for Alki-Digger if you want to go supercharged fuel-injected racing. There's not a better name in the business that you could get familiar with. Mike Shalando, Alki-Digger. So we will kick things off with Justin Malott and Mike Buchanan. Fire's lit, body's down. Yeah, hang on to your hats when these cars come by with those zoomies. They will blow your hat to Kingdom Come. 1957 Chevrolet out of Valparaiso, Indiana. That is Justin Malott, the Breaking the Law racing team. Switching over from big block bow tie power to big block Hemi power for the 2025 racing season. Getting that tuning help from none other than High Risk Performance. Ken Singleton, helping them get acclimated to the new power plant, that new Hemi power plant underneath that 57 Chevy body. Mike Buchanan, Goddard, Kansas, multiple-time victor in Funny Car Chaos competition. Looks like he had some help when he put out the call for help yesterday, looks like somebody came to his rescue, and they've got the transmission good to go as they line up down that right side. It is number 4 versus number 8. Malott qualified at 4:20. Buchanan qualified at 4:31. As they ease up to the starting line, we are just about ready to see who's going to round number 2. Good start. We're on the way down the racetrack. Put a win light on the tower side. Man, oh man, 418-181 beats a 433 at 178 miles an hour. They were side by side down the racetrack, cooking and booking. Parachutes in the breeze in that shutdown area as we watch them both go into the curve and get the cars brought to a safe, smooth stop. Put a wind light on the tower side for Justin Malott. Must be nice. They got some work to do before they get that car back for the semifinal round, but they'll get that done. And they're going to be taking on the winner between Steve Tomozik and Cody Chatfield, which is, by the way, the next pair, getting ready for the signal to fire them up. 3 8-car fields in Funny Car Chaos here at the Chaos in the Cornfield event. Second time we've done Chaos in the Cornfield. 4th time we've done a Chaos race here at this wonderful place. 57th time there's been a Funny Car Chaos event since its inception back in 2017. Definitely has turned out to be a hit in the world of drag racing. We thank you for your part in making that happen.
Okay, racer peoples, here we go. We are back to it. A second pair out in the second of our funny car categories. Cody Chatfield, Raymore, Missouri, brings that Booz Brothers Vega across for a long burnout. The Black Iron Motorsports 77 Chevy Monza. One of the favorite cars for folks up there at Great Lakes Dragaway and points near that. Definitely one of those guys with plenty of cred in the world of chaos racing. Steve Timosic, he's got 5 trips to the winner's circle in 7 attempts. So they can definitely get it done. They've got a great hot rod that they're running against here on the tower side of the racetrack, that 1974 Chevy Vega from the Show Me State. Cody Chatfield into the pre-stage. Steve Timosic and his crew give him the signal. It's time to put it in the beans. Round number 1, Alky Digger Bfield funny car. Big block Chevy Power versus big block Chevy Power. Start on the tower side, so the Detroit Tiger is going to advance. A 417 at 174 miles an hour beats a 440 at 162.16 miles an hour. Cody Chatfield knew that they probably had to lean on it a little bit and try to saw down that Christmas tree. Steve Timosic comes across the finish line at 174 miles an hour in 4.17 seconds to take the win, but no slouch, no bad job there for Cody Chatfield. That is a fact. All right, so we have got Timosic racing Malott in the bottom half of your Alky Digger Bfield in the semi-final round. Going to move now to the top half as we have got Hall of Fame racer Jordan Ballou, the winner of the Nitro Club Lucky 13 qualifier on the tower side of the racetrack. He qualified at 425, taking on Lee Lovell. Lee's got the Chevy Nova bodied funny car over there on the quick performance side of the Christmas tree. They qualified number 1 in the Bfield at 414. We have got our funny cars lined up and ready to go. We got Nitro Chaos lined up and ready to go. It's going to be non-stop action all day long. We will continue with Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos. We've got Sportsman racing left to do, and we got a beautiful day to do it on. Glad you are here. Fire's lit. Big block Chevy Power tower side. Hemi Power underneath the body of that Lee Lovell funny car. The big story on Jordan Ballou. Do a little Joe Piscopo there for you. The big story. At the Funny Car Chaos Classic, a massive wheel stand by Jordan Ballou's 69 Camaro funny car, the Ballou Thunder. Came down hard, bent the front suspension, and there was a lot of work that had to be done. So once again, Dan Butheris, great job as this car visited the 420 zone. So I'd say that your welding job came out pretty good. Big smiles all around the Ballou Thunder camp. Dry Hop King does his dry hops, brings the car up to the starting line to take on Lee Lovell. Lee Lovell making his Funny Car Chaos debut at the Funny Car Chaos Classic has definitely shown they know what they're doing in the world of funny car racing. He's into the stage position. We got 4 balls left, and off we go.
oh man, that car goes sideways quickly on the left side of the racetrack. A 417 at 155 miles an hour is good for the win in the Chevy Nova Funny Car. And so Lee Lovell is going to advance to the semifinal. Number 1 goes to the second round. That was a 101 60-foot time, 271 to the half-track point, 417 at a terminal velocity of 155.2 miles an hour. That leaves one more pair in the Alky Digger Bfield. Checking out the video monitor, it looks like we are clear on the top end of the racetrack, so it'll get loud in here momentarily, as we have got 2 plenty quick, plenty fast, bad-to-the-bone hot rods closing out the Alky Digger Bfield. Defending champion from 2024, Lance Van Houen has got the Van Houen Brothers Racing Team Camaro set to go on the tower side. They qualified number 3 at 4:15. Colin Thomas from Elbert, Colorado, the Twisted Sister Nitro machine, is going to be over on the pit side of the racetrack in the quick performance lane. They qualified number 7 at 4:25, so very close on paper, and we'll see how it goes. Now, you look down the racetrack and you see the scoreboard. It says 399, or if it doesn't, it will. That 399, that's called an index. We come about that number. It varies from race to race, but it is 0.15 of a second quicker than the low qualifier in this class. That's called sandbag insurance. And what that sandbag insurance does is make sure that somebody doesn't come in and purposely go slow so that they can take out somebody that has a car that doesn't normally perform as strongly as theirs is capable of. Now, sometimes it works out. The cars don't get down the racetrack like they're accustomed to doing. Lance Van Houen wouldn't have any trouble running that 399. The trouble would come if he runs 398, but because he would go under the index, that would be a DQ, a disqualification. But anyway, we got 2 hot rods, a Camaro on the tower side, the late model version, very aerodynamically swoopy, big inch Hemi, drinking that methanol fuel. And over on the pit side of the racetrack, the Twisted Sister, they choose to go racing burning nitromethane. That's the reason you hear the difference in the sound. That's the reason that your nose is going, huh, something different. Yeah, something very different. The fuel that carries its own oxygen with it creates quite a blast in those cylinder chambers. Lance Van Houen on the tower side of the racetrack. Colin Thomas on the pit side. Round number 1, Alky Digger Bfield Funny Car, final pair. The winner takes on number 1 qualifier Lee Lovell. Drivers bringing their cars into the pre-stage position. We are just about good to go. So you're looking at that going, what just happened? Well, what just happened, you could tell as the Twisted Sister Mustang rolled into stage, it just kept rolling. And so that's what you call rolling the beams. No time was recorded on that run, and we don't know what it ran because when you go before the tree activates, the computer does not keep track of your time. So the wind light was already on for Lance Van Houen. He goes through with a 553 at 88 miles an hour, coasting just to make sure that everything in front of him was going to be all right, and it was. So it wasn't pretty, but it was a win, and Lance Van Houen will be in the semifinal round of the Alky Digger Bfield to take on low qualifier Lee Lovell. So Van Houen, or your champion last time we were here in Funny Car. They ran the Afield that time. They will be running for a 2nd consecutive victory. If they're able to pull it off, it would be 2 straight for the home state team. Okay, catch your breath and hang on, because we are moving now to the Wulff Pump Cfield, as we have got a pair of superstars from different locales, Nebraska on the tower side and Mississippi on the pit side. Low qualifier Casey Giesland in the Gambler 69 Chevrolet Camaro is going to be taking that right side lane. Qualified at a 434. So the number on the board, you see that 419, that's 434 minus 15. That is your index in your Wulff Pump Cfield. Justin Herbst qualified number 5 at a 480. So it's number 1 versus number 5, and that low qualifier is going to be the first ones out. Qualification process very interesting for more than a few of the racers that have made their way to Eddyville Raceway Park. Some of those electronic gremlins, some of those taking out the timing blocks at the finish line. There was way more of that happening than we normally see. And so several teams came into that third and final round of qualifying last night really needing a run, really needing a good run so that they would be able to race on Sunday. As you can see, we completed the fields and we are ready to go back to racing. Looks like we're getting close to clear on in the shutdown area. Won't be long and we'll be able to fire up this next pair. So there's 4 pair left in the first round of Funny Car. After that, I hear the chatter on the radio. I do a little drag on the racetrack for a moment. Then the Nitro cars will take the track. But Casey Giesland and Justin Herbst, Hot Rod Herbie, are going to be leading us off in Wulff Pump Cfield Funny Cars. Number 1 versus number 5. Race fans, that full race experience that you've come to expect at Eddyville Raceway Park comes with the opportunity to go out to the pits. As these cars that win, they will take their cars back to the pit area. They've got to service the cars and have them ready to go in a couple hours for the next round of racing. You'll get a chance to see the amazing feats that these crews perform in order to get the cars back and ready for racing action. Every ticket is a pit pass, so whether you're on the spectator side or whether you're on the pit side, it's all access at Eddyville Raceway Park. And of course, take a ride on the wild side with the proud American Motorsports dragster. Get yourself signed up and join these people with big, big smiles that you see that have already done it. All right, we just got the all clear from the top end of the racetrack. The race director will check with the crews. When they're ready, it'll be time to spin those babies over and light them up. Hot Rod Herbie out of North Platte, Nebraska, has his 84 Chevrolet Corvette with big block bow tie power running over on the tower side. The Gambler crew, they get their big Hemi fired up. Body comes down. Looks like we are good to go. Herbie and the Gambler, sounds like it ought to be a song. Hot Rod Herbie, he's got multiple event victories in his distinguished career of Funny Car Chaos racing. In fact, he had never lost a final round until that 5th one. Casey Giesland They came out like a house of fire their first season in Funny Car Chaos Racing, finishing number 8 in the world. Second season had a few more challenges thrown at them. But they feel like they've got some things sorted out, and they are hoping that Eddyville Raceway Park is the place that they first taste that rush of turning on the last win line of the day. All right, here you go. Enforcer Corvette, Gambler Camaro, round number 1, Wulff Pump, Cfield Funny Cars. Down the track they go. The win light comes on for Hot Rod Herbie. That 419 on the scoreboard, that's the index. Casey goes right by it. Goes 412, 171. Goes too quick. And Justin Herbst with a 486 at 145 is going to get the win. Now, on the bright side for the team out of Mississippi, that car didn't miss a beat. 1 flat to 60, 271 to the half track, and 412, 171 miles an hour. That was the best run we've seen out of that car all season long. Well, not quite, but it was one of the 2 best. So Hot Rod Herbie will advance into the second round in Wulff Pump Cfield action. And the next pair coming up is going to feature another car out of Mississippi. The Burnin' Love Chevy Nova of Michael Neal will be taking on Danny Mann in the Pony Up Mustang. Doing it old school. 1970 Chevrolet Nova, the Burnin' Love. There's a hunka over on the right side of the racetrack, qualified number 8, taking on that 72 Mach 1 from Fenton, Missouri. St. Louis area car, qualified number 4. First round racing action brought to you by Wulff Pumps. Hot Rod Herbie, who just got a win light, was a defending champion in the Wulff Pumps Cfield. Might get a chance to repeat, we'll see. Man, that Burnin' Love. Pelvis Possum bouncing all the way down the racetrack. Danny Mann goes right down the middle with the same number he ran in qualifying. 4.65 seconds, 148.96 miles an hour. So put a win light on the tower side, Pony Up. 465, good for the win. A 108 60 foot and a 301 to half track. 148 miles an hour down that left side lane. Good for a win light. Michael Neal makes his best run of the weekend, that 514, which is quite a feat, as much as that car was hopping and skipping and bouncing down the racetrack. 514, 143.6 in your runner-up effort. So the race crew changes the bulb on the Christmas tree, and our next pair get ready to fire up. I got a Batmobile, got a Carl's Custom Special. Mike, Chris Batty, and Robbie Massey. Going to be your next pair down the racetrack. here in round one Cfield action, brought to you by Ed Wulff and Wulff Pumps. For all your automotive pump needs, W-U-L-F-F. You want to go with the Wulff man. If you want to get in the winner's circle, you got to have the best parts. That means you need to know the Wulff man. 573-875-4894. Be sure that that's the name that's on speed dial in your phone. Looks to me like they're ready. Chris Batty with the Batmobile Corvette, qualified at a 486. He takes that left side lane. Robbie Massey qualified at a 439, takes that right side lane. Wulff Pump Cfield Funny Cars. We got 2 down, 2 to go. You got the Show Enough Top Alcohol Funny Car over there on the pit side of the racetrack in the quick performance lane, representing the home state. And from Stockton, Missouri, a young man who got a win up at Cordova Dragway on our inaugural visit there, Chris Batty in the Batmobile. Traction. Massey doesn't, but just like your low qualifier, he goes under the cap, 418, and the win light comes on for Chris Batty, 512, 522, 159.74 miles an hour. So into the semifinal goes Chris Batty. He'll take on Danny Mann. In the bottom half of the Wulff Pump Cfield, we got Hot Rod Herbie going to take on the winner between Neil Giroux and
Wayne Hoffman. Beautiful nostalgia brought out this year with that old pro body of your dad's. Tricky conditions in qualifying made it tricky for you in the A field, which you are not typically in.
We are never in the A field. We just happen to end up in there. Had a few issues on the first qualifying run. I changed a few things and stepped back up and ran where we used to run last year, 410. And it just happened to put me in the A field where a few other cars couldn't get down the track to get themselves in the A field and bumped me out of there. So we did the best we could. We went out. I got a good light on him. I treated him, but I did shake, had to pedal it. And there's no way I could outrun him anyway. So we had a good day. We love it here at Eddyville, so it's all good.
Wayne Hoffman out early, but he will certainly be seen at the next Funny Car Chaos event chasing this championship.
Yeah, not the look, Ed. So, racers and race fans, in case you're wondering, somebody was to ride up on their horse and ask you, a fuel line came off of one of our cars, and so they are taking care of that little situation, making sure that we're clean, safe, dry, and debris-free up there. Once we get the all clear, we'll be good to go, and hopefully that's coming up very shortly. And knowing the staff here at Eddyville, it won't be long and we will be able to fire up our final pair in the first round of Funny Car. So 3 pair down in the Cfield, 1 pair left. Should be good. Yes, I can see them exiting the shutdown area. We will wait for the race director to get the official word to light up the next pair. 88.7 on your FM dial. That's us. We are broadcasting from the Tower of Power, WERP-FM Eddyville. Race number 57 in the history of Funny Car Chaos. We've got all kinds of fun going on with that farm truck and Asian bunch down there. And of course, if you haven't taken the opportunity to visit with Matthew Stutzman, the armless archer, they've been doing some matching up with farm truck. It's quite the story, as he's driving that car with his feet and goes as quick so far this weekend as 4.20 seconds. That is a rush. All right, we get the all clear, and it's time to fire them up. And here we go. Rick Stockman, Preston, Minnesota. Got the Monte Carlo machine. That is one smooth looking ride. I dig it. Neil Giroux, Twist and Shout, another one of those winners from Funny Car Chaos competition. He's out of Elizabeth, Illinois. Got that 1990 model Chevrolet Beretta. Neil qualified at 465. Rick qualified at 543. Number 3 versus number 7. 419 performance cap on the board. And 2 cars making their way back to the starting line from the burnouts. Sunday at Eddyville Raceway Park, Chaos in the Cornfield, the place to be, and you were smart enough to be here. Thanks for joining us for this weekend spectacular. I don't know if you've been here for 1 day, 2 days, all 3 days, but it has been a kick. Always is a blast when we come to Eddyville Raceway Park. So, it's in the hands of the drivers. Twist and Shout. And raise a little. Rick Stockman had that little challenge yesterday as he pulled into the stage beams, got ready to hold it in there for the launch, and the car rolled through the beams. So that is one of those issues that they continue to have, that they will definitely want to get sorted out before the next time they race that machine. Neil Giroux is going to get the win, a 491. Down that right side lane, we'll pit him against Justin Herbst, Hot Rod Herbie, versus Neil Giroux in the top half of the Wulff Pump Cfield. Coming up in a couple of hours. So Giroux versus Herbst and Batty versus Mann in your Cfield semifinal.
Here with Ken Singleton, multi-time champion driving in Funny Car Chaos, and last year picking up the championship with Shane Lawson as a tuner. You're doing a lot of work out here, though. I think that was, 2 out of 3 cars going on to the semis.
Right, yeah, we had 2 out of 3. Shane's car kind of did what we wanted, and the Let's is a new deal with the Hemi, and it did really good. And I'm not the greatest at slowing a car down, and we didn't slow down Ronnie Gieslin's enough to, we broke out, so that kind of is bad. But all in all, it's been a good day so far.
Ken Singleton with a good day so far here at Eddyville Raceway Park. Chaos in the Cornfield will continue soon.
Hey, race fans, we got the track staff out here doing a little bit of track prep before we go to round number 1. DMP Awning Nitro Chaos, kicking off with the McKinney Motorsports Afield. While they're doing that, you can hear me, I get a chance to do something I love to do and tell you about some great folks. And I'm talking about our media staff at the Chaos. Now you can see them along the wall, and there's some of them that are behind the scenes, and you don't get to see them. But they do great work of documenting the events, and without them, the publicity that keeps the fire burning would not be.
Here with Will Smith as they are prepping the track for Nitro Chaos. Will, you're no stranger to Nitro. Got some in up at Chicagoland just last weekend, but you're getting it in Nitro Chaos with the Frantic Fueler this weekend. Eddyville, Nitro Chaos, how is it?
Dude, this is awesome. This is the first time I've been to Eddyville. Been wanting to check this track out and be at this event, and unfortunately, our event over at Norwalk got canceled this week, so it allowed me to come out and work with Brian and the whole Frantic Fueler team, and I just love Nitro racing, man. This is awesome.
Will Smith, I like to say the Fresh Prince of Drag Air, out here helping burn some nitro.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah,
I can't appreciate all that hard work you do out there. Thank you.
There's not much more than I can deal with a lot of people, but I just you work hard, you do it honest, and some of it. You sure are doing a great job out here. Appreciate it. Who y'all got? Radar. Okay. Radar's tough. A lot of laps out.
Little traction compound, a little bit of drag and broom action coming your way for Nitro Chaos Afield, brought to you by our good friend Murph McKinney at McKinney Motorsports. Lafayette, Indiana, turning out those high quality, record-setting race cars, plus all the component parts for your race car operation. Murph McKinney and McKinney Motorsports, title sponsor for our Afield. Justin Arias and all the good folks at CP Carrillo, title sponsor for our B field. And our good buddy Dean Dubbin at DMP Awning, title sponsor for the whole Nitro Chaos series. Thanks to all of you, gentlemen, for helping to make this possible. We appreciate it so much. I know these race fans definitely appreciate it. So the traction compound has gone down. The sweeper 2 with the tractor going to take place just before we go nitro racing. Our pairings in the A field, Frantic Fueler versus Nitro Madness, Grand Prix Autosports versus Mass Chaos, and Mad Max versus Fueled Addiction. So the way the fields shook out in the Nitro Chaos category, we wind up with 2 fields of 6. Evening it out so that the points work for that 2025 DMP Awning Championship payout.
So race fans, if your friends were thinking they didn't have time to get to the racetrack, well, let them know it is still on. It is still happening. We are in first round. And even though its first round is halfway over, there's a lot more racing yet to go. They could join you out here for some more of this fun at Eddyville Raceway Park. And we got lots of fun coming their way and your way. Just about good to go. See the tractor make a sweep or two. They will put that tractor back in its cubby hole, and it'll be time for some pop in the tank. As Nitro Chaos kicks off at the second annual Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel Chaos in the Cornfield. Taylor Motorsports Products has been the official safety equipment supplier for the Chaos Tour for quite a number of years now. Dennis Taylor certainly has the expertise to make sure that the safety equipment on your race car or on your person are of the utmost quality. They make their products at their factory in Oregon. They ship it to you. They can do amazing things, as a lot of our racers have discovered. So if you're needing safety equipment for your automobile, for your motorcycle, whatever you're racing, they've got the safety equipment. You can give them a call at 541-704-0113 or check them out online at taylormotorsports.com. To the trained eye, you can see that we have cars at the ready stripe. That means we're going to fire up our first pair in the McKinney Motorsports Afield of Nitro Chaos. The first pair out will be Gary Wheeler, the first ever champion in the history of Nitro Chaos. Got that done in 2023 in that Grand Prix Autosports dragster from the Tulsa area. And in the next lane, John Umloff Jr. is going to be on that right side of the Christmas tree in the quick performance lane. Number 2 in the world of Nitro Chaos Racing in 2024. Finishing very strong and qualifying number 5 at a 4 flat. However, that's not the whole story. The whole story is, you hear about these incremental times that we give you, how quick the car goes to 60 feet, 330 feet, and the finish line. The quickest 60-foot time of any car on the property belongs to John Umloff Jr. and that Mass Chaos team. So if they are able to keep that performance level, not have to lift in the back half of the racetrack, there's no telling what this car will run. As in, I'm talking about Doug Fuels LLC 340 Club. The incrementals line up for just such a run. Gary Wheeler, Wagner, Oklahoma, 2023 Nitro Chaos champion. The first one there ever was. He and his crew brought John Brook their first ever championship. They celebrated it big time at the banquet in the early part of 2024. After the 2023 season, John Umloff Jr., he has got wins in Funny Car Chaos, World Fuel Altered Nationals, and Nitro Chaos. They finished strong in 2024. They come in as number 2 in the world. Let's see what we got. First pair out. Afield, Nitro Chaos. And then Feel the Earth. Thunder 374 and 381. Side-by-side 3-second runs down the racetrack. Gary Wheeler turns on the win light. It was a starting line advantage for Wheeler. A 991 60-foot. John Umloff Jr. had caught him by that point and passed him by that point at the half track with a 242 to a 255. But Wheeler keeps his foot in it. It goes 374, 201.1 miles an hour. Trouble set in for the Mass Chaos AA fuel altered as it slows to a 381 at 172 miles an hour. And that allows Wheeler in the AA fuel dragster to cross the finish line first by 1/10 of a second. 374 beats a 381. You do those numbers, you're ciphering in your gazentas there, and you'll see that the starting line advantage put Gary Wheeler out front. And when problems set in for the Mass Chaos AA fuel altered, the dragster just pulled on away and crosses that finish line first. So 374, 201, their best run of the weekend by 0.07 of a second. And the Tulsa AA fuel altered AA fuel dragster team goes to the semifinal. They will take on the winner between Dave Hill and Andy Fangman, which is not this pair, but the second pair coming your way. It's going to be low qualifier Brian and Owe racing number 4 qualifier Radar Lechtenberg in our next pair as they are at the ready stripe. Just awaiting word that they can fire up. The Frantic Fueler team came out on Friday night when everybody else thought they were at the Ice Capades, but they put a 373 on the board as if there was nothing to it. You can tell they've definitely been down the racetrack a few times as they put a 373 on the board, and that held up for low qualifier in Nitro Chaos. The Nitro Madness team with Roger Lechtenberg doing the driving, they put a 396 on the board on Saturday. That puts them opposite low qualifier Frantic Fueler here in the first round. So that's coming your way here in just a few minutes. Once we get the all clear, it's going to be showtime. Once that happens, hang on. So you're getting the difference here between the Funny Cars and the Nitro Chaos cars. There are some Nitro cars in Funny Car Chaos, but everything in Nitro Chaos runs on at least 80% nitromethane. That puts that tickle in your ear, that puts that burn in your nose, makes your eyes kind of water, and it keeps us coming back for the thrill of the pop. Now, when the ladders shake out like they do with 6 cars in each field, the number 1 qualifier gets a real advantage. Why is that? Well, that's because if you win the first round, you have a bye in the second round. So whether Brian wins or Radar wins, they're going to the final. So this matchup right here, kind of a big deal. Points implications aplenty, money implications aplenty as well. Basically a free pass to the final round when you turn on a win light in this pairing right here. All right, sounds like we're about to light up this pair in Nitro Chaos. Afield round number 1, McKinney Motorsports, bringing you all the action of the Afield. Murph McKinney, been building championship race cars for decades. There's none finer. I'm telling you, if you want to go nostalgia nitro racing, got a slingshot dragster for sale. Roger Lechtenberg from the home state, Cedar Falls, Iowa, is where they're out of. Qualified at a 396. Been down this racetrack many, many times. They know their way from one end of this racetrack to the other, and they have a car that will perform under all conditions. The Frantic Fueler team, the Comp Fab slingshot dragster with 500 cubic inches of Keith Black Hemi. Made it look so easy on Friday night. It's kind of like, how come the rest of y'all can't do this? Trust me, it's not easy. They've got a lot of experience on that team, and we're about to see if they can put the front wheels of that long wheelbase dragster across the finish line before the short wheelbase AA fuel altered, guided by Radar Lechtenberg. Both cars pre-staged. Round one race in action. Win light goes to the final, actually. Took it down the racetrack. We get a win light on the tower side with a 375 at 194 miles an hour to a 394 at 190.5 for the Nitro Madness AA fuel altered. Not.
It was his parachutes. Oh, so he knows. Yeah.
982 60 foot on the left side and 105 60 foot on the right side. Now you can look down there and see that the timing blocks in the center of the racetrack were taken out. The question becomes, were they taken out by the car or were they taken out by the parachutes? Because it matters a lot which one it was. So we'll get confirmation on that. That's what the officials are discussing. If you take out the cones with the car,
I hear you. All right, so I'm going to put it on you. We're going to be quiet for a little bit. Warren will pick me up and I'll interview, okay?
Race crew out there replacing the timing blocks at the finish line area with the speed trap and the finish line. And we are getting the confirmation as to what occurred at the finish line. Like I say, if the car took out the timing blocks, then that is a disqualification. If the car was across the finish line and the parachutes took them out, that's another matter. So we are blessed by the fact that we have video on site, and once we get the official word, we'll make that announcement. So video confirmation tells us that the parachutes took out the timing blocks. That has been verified on the video. So Brian Inoue in the Frantic Fueler does get the win. That 375 at 194.47 miles an hour will advance them into the semifinal round of the McKinney Motorsports Afield in Nitro Chaos.
Here in E1 against Mad Max. How tough is it to beat a flopper and a door slammer?
It's really hard. Guys have been putting on all night. We've been working hard. I think we got what it takes, but we got to go A to B, give it all we got. So I hope we have enough.
Andy, you have the infamous note of you're the man that found the corn this weekend thus far. Car not damaged at all. Give us the walkthrough of inspecting it and getting it ready to go, even for the last qualifier last evening.
We pulled all the body panels off just to check everything over, looked at all the framework and made sure there wasn't any cracks anywhere. Everything turned out all good. We cleaned it all up. Actually, I think it's cleaner now than it was when we came here.
Andy Fangman found the corn, but everything was A-OK, and now he's looking for a win light in round one.
PA, I'll tell you what, that's going to be cool for old Pete Cogdill. Let's see if they can make that happen. All right, one pair left in the first round of McKinney Motorsports Afield Nitro Chaos. It's going to be the Nitro Funny Car of Dave Hill, the Mad Max machine, taking on Andy Fangman, the Fueled Addiction Nitro Pro Mod 69 Camaro from Dundee, Iowa. Fired up, rolling into the water, Dave Hill. Final pair, first round, Afield Nitro Chaos. The McKinney Motorsports class. Dave Hill qualified that Mustang Funny Car number 3 at a 383. Andy Fangman, after a trip to the cornfield on their first run down the racetrack, wind up qualifying 6th at a 404. The 404, a beautiful run. From my vantage point, I could see that car going right straight down the groove. In fact, that's the way it was on the run that ended up in the cornfield. So they have found something with that Fueled Addiction Nitro Pro Mod. They are hoping to capitalize on that bit of information that has got that car running so quick and running so fast. Mad Maxine holding up the driver, waiting for that appropriate moment, gives the words of encouragement, steps out of the way. Funny Car versus Pro Mod, Nitro Chaos, round number 1. This should be epic. Check this, man, oh man, what about a 371, 163 miles an hour, good for the win. The Mad Max team makes a statement, 899 to 60 feet and 238 to half track. Wow, what a run, 371, 163 miles an hour. Andy Fangman, man, nothing to hang their heads about. That car has been flying this weekend. A 103.60 and 286 to half track, 4.55 seconds off the throttle at 127 miles an hour down the quick performance lane. But Dave Hill and the Hill family, the Mad Max team, go right into the semifinal. They'll take on Gary Wheeler there. They run 371. They will have the lane choice. Both cars in that pair ran 3.7 second elapsed times in the first round. Fire's lit, next pair, here you go. Man, you can hear the cackle, you can hear the pop. You can see the exhaust coming from the zoomies. And we are going AA fuel altered racing with the points leader coming out of the Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. Dale Wilkins tunes that Nitro Hemi, driven by his son-in-law, James Gilliland, the Psycho 2 machine, #1 in Nitro Chaos points. That's some rarefied air that they're racing in. They've got Jeff Krug with the Obsession Nitro Chevy, AA fuel altered on the quick performance side of the racetrack. Jeff Krug is going to coast across the finish line with a 483 as he gets his first win light in Nitro Chaos competition with that Nitro Chevy down that quick performance side of the track. 483 at 105 miles an hour. He had a 996 60-foot, stout 60-foot time. And about the half-track point, he began to feel some traction going away as he gets out of the throttle and coasts through. And fortunately for them, James Gilliland, driving the Psycho 2 AA fuel altered, experienced insta-spin at the starting line, and it was pretty much all over at that point. James wisely looked at the car ahead of him to see if it had faltered, and it had, so he tried to get back on the throttle, but it was long gone. And so the win light goes to Jeff Krug's. So another one of the local representatives of the state of Iowa is advancing to a semifinal. Jeff Krug, the Nitro Chevy. Anthony Whitfield, the Mighty Mouse. I tell you, this creates an interesting scenario here. It looks like Larry Grinko with the Moparius Maximus is a no-show. Evidently had some problems in the race car. Anthony Whitfield, stay away from those timing blocks, dude. And he does. Shuts it off, goes 447 at 116 miles an hour. So he's in the final round. Now, this is the interesting scenario right here. The bottom half of the ladder in your CP Carrillo Bfield, that is 2 Nitro Chevys, 1 big block, 1 small block. In the top half, Cody Austin driving the Bushwhacker has a Nitro Hemi, but Paul Schultz is driving the Nitro Monkey. That's another Nitro Chevy. #1 versus #4. Cody Austin in the Bushwhacker is going to take that right side lane that you just saw Jeff Krug get a win light in. Cody qualified #1 in the Bfield as they have had their struggles getting the car down the racetrack. They are on a 441 cap. As luck would have it. No box to the staging lanes, please. No box lanes 3 and 4. No box lanes 3 and 4 for your next elimination round. No box buybacks, that is, lanes 3 and 4. No box winners, lanes 1 and 2. No box buybacks, lanes 3 and 4. Got our Sportsman categories coming back after Nitro Chaos concludes their first round. I need no box buybacks, lanes 3 and 4, and no box winners, lanes 1 and 2. Back to the racing we go. Paul Schultz out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Driving Rick Taylor's Nitro Monkey. 99% nitro, fuel injected, small block Chevy powered Afield dragster. Started up on methanol, switch it over to pop. Cody Austin, he is out of Pflugerville, Texas. That race team out of Aubrey, Texas, on the north side of the the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. They'll allow Paul Schultz to do the burnout in the Nitro Monkey dragster, and then they will fire up their Nitro Hemi. Cody Austin, a third-generation Nitro racer. His granddad, Raymond Austin, one of the pioneers of top fuel drag racing in the 1960s on the Texas fuel circuit. Raymond's son, Jody, has mastered the art of AA fuel altered racing, as they have got championships and event titles across this great land with his Bushwhacker AA fuel altered. They qualified number one, albeit at an off-pace number for them. Tricky conditions had them get a best run on the board of 4.56 seconds. That places them in the B field. It is round number one. CP Carrillo, the official rod and piston of the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour and the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, bringing you Nitro Chaos B field action. Cody Austin goes 9.45 to the 60-foot, 264 to the half track, and off the throttle, coasts it through at 4.94 seconds. Make sure he doesn't go under that 4:41 cap. And they will be advancing to the semifinal round, where they'll have a bye run, which means they will be in the final round of your CP Carrillo B field, where the caps come off.
Here with Jody Austin. You're out of the seat. Got your boy Cody in there, and he's just got a win light, Jody.
Yep, his first Nitro Chaos win, one around. So today we didn't mean to, but well, we qualified in number 7 in Afield, and with the shuffle of the cars that was here, they selected us to go into the B field, and here we are, racing on the index, but we got a lot of experience in racing indexes back with the OFAA, and we're going to round 2.
Cody, on to round 2 in Nitro Chaos at Eddyville Raceway Park.
The final in CP Carrillo B field, Nitro Chaos. In the bottom half of the ladder, Jeff Krug, the Obsession Nitro Chevy, got past the points leader and will take on Anthony Whitfield in an all Nitro Chevy AA fuel altered matchup. So that's coming your way after they've had a chance to service the cars, and we will see them back at the back in the staging lanes here in a little while. Looks like we're scheduled for 5 o'clock for semi-final round action in our Chaos categories. And of course, you get the full experience being at Eddyville Raceway Park. You can ease on down to the pits and check out these crews, as the teams have a lot of work to do servicing the race cars and getting them ready to come back for the semifinals. Go by and take some photos. And those that are packing up. You'll get a chance to talk to some of those, but those that are getting ready for the next round, you probably want to dispense with the conversation as they are going to be busy getting those cars ready to come back and see who's taking home those coveted trophies from the second annual Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel Chaos in the Cornfield, presented by Stanky Motorsports. Our Sportsman categories are coming up for you next. I've got no box buybacks in lanes 3 and 4, no box winners in lanes 1 and 2.
For a while. Yep.
No box winners, I'm looking for you in staging lanes 1 and 2. No box winners, lanes 1 and 2. No box buybacks, lanes 3 and 4. No box winners, lanes 1 and 2. Let's get you to the staging lanes and send you down the racetrack, shall we? Race fans, what a day, what a weekend. Chaos in the Cornfield lives up to highest expectations. And there's even more great racing action coming your way. We've got our no-box competitors bringing their cars to the staging lanes. We will get them paired up and sent down the racetrack for a little more fun at Eddyville Raceway Park. And I'm joined by Warren Evans. You get the opportunity to hear his fantastic announcing, and newly hired to do even more work in the world of drag racing. Warren, welcome back to the tower.
Hey, it's good to be back. What a great first round. We saw some fantastic performances, and people that have been trying to figure some stuff out all weekend, they did. Unfortunately, it was at the wrong time on that breakout for a couple of them, but some great runs there in that first round. Looking forward to even better in the semis and the finals later on today. It sounds like we got some eliminations getting set here. This is the buyback round in box, is that correct? In no box, I apologize. As we're working our way through eliminations here in our sportsman categories. But it has been a great show. And for you folks watching online on the live stream, we did kind of sneak in something a little bit new and different there with the drone shot. And for those that provided feedback, I'm glad you liked it. Something that sort of happened at the last minute, and we were able to put it together. And so for round number 1 today, we got a little drone action as well. And so, new, different look for the production. Well, while we're waiting here for our next round of eliminations, the Eddie Diner's open over there, and it looks like a pretty good crowd over there. I have yet to get my walking taco. 3 days no walking taco makes me a grumpy boy. But I will get it before the weekend is over.
Macy Moose, are you hearing that? I got a gentleman in the tower that can do you some good. He's needing a walking taco delivered to the tower. If you have anybody handy.
No jalapenos, not that I'm begging, but no jalapenos, please. Macy Moose, that's quite a selection right there. Cheeseburgers and hamburgers, and I have actually been a little bit spoiled by having I forgot the name of it. It's the rolling cravings. That's what it is. I should know. It's right outside my door down there in the production booth. But they've been fixing me up with those tenderloins. Man, you can't go wrong with one of those tenderloins from down there. And they've had them on special all weekend. But so far, the sampling of food out here, first of all, you go to an awful lot of racetracks where you get your choice of one. Whatever the concession stand is, that's what you get. But not here. It's a very festive atmosphere out there and lots of great choices. I see the kettle corn over there. You didn't tell me about the kettle corn being set up over there. I guess that's what this bag is that you have hidden under your arm over here that you're not sharing with anybody, David. Oh, you talked about it? Maybe I missed that part. That's all right. It's all good. So everybody getting lined up and sorted out over here as we're getting set for continuation of our sportsman categories here today as we get a little bit closer to semifinals and finals in our Chaos Series events. So over here in some radio chatter, sounds like our no box buybacks are getting the signal to fire them up and put them in the water. We will take box buybacks to the lanes, please. Box buybacks to 3 and 4. Box buybacks to 3 and 4. Here's Gavin Lamb and Christian Umphris. Umphris, for that Umphris Racing duo. Ephraim and Christian out here with their dragsters this weekend. Christian with the long burnout there, 475 up on the scoreboard down there on the quick performance side of the track. He has backed up and getting set to put it back in drive. In the meantime, There's Gavin Lamb completing the burnout over here on that early first generation Ford Mustang out of Stewart, Iowa. Gavin's going to try to go 7:01. That means big time head start for the door car. He'll get more than a 2-second spot leaving the starting line. Here in all of our Sportsman categories, a little bit of a mix of anything and everything. You see a dragster, 2 door cars, and a motorcycle out of our first 4 cars getting set to head down track. The Mustang is off. Here comes the dragster. In trouble a little bit. Yep. Turned out the way I thought it was. Gavin Lamb, 7:03 on the 7:01, but he was 0:02 on the reaction timer. Christian Humphreys gave up 0.04 of a second, then goes 4:74.8, trying to chase him down. Breaks out by 16/10,000ths of a second on the breakout. Austin Easter on the bike and Dale Bonjour. 72 Vega for Sonic. Over there on the right-hand side, the Evil Pumpkin, he calls it. 5:45 left, 6:95 right. The Vega is off first. Here comes the bike, couldn't wait long enough. Red light start for the motorcycle. Austin sits up on the bike as he saw the wind light come on the other side, red light in his lane. Dale Bonjour, 6:81 at 99 miles an hour, and the Little Vega will advance. Joe Kaufman and Dan Swank. Kaufman with a 5:80. In the blown money 2, Henry J. Dan Swank's Mustang right side, trying to go 6:73. Once again, we need box buybacks. The lanes 3 and 4, box buybacks to 3 and 4. Another red light start. This time it's Dan Swank leaving too early. Joe Kaufman gets the automatic win via the red light start. 5:83 on the 580 at 1:17. But his light was green and Dan's was red. 040 red light, 6:76 at 95, and Dan Swank is done. Blaine Miller and Mike Hatfield will roll up next. Miller left side. Danova, 7:07. Up on the Renegade scoreboard left side. Mike Hatfield, 6:48, the number for the Chevelle Super Sport on the right side out of Kirksville, Missouri. Got a race this time around. They both leave green. About a 6:51 for the win for Mike Hatfield. He had the starting line advantage and covers up the 7:08 on the 7:07 for Blaine Miller. Blaine was closer to his prediction, but Hatfield better at the tree to win by 1/100th of a second. Attention in the pit area, we need box winners to lanes 1 and 2. Box winners to lanes 1 and 2. We need you now. Kevin Miller and Brandon Witten roll up now. 6th hour, part off the starting line. Top end, it's going to be the Firebird of Brandon Witten getting the job done. He was 4 over 6:37 on his 6:33 for Kevin Miller, 6:55 on the 6:50. But do the math on this race, and you'll see the margin of victory was .0005, 5/10,000ths of a second, or just a margin of about 2 inches at the finish line for Brandon Witten. Tim Shaw and Bob Hager coming at you now. Shaw left side. The Junkyard Pup. Bob Hager right side, Red Wing, Minnesota. 640 and 8 flat are the dial-ins. Shaw's down track. Here comes the little Anglia top end of the track. It's going to be the 8:06 for Tim Shaw getting the job done. 8:06 at 81 for the win. Bob Hager, 6:47 on the 640. He was 7 off. Tim Shaw was 6 off. Tim Shaw also had the better light by about 0.09 of a second. David Williamson and Brian Schroeder coming up now. Williamson left side out of Kansas. His Malibu dialed in a 6:35. He'll be chasing down Brian Schroeder, who will get the head start. 6:76 is his prediction there in the Charger. Finish line says it's a wind light left side for David Williamson. 6:40 on the 6:35, 100 miles an hour. Gets it done. 13 on the tree, that helped. 6:85 on the 6:76 at 98. Schroeder off the mark. It's Williamson going on to the next round. Billy Teeter, the little white Falcon over here on the left, alongside the third generation red Camaro right side of Colton Talbert out of Montezuma, Iowa. 6:44 and 6:03 are the dial-ins. Red light start for the red car. Wind light for the white car. Billy Teeter, the Falcon, goes on to the next round. Had a free look at his 6:44. Legs it out to a 6:41 at 1:04 for Colton Talbert. Turns it red up front, then goes 6:07 at 1:10 to take the loss. Box buybacks, box winners. You have all been called to the lanes. Box buybacks and box winners, you have been called to the lanes. Buybacks to 3 and 4, winners to 1 and 2. We need all of you to the staging lanes now. So here's Pete Cogdill in his 34 Chevrolet out of Blakesburg, Iowa. I understand while we were running our Chaos cars, Asian came up here to the tower and called him out for a match race. This ought to be interesting. We'll get to that a little bit later. He's got a 690 on the window. Dustin DeHaan out of Pella, Iowa, dialed in a 640. That's a half-second difference on the dial-ins. That's one bulb on the Christmas tree. They're both green and gone. One of them is really green. Pete's going to have to do a little bit better than that when he gets into the call-out mode. Dustin DeHaan's 007 on the tree, 645 at 99 miles an hour. Pete Cogdill, if it had been a 6/10 tree, it would have been perfect. But it was not. 704 at 98 miles per hour, and Cogdill is done. Travis Balmer, Richard Schatz. Try that again. Richard Sapp out of Queen City, Missouri. And Richard rolled it through the beams. Travis Balmer at 633 at 108. And for Richard Sapp, the red light start. And a 1092 at 53 miles per hour, and magically, out of nowhere, food has appeared. Oh my gosh, that's not a taco salad, but it's a delicious cheeseburger, I can tell you that, and a delicious pork tenderloin. Oh my gosh, I know it looks like I need to eat, but my golly. And if a taco salad shows up, or a walking taco, I'm going to be in hog heaven up here. Rick Speck, Adam Ergness, top end. 6:57 at 97 for Adam Ergness to take the win there, as Rick Speck a little bit better on the tree, 6 off 581 at 120. Ergness a little closer to what he thought he was going to do, and that counted for the win. Ray Russell, bye run here, off and running in his Monte Carlo. 625 at 110 miles an hour. So box is complete for this round number 2. C. Dos. C. Do. Do, C, do. Got it. Okay. That was no box. No box. I said box. I apologize. No box. Round 2. Round dos. Finito. Box is rolling up now. If you're not in the lanes, box, final call for buybacks and final call for winners. Here is the proud American. Mitchell Motorsports team. I believe that's Keith driving. The whole family involved over there, the whole group. Everybody strapped in, ready to go. I don't know if the passengers are young or just short. But it doesn't matter. They're going to have a blast going down the track at about 5.5 seconds at about 125 miles an hour. You too can do that. Stop by and see their pit area. They'll get you signed up. How about a 002 reaction time on the 3-seater? 5:39 at 127 for the proud American. Once again, box, you should be in the lanes. Winners and buybacks in box, you should all be in the staging lanes. Foot brake, buybacks to 3 and 4. Foot brake, buybacks 3 and 4. Foot brake, winners 1 and 2. Foot brake, winners 1 and 2. So foot brake will take you to the lanes now. Box should all be complete. We're getting ready to run you around the corner and down the racetrack here. Don't forget, our next round of the Chaos Cars is at 5 p.m. Semifinals in the A, B, and C fields in Funny Car Chaos, and the A and B fields in Nitro Chaos, 5 o'clock tonight. First up, hard out of the water box, that's Joe Erickson out of Des Moines. The little orange and black S10, the square-bodied machine. Big block Chevy equipped, 612 on the dial-in board. Alongside that first-generation Undertaker Camaro of Mark Lambert, Knoxville, Iowa. 608, the prediction over there. On the right-hand side, and by 28 thousandths of a second, Mark Lambert turns on the red light, win light to Joe Erickson. 613 at 113 for Erickson for the win. John Wilson and Brandon Witten coming up next. Wilson out of St. Joseph, Missouri. That's the dragster. That's the car on the left side, backing up from the burnout right now. I see a 555 triple nickels on the dial-in board. Brandon Witten, right side, dialed a 636. John Wilson has the advantage on the starting line. Wilson with the advantage on the starting line, but Witten for the win. 640 at 101, taking the win there, as John Wilson cannot run the number. 568 on the 555, off pace there for the dragster. Cameron LaFoon and Neil Finder. Neil did a very nice job on our invocation earlier today. Appreciate his support. Attention in the pit area, we're missing one winner in foot brake. We need you now. So the deep stage for Neil Finder turns on the red light. Win light goes to Cameron LaFoon. 615, dead on 9 at 111. Neil Finder, red light start 571 at 118. Once again, foot brake, we're missing one winner in foot brake. Also, this is a 15-minute warning, heads up for our Funny Car Chaos Afields. We'll be calling you to the lanes. We'll be calling you to the lanes, Funny Car Chaos Afield, in about 15 minutes, so be on standby. We're going to pull you around here in just a little bit, but for right now, just be ready for your call, which will happen at 4:15. Here's Cassie Green and Greg Laughlin. Cassie, left side, the Camaro, 567. Gets a little bit of a head start, off she goes. Here comes Greg Laughlin on the chase. Advantage to the door car, win light to the door car as well. Cassie Green. Cassie Green is 2 over 569 on the 567, but the better light by 0.02 of a second was a little bit of a margin down there. Greg Laughlin a little bit closer, 55 on the 54, but missed it on the bulb by just a touch. Win light goes to Cassie Green. Carter Logsdon and Casey Wilson coming up. Casey, your winner last night in the box category. Again, foot brake, final call. Foot brake. Tim Shaw, we're missing you. Tim Shaw, we need you to the lanes. Tim Shaw, we're going to run without you. We need you to the lanes. Win light that time around. Casey Wilson continues his winning ways. Casey 603 with a 4, wins on the double breakout. He breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. Carter Logsdon breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. So Wilson wins on the double breakout by going a little bit less under the number than Carter Logsdon did. Foot brakes in the lanes right now. Again, well, we need a Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. I believe it'll be round number 3 for Nostalgia Superstock. We'll bring you into lanes 1 and 2. Nostalgia Superstock, we need you back to the lanes, please. Hey, we need Nostalgia Superstockers, round 3 to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstockers, round number 3. We need you to the staging lanes. Here's Jim Kennedy, left side. On the bagger over here, left side, dial to 654. He'll be chasing down Samuel Chamberlain, the scrap rat. Kennedy out of the beams too early. Does a mid-track wheelie out there. Might as well have a little fun since it's your last run down the track. Samuel Chamberlain gets the win, 878, 76 miles an hour. Kennedy with the red light start to end his weekend here, 676 at 108 miles an hour. Dave Easter, Kevin Chamberlain coming up now. Easter's stretched out drag bike with a 532 on the scoreboard. Kevin Chamberlain right side. The Lathrop Farms. I believe that is a big Dodge Ram pickup over there on the right side out of Oskaloosa. 930 gets the head start. Here comes Easter on the charge. Drives by Chamberlain, looks up, says, see ya. Turns on a win light, 537 at 120 for Dave Easter for the win. Kevin Chamberlain, 2/10 off the pace, 951 on his 930 prediction. Gave him plenty of room. Tim Shaw has the bye. Coming up now. We just saw him a minute ago. He is back around running a second class here. 8 flat on the window. 001 red light on the reaction timer. 1 thou from perfect. 803 at the top end at 82 miles per hour. Nostalgia Superstockers are making their way into the staging lanes right now. I see our buddy Farm Truck over there, Farm Truck and Asian. in the staging lanes as well. Not sure what they've got up their sleeve. I know they had a call out. Wonder if that's what's going to happen next. I'm not sure. But in the meantime, the Proud American getting a little more seat time. He was like 002 on the tree last time. Get enough looks at the Christmas tree, you're going to get pretty good at it. And fortunately for him, and fortunately for our passengers, going to get lots of opportunities to go down the 8th mile here at Eddyville Raceway Park. Again, if that is something you'd like to try out, just stop by their pit area. They'll get you signed up, get you fitted with a fire suit and a helmet, strap you in, and take you for the ride of your life over there. That is the Proud American out of Oklahoma, the Mitchell Motorsports machine. Everybody's making sure they are safely buckled in and all the straps tightened down. Might feel a little uncomfortable, but it's for your safety and everybody else. Oh, looks like our call out is set up over there in the staging lanes, and I'm sure Asian will be over here to grab the microphone and tell you all about it. In the meantime, 544, 126 miles an hour for the Proud American.
Two pair winners in the Nostalgia Super Stockers, and then Scotty. So flying a 2-pair, stop, wait for go.
Nostalgia Super Stock awaits their opportunity thanks to Victory Performance. They're coming up here in just a little bit.
I'm ready.
Attention in the pit area, we need Rodax Coffee Afield, Funny Car Chaos, Semifinals, to the lanes, please. We need Rodax Coffee Afield, Funny Car Chaos, to the lanes, Afield, Funny Car Chaos, to the lanes. Once again, Afield, Funny Car Chaos, to the lanes. Jim Hagenhoff, John Landwehr. Hagenhoff out of Holt Summit, Missouri. The American Muscle Mopar. On the right side, Higginsville, Missouri, the home for John Landwehr. 590 and 627, the numbers. Wheels up, start there for the mighty Mopar. The Hemi-fied machine, 593. 593 for Hagenhoff to take the win. John Landwehr, 625, too quick on his 627 dial. Hagenhoff will advance. Jerry Stelrecht. The Dodge Dart, the Hemi Dart, Goodhue, Minnesota, 68 Dart, Jonathan Wielden, the Coronet over on the right side out of Sigourney, Iowa, 630 and 798 are the dial-ins. Head start goes to the machine on the right side, the Coronet. Red light start for the red Dodge Dart. Wind light for the Coronet. Jonathan Wielden, 799 at 83 miles an hour. Nice lap there for Wielden. He will advance as well, as I believe those are your semifinals in the regular portion of the race. Consolation race coming up now. Our call out is set up in the lanes. You'll want to hop up to the grandstands or along the fence to check that out with our call out race coming up. Our consolation race coming at you right now. No names in the computer because that's just kind of the way it worked out. But we've got a Galaxy 500 over here on the left-hand side, dialed to 737. Gets a head start, the black car does. Alongside the Dart on the right side, dialed to 687. One bulb head start goes to the black car over on the left. So who will turn on a win light? It's going to be the Ford. The Ford Galaxy gets it done, 740 on the 37 dial-in. Takes out the dead-on 687 00, dead-on 00 for the Dodge Dart. That race was won on the starting line as the better light went to the Galaxy. The Barracuda over here on the left, 657, the number, alongside the Thunderbolt on the right. Right side, Ford goes 2 for 2. 655 at 90 miles an hour to take the win, as the Barracuda about a half a tenth off the number, 693 on the 657 at 101 miles an hour. Pair of Plymouths on the starting line, the Belvedere on the left. Alongside the Plymouth that he calls the Headache, Mike Doss. 664 and 661. It's going to be the 672. Left side getting it done for the Belvedere. They are both 8 off. Reaction time was the margin of victory. 2 more Plymouths come rolling up here. Red car, the red Plymouth, dialed to 668. He is off and running. Here comes the white Plymouth on the chase, a little bit better light. The red car takes a little dive towards the center line and then straightens it out. 582 on the 79 right side to get the win, as the red one was a tenth off, 678 on the 668. One more pair coming up now. Barracuda. Freyhage over here on the left-hand side, and Bruner over on the right. 603, 677. Wheels up start for the Barracuda, does a little wheel wobble and it drops it down. 604 on the 603 for the Barracuda does not get the job done. 678 on the 677 right side definitely does. So that wraps up the Nostalgia Superstock Consolation round right there. Their final in the regular race will be coming up in a little bit. In the meantime, it's call-out time. And I'm not sure what's going on, but I see an Asian flying over there back to the trailer. So something is going on. They didn't bring enough money? Is that what happened? Somehow I seriously doubt that. His wallet's so big he lists to the left. But it's great to have Farm Truck and Asian here. Of course, very well-known personalities here in the sport. And we've been very fortunate to be associated with them now for last year was the first time I think we all got together with Farm Truck and Asian, and happy that they could make the trip up here to Eddyville. I think it's their first visit to this racetrack, and they seem to really be enjoying themselves, David Ratton.
Yeah, they are. They came up and talked about all the great traction out there. Farm Truck said I couldn't even do a burnout. He said the track prep was so good, and bragged on the track and on the staff. And of course, they bring a lot of fun every time they come to the racetrack. So they came out and started asking about Pete Cogdell's super cool race car. Said we'd like to call that dude out.
So they got together, and evidently they're about to work out. They're about to work out a trade, a call out. Maybe they're doing pinks.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
Attention in the pits, I need Bfield funny cars to the staging lanes. Afield, you should already be in the staging lanes. I need Bfield funny cars to the staging lanes now for your semifinals. Small tire, lanes 3 and 4. Small tire, round 2, lanes 3 and 4. Race fans, look at this. We got Pete Cogdill with his 34 Chevy Coupe staging with the back tire. He's going to get a little bit of a head start against Farm Truck in that 1970 model Chevrolet pickup truck. A sleeper if ever there was one. We have got 4 bulbs lit. Tree counts down. We are rolling. Can Pete get the better of him, or will it be Farm Truck? Win light on the right side. Farm Truck takes the win in the call out against Blakesburg, Iowa's own Pete Cogdill in the 34 Chevy. So Farm Truck spotted him the front tire. He staged with the back tire on the 34. The tree counted down. Pete left. Farm Truck left, and at the top end of the racetrack, it was a close match, but Farm Truck gets it done down that quick performance side of the racetrack. So a little call-out fun action for you, brought to you by Farm Truck and Asian. I know you've had a chance to go over there and meet with them at their pit area, as they have got that truck tuned up and ready to take on all comers. And they decided they would try on that 34 coupe for size. Small tire, round 2, lanes 3 and 4, please. Small tire, round 2, lanes 3 and 4. Also looking for semi-finalists and funny cars. Got funny cars coming into the staging lanes, race fans. Getting close to that second round of the pro show with small tires coming up to the staging lanes. We got funny car A and B in the lanes. We'll get them paired up and brought to the front. They will be followed up by Nitro Chaos, and that second round pro show is coming your way here in just a little bit, race fans. We got call-outs, we got ride dragster. I'm telling you what, I'm not sure that ride dragster has ever had so many trips down the racetrack as this group of fun fans at Eddyville Raceway Park. It's been a steady stream going down the 8th mile at Eddyville Raceway as those blue skies begin to open up, making it an absolutely perfect day for Chaos in the Cornfield. Our semi-final pairings in Funny Car are making their way to the staging lanes. First pair out, looks like it's going to be Keith Zimmerer racing Chris Schneider, and Kirk Williams and Shane Lawson are going to get the opportunity to continue their ongoing grudge match. In the bottom half of the A field. And then in the Alki-Digger B field, Lee Lovell will be racing Lance Van Allen, and Steve Tomozik racing Justin Malott. Those competitors on their way to the staging lanes. And then in the C field, presented by Wulff Pumps, Hot Rod Herbie taking on Neil Giroux, and Chris Batty taking on Danny Mann. Gonna get another opportunity here for the ride dragster to satisfy a couple of customers. They will be going down that right side lane yet again. I think after that we will be doing some track preparations as we continue to fill the staging lanes with small tire, Funny Car, and then Nitro Chaos. Afield Nitro Chaos semifinals, Gary Wheeler racing Dave Hill, and Brian Inoue and the Frantic Fueler with the bye run. And in the CP Carrillo B field, it's going to be Cody Austin with a bye run, and Jeff Krug taking on Anthony Whitfield in an all-nitro Chevy pairing. .544, 126 miles per hour. They just continue to put those mid-fives at over 125 miles an hour, sometimes 126 miles an hour like that one. Putting those numbers up on the board, making those happy fans even happier.
There ain't nobody over here. What? We're all right there. They like the show. Still got his jackets on. They got fucking hot. Did it work putting the plugs in?
Big time points implications are going to be the result of this Chaos in the Cornfield race. If you haven't already found funnycarchaos.com, that's where you can go to keep up with the points for Funny Car Chaos, and there's a switch on there. You can toggle over to Nitro Chaos, keep up with the points for that series. You can also find that information on our Facebook page, All Things Chaos.
You've been eating the whole time, so I mean.
3 out of the 4 semifinalists for the Afield Funny Cars are lined up in the staging lanes. 4th one on the way. We've got a couple of our small tire cars up here at the front of the staging lanes as we are getting cars into the lanes and paired up for this big second round coming your way. Our Sportsman category racers have continued to do battle throughout the afternoon, and we've got a lot more of that coming your way after the second round of the Pro Show. So the opportunity to go down the racetrack in the Ride Dragster continues, as we certainly have plenty of opportunity for that to happen through the rest of the afternoon. So if you haven't already gotten signed up, feel free to do so. They would love to tell you all about it and get you signed up while there are still open opportunities at Proud American Motorsports. Go by and see the Mitchell boys. Let them fix you up with a ride. Starting to see some Bfield funny cars. Starting to see lots of funny cars coming up. Small tire cars, just about to have all of them. So the anticipation will continue to build. Hey, we thank you for being here at Eddyville Raceway Park. Great food, great drinks, great fun with great friends. And we are just about ready to start the track preparations as we bring the pro cars into the lanes, get them paired up for their matches. The winners of this round will be final round bound. All right, I'm looking for Cfield funny cars. Cfield funny cars to the staging lanes now. Cfield funny cars semifinalists to the staging lanes, please. That's going to be Hot Rod Herbie, Neil Giroux, Chris Batty, and Danny Mann. Cfield funny cars to the staging lane.
There are innovators, and there are duplicators. Your engine knows the difference. Cm's camshafts are always original designs. From precision engineering to premier manufacturing and unrivaled testing again and again by the most advanced engineering team and equipment in the industry. Buy the original, not an imitation. Copies might look the part, but horsepower doesn't lie. Cms, no comparison.
Check out Twisted Shifterz for the largest selection of made in the USA custom shift knobs and adapters. Made for muscle cars, old and new, hot rods to race cars, and for the big rigs. With our original shift toppers adapter for the air shifters to use any threaded shift knob like the old days. Add custom lettering and logos to make it your own custom shift knob. TwistedShifters.com. We're made in America and we ship worldwide.
Taylor Motorsports Products is your first stop for quality safety equipment for your car or your driver. All of our safety equipment products are made in our facility in Albany, Oregon. From custom fit fire suits to racing seat belts, supercharger restraints, engine diapers, transmission blankets, and many other must-have items. Our racing history runs deep. We are racers building the finest safety equipment for racers. And we're a proud supporter of the Chaos.
What can 360 Steel do for you? We make custom steel products made right here in Illinois. Fire pits of all kinds, knockdown styles to take along anywhere. Hold your drinks high with our drink stands while throwing horseshoes or bags. We have a complete line of military to firefighter signs, flags, hats, stickers, and more, along with many styles of decor. Welcome signs and custom clocks to a number of different monograms and signs. Personalized, custom options for your perfect sign. Bare steel or powder coated to last indoors and outdoors. 360steel.com. Spell it out. 360steel.com.
The Plastic Fantastics are back Father's Day weekend, Friday and Saturday, June 13th and 14th. Cordova Dragway. The Twisted Shifterz Summer Nationals, presented by 360 Steel. 3 dozen supercharged funny cars. Radical Pro Mods, Pro Stocks, Nostalgia Gassers, and more. Qualifying Friday at 6:30 and Saturday at 1:30. With eliminations at 6. Plus flame-throwing jet funny cars both nights. The most chaotic funny car event of the season. Get more info at CordovaDragway.com. The Twisted Shifterz Summer Nationals, Friday and Saturday, June 13th and 14th. Cordova Dragway. Who's your daddy?
The thundering Okie, Bob Alberti, he thundered into the wall in Q1, but you got it straightened out and you are in the field. Your weekend thus far at Eddyville, Bob?
Started off a little strange. I think totally we were a little too far left at the hip. Racetrack just wasn't what we thought it was going to be. We were a little stout for it and got her into the fence a little bit. Scared the photographers pretty good, from what I understand. Yesterday I got a volunteer crew from here locally in town, and they've just been phenomenal to help with. I've never been so relaxed at a drag race in my life, but
miles an hour. They are looking strong in the Thunder and Okie. It was an event.
We ended up number 5 in the field, which I'm more of a B field kind of guy, but things are what they are, so we're into the A field. We got the number 1 qualifier first round. She's got a new pack in her, new top rod bearings. We pulled a manifold last night and looked at a few things. I've made a little change here and there on the clutch and on some timing and a little bit on aero on the body, but we're going to go up here and give the Zimmer crew a run for their money.
Bob, the Thunder and Okie is ready to do some thundering here in Iowa.
Somewhere and haven't got back to your favorite vantage point, it's time to start getting that, moving in that direction. As round 2 pro show coming your way here in just a few moments. When that tractor goes back to its cubby hole, it's going to be time for it to get loud in here. Nitro Chaos Afield to the staging lanes, please. Nitro Chaos Afield, let's bring them to the staging lanes for me. Looking for Nitro Chaos Afield to the staging lanes. Well, race fans, this is number 57 in the history of Funny Car Chaos. Started with a one-off deal. Promoter Chris Graves was trying to put together a match race type of show at the track he was working at the time, and he got to doing the numbers as far as what it costs to buy in a show. And the idea occurred to him, well, what if we just invited everybody and had very few rules and just said if it's a funny car it can race? What would happen if we did that? Well, here we are. This is year 9, and it's working out pretty good. So we had over 20 cars, 26 cars that answered the call for that very first race. We ran a 16 cars, 2 8-car fields, and the pattern was established, and it's working out rather well. And this is race number 57 in the history of Funny Car Chaos. Now that spawned the Nitro Chaos series. The very first Nitro Chaos event was right here. So this is the birthplace of Nitro Chaos, where you're sitting right now, or standing as the case may be. And this is the 13th Nitro Chaos race in its short history. We've had 2 championship seasons. First year we had 1 Nitro Chaos race here. The second year we had 2. One that was here and one was down at Mocan Dragway, where we continue to run the Chaos races. So you can see the race crew, everybody getting back to their position. The track preparation is done, and we're going to start off with the drag bike, Travis Woodbeck. Travis is going to be making a run down the left lane this time, our Renegade Race Fuels lane. The Pro Stock drag bike in the Renegade Race Fuels lane purges that nitrous. It is a quick, fast bike, and he is ready to try on that left side. He went down the right lane last time. So to kick off our second round pro show, Travis Woodbeck puts it into the stage. Man, talk about something exciting. 472, 145.5 miles an hour down that Renegade Race Fuels lane. Gets us started with an exclamation point. Travis Woodbeck, 472, 145.5 miles an hour. That's going to give way to the second round of our quick performance small tire shootout. The jaw-dropping performances from the first round have left us with 4 cars in the second round, so this is a semifinal. It's a winner-take-all deal. Mike Elder from Sergeant Bluff, Iowa, takes the Tower Side Renegade Race Fuels lane in that red Gen 3 Chevrolet Camaro. Jay Reesitz from Marshalltown, Iowa, 1985 Chevrolet Corvette, is going to be on the pit side of the racetrack in the quick performance lane. The smaller tire gives you a small contact patch, makes it a little more tricky, sometimes a lot more tricky, to have all that horsepower put to the ground. But these teams have demonstrated that they know exactly how to make it happen, at least most of the time, because sometimes the best laid schemes, you know. Corvette and Camaro, we have seen just some amazing performances from the small tire shootout as this class has gotten bigger as the years have gone on. And it's the best field, the quickest field, the fastest field that we've ever had at Chaos in the Cornfield for the small tire group. 4 bulbs lit, there they go. Man, using up all that left side lane, and the Corvette finishes in the left lane after starting in the right lane as he just refused to get off the throttle. Mike Elder's going to be your winner. He goes forward 27, 177 miles an hour, turns on that wind light, and man, what a statement. I'm telling you what, you would think sometimes you want to get out of the throttle, but Jay just refused. And he, I think he eventually did get off the throttle, thank goodness. But Mike Elder gets the win. He's going to the final round with an unbelievable 427, 177.44 miles an hour. Taz, you got that right. Take a drink. Jordan Sharp, Johnstown, Iowa. Blaine Hill, Gretna, Nebraska. Next pair. Mike Elder is going to be in the final round of the small tire shootout, taking on the winner of this match. So we were simply going crazy yesterday when they started running under 4.4 seconds. But today, the order of the day has been 420s, nearly 180 miles an hour. You talk about something that is a tall order, making that happen on a small tire. These folks got it going on. Jordan Sharp in the Mustang, Blaine Hill in the Camaro. 4th bulb lit, flash of amber, there they go, green lights both sides. Can they hang on? Oh, look at this one. Wind light comes on for Blaine Hill, a 432, and look at the speed, 182.11 miles an hour. So Elder with low ET, Hill with top speed. Look at that pair, 432 beats a 456, and that knockdown, drag out, small tire action, it doesn't get much better than that. So it's going to be Mike Elder taking on Blaine Hill in the quick performance small tire shootout final round. It's a winner take all. Can't wait for that final round. It's coming up later for you, race fans. And as they clear the top end, it didn't take them long. It is time to go funny car racing. Nitro Chaos, I need all of you in the staging lanes. A field, B field, Nitro Chaos. Come on down. Well, so the call came from the top end of the racetrack that it is not all clear up there. We are all looking and saying, I'm not sure what we see, but we did get the word from the emergency crews in the shutdown area that they were not ready to have 200-mile-per-hour race cars coming their way. That's the reason that we pulled them up short and had to shut them down. So hate to have that happen, but we will be able to fire them up very shortly. These methanol fuel. All right, so the crews go back to work on the cars, getting them in the correct position so that they will be able to light them right back up. And we don't anticipate this being a long period, but you can see the track staff on the way down the racetrack to see what's going on down there to get everything ready so that we can start. All right, so we continue to see what's going on. Evidently, we've got a car that has the wheels locked up and unable to move. Unable to move, and it is just where we can't see it from here. So they will have to be getting that car off the racetrack. So hopefully that'll be a quick fix, and we'll get back to racing. But man, what a round in small tire. That final round between Mike Elder and Blaine Hill is going to be incredible, as you just got a chance to see some extremely quick performances in the small tire shootout. Brought to you by our good friends from Quick Performance. It's a winner-take-all deal, and they didn't come to play. They came to race. Once we get the all clear, our first pair out is going to be your low qualifier. In fact, the low qualifier in both Afield Nitro Chaos and Afield Funny Car ran a 3.73 second elapsed time. Keith Zimmerer got a win over Red Lighting Thundering Okie in the first round, and Chris Snyder was the benefactor of a red light by Brian Lewis in his first round matchup. So Zim versus Snyder. Penny Pincher versus Brutus. That will be.
And all these fine folks out here from Iowa and probably a lot of other places too here to watch this deal. We've been pounding the ground out here, doing a good time, having a good time at Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel and Stanky Motorsports helping us put this Chaos in the Cornfield on.
Semi-final round matchups. Which ones do you think we, as viewers, should have our eyes on?
Well, there ain't no doubt about that. The answer is Williams and Lawson, two defending champions here, right there, getting ready to pull up here for the second pair of the A field here. So that stands out for sure. The two pair behind that, you got Timizik and Mallet in the B field. One of them ran a 18, one of them ran a 17 in first round. So that's a. Yes, I have a copy. I'm being interviewed on live TV, but I'd go for that. And the fuel cars, they're all cool. So
we'll let Mr. Graves get back to work here at Eddyville Raceway Park. Continue to enjoy the live stream brought to you by Comp Cams. Hanging in there?
There are innovators, and there are duplicators. Your engine knows the difference. Comp Cam's camshafts are always original designs, from precision engineering to premier manufacturing and unrivaled testing again and again by the most advanced engineering team and equipment in the industry. Buy the original, not an imitation. Copies might look the part, but horsepower doesn't lie. Comp Cams, no comparison.
the pre-party on Thursday night, we had a great band out here called 80 Grit. They were smoothing off the rough edges on a Thursday evening. The birthday party for our race director, Bubba Corzine, was well attended and a big celebration for one of the great guys in the sport. And some great barbecue was enjoyed, fixed by the guy driving the Brutus funny car that's just about to take center stage. Friday night qualifying yielded some good times and a lot of trepidation. Saturday qualifying, it gave us some extremely good performances, and we're here on race day. All right, we've got the all clear now, and we are go for round 2, racing action. Rodak Custom Coffee, Afield Funny Cars. We have got Keith Zimmer, your number 1 qualifier. He came in, put a 373 on the board at the last possible moment to make the field, so he didn't have to leave here with a DNQ. They put up low ET of the first round of eliminations with a 370. That gave them lane choice. They select the tower side. I would too if I just ran a 370 in that lane. They get the opportunity to race the Brutus Mach 1 Mustang from Jefferson City, Missouri. Chris Schneider, benefactor of a red light from the Grumpy 2 Mustang out of Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plains. All right, the drivers bringing their cars up just a few inches away from the ready position. 3 bulbs lit. Both cars ready. 3 lines on the side. Tire shake and the hippity-hoppity of the Brutus in a 374, 194 miles an hour. The mighty Zim definitely going to be excited about making his first final round appearances of 2025. A 9.32 60 foot. 2.5 seconds to the half-track point, 194 miles an hour in 3.74 seconds. That, my friends, is stronger than dirt. All right, so we have got low qualifier Keith Zimmerer, the mighty Zim, and the penny pincher into the final round in the Rodak Afield. 374 at 194 miles an hour. Penny pincher in the final round, going to take on the winner between these two heavyweights. Quick lane, Kirk Williams is going to be in the quick performance lane. And fast lane Shane is going to be on the tower side in the Renegade Race Fuels lane. So you just saw a win light and a 3.7 second elapsed time. Don't be surprised if you see 2 3.7 second elapsed times with this pair. Or it could be a slip and slide show as they both swing for the fences. Because if you're going to win against either one of these competitors, you better be ready and have lots of punch in your combination. Quick lane, Kirk Williams living the good life with his brand new funny car that he and his family assembled in their spare time during the off season. They build their own race cars, nothing off the shelf. They do rather well at that, as they are nearly unbeatable. Emphasis on nearly, but they've got 1 championship in Funny Car Chaos and 3 second-place finishes, so they are always a force to be reckoned with. But the ones that reckoned with it and got the job done in 2024 are on the tower side of the racetrack. Backup girl Bonnie Lawson says to her husband, here's the light, bring it up. Get the smoke pulled out of that cockpit and the Man of War Mustang easing forward, getting into the forward gear. And it is going to be Mustang versus, the lights say Monte Carlo, but it says 2025. Well, I'm going Monte Carlo. Anyway, it is 200 proof versus Man of War. The current champion in Funny Car Chaos on the left side, the 2022 champion on the right side. In the clutch car, going to bring the revs up. Let's go. Red. 381, 200.5 miles an hour, a 948 60 foot on the left side, and a 971 60 foot on the right side. And Kirk Williams goes red. 013 red down that right side lane, shuts it off early, and probably saying ugly stuff underneath that Chevrolet body on that 200 proof funny car. But Shane Lawson has definitely got
the wife to Shane Lawson, a win again. Yes. Kirk Williams again.
4 in a row. Yes, it is. We're excited. Yes, very excited.
Championship defense is right on track.
Yes, it is. Yes, sir. Show me the money. Do it again. See you guys in the final.
Final round. So it's going to be a Texas-Oklahoma showdown in your funny car final for the Rodak Custom Coffee Afield. 381 for Lawson. 374 for Zimmer. Zim has the lane choice in the final round. They both ran that left side lane, so I don't know what to expect, but I suspect you'll probably have the mighty Zim and the penny pincher taking that left side lane, but we shall see. Lane choice goes to Zim over fast lane Shane. What a way to kick things off on the semifinal round of our pro show at Chaos in the Cornfield, Eddyville, America. All right, your attention, please. I've got a racer in need, the small tire racer Blaine Hill. If you could help us out with a 374 9-inch third member, 1350 yoke, 40 spline axles, they would really appreciate it if you could come by and see them, as they are very much in need of that 374 9-inch third member. If you can help us out, please do. Man, oh man, the racing action here in this semi-final round of our pro show, out of this world. Lance Van Allen from Rhinebeck, Iowa, a place up north of here, qualified number 3 in the Alki Digger Bfield. Got a win light over Colin Thomas, whose car rolled the beams in the first round. He's taking on the number 1 qualifier in the Alki Digger Bfield, Lee Lovall. Lee, one of those show me state racers from down in the southern part of Missouri, Springfield. He's got that Hemi powered funny car with the 66 Chevy Nova body on it. So contrasting styles, to be sure, but both of them utilizing that big inch Chrysler power with superchargers, fuel injection, methanol fuel. Oh, look at this one. It's going to be tight. Who is it that gets the win? And we have definitely got a cone out situation. And I'm going to say that cone out was done by Van Allen's team. And so that means Lee Lovell is going to get the win in the Chevy Nova over on the right side. You see the cones get hit there at the finish line. They bounce off, they go to the right. That means the car on the left did it. And so Van Allen takes out the cones. He runs a 390. He was going too quick anyway with that 399 cap, but he gets a little out of shape in there, gets too close to that center stripe, knocks out the timing block. Is that 13 or 16? I'm sure there's been a bunch of those timing blocks knocked out this weekend.
Here with Casey Giesland, and he's not in his fire suit. I'm sure that's what he would love to have on. Challenging weekend for the Gambler here at Eddyville Raceway Park.
Yeah, we really fought it hard all weekend. We struggled with the car a lot. We had some electrical problems, and then we had a hard time getting it down through there, and it put us in the Cfield, and it's hard to slow a car down. You know, we took as much out of it as we thought we could, and still try to make the pass, and it just wasn't enough. I got out of it. I even pedaled it. I was off of it for about a second by the data logger, and it still wasn't enough. I guess I should have threw the chutes, got on the brakes or something, but it was still good. We learned a lot, got a lot of good data, so we'll be ready for the next one.
Ready for the next one, and a trip to Iowa, in particular here to Eddyville Raceway Park, is always a good trip. Great place in the country to come to.
It is. It's one of our favorite tracks. They take good care of it. All the grounds are great. It's close enough. A lot of our friends come with us, and it's just always a really good time.
Casey Giesland, the driver of the Gambler, will show his hand again at the next Funny Car Chaos race. We continue with the live stream here at Eddyville Raceway Park for Chaos in the Cornfield, brought to you by Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel. The live stream, thanks to Comp Cams.
Check out Twisted Shifterz for the largest selection of made-in-the-USA custom shift knobs and adapters. Made for muscle cars, old and new, hot rods to race cars, and for the big rigs. With our original shift toppers adapter for the air shifters to use any threaded shift knob like the old days. Add custom lettering and logos to make it your own custom shift knob. TwistedShifters.com. We are made in America and we ship worldwide. What can 360 Steel do for you? We make custom steel products made right here in Illinois. Fire pits of all kinds, knockdown styles to take along anywhere. Hold your drinks high with our drink stands while throwing horseshoes or bags. We have a complete line of military to firefighter signs, flags, hats, stickers, and more, along with many styles of decor. Welcome signs and custom clocks to a number of different monograms and signs. Personalized, custom options for your perfect sign. Bare steel or powder coated to last indoors and outdoors. 360steel.com. Spell it out. 360steel.com.
Thank you for inviting us to your birthday party. Man, y'all put on a show. I'm here to tell you, and bringing all your friends here, I'm telling you what a party. Now, this is what you need to know, is that this is going to happen next year, so if you'd let us come back for your birthday again next year, we would love to do so. So thanks very, very much for letting us come to your birthday party. We wish you well, and we hope that this is the best birthday party you've ever had here at Eddyville Raceway Park. Thanks again to all the media staff that document the event and take their time and effort to come out and make sure that we can read about this and view pictures and videos about this event for as long as there is an internet. Thanks to Dave Commel. Thanks to James Armstrong. Also, back home, thanks to Debbie Harris for the cookies. Thanks to Redline Motorsports and Martin Libhart, Tom Brown, Bob Snyder, Eddie Harris, Chet Bain, Warren Evans, and Lee Kraft. We appreciate you guys and gals so much. All right, it's all clear on the top end of the racetrack, and it's time to get loud again. We have got the bottom half of the Alki-Digger Bfield funny car set. Justin Malott from Paragon, Indiana, the Breaking the Law racing team, supported by Justin's business, amongst others. That's Breaking the Law Construction. They do barn dominiums and stuff like that, contract work for building and home construction, business construction. He's got that gorgeous 57 Chevy. He calls it Must Be Nice. They have upped their game with some of that high-risk horsepower, high-risk performance horsepower. You can see three-time funny car champion Ken Singleton looking on as they are consulting with the tuning decisions on that Must Be Nice machine. Got their work cut out for them because Steve Tomozik and the team out of Belleville, Michigan, some of the most prolific winners in the history of Funny Car Chaos competition in that 1977 Chevrolet Monza that is on the quick performance side of the racetrack. A $399 cap, and this is qualifier number 2 versus qualifier number 4 in the Alki-Digger Bfield semifinals. This is going to be a match. Look at this. Who gets it? I can't tell from here. The wind light comes on the tower side. Justin Malott, 177.5 miles an hour in 4.19 seconds. Tomozik, 422, 176.3 miles an hour. Justin with a slight starting line advantage of 0.02 of a second and another 0.02 at the 60-foot. 400s total at the half-track point, and 419 beats a 422. Wow. Justin Malott into the final round in the Alki-Digger Bfield. He's going to have lane choice going into that final round. It'll be Lovall versus Malott. Man, they were side by side. I couldn't tell which one was going to get there first, but the margin of victory, 400s. Good match. Fire's lit. Corvette versus Mustang. Chris Batty from Stockton, Missouri takes that pit side quick performance lane. Chris qualified number 6. Got to the semi-final round when his opponent went under the cap. Danny Mann got a win over Michael Neal in the Burnin' Love Nova. And here we are, number 6 versus number 4 in your Wulff Pump Cfield semifinals. Pony Up out of Fenton, Missouri, Batmobile out of Stockton, Missouri. It's all Missouri. Show me a good time. Well, it's going to be Danny Mann in the final round with a 464 as they go 465, 465, 464. They got consistency on their side, and a lot of times that's one of the best things you can do. Chris Batty with a 5 flat, 160 miles an hour. He continues to have the car lose traction right at the hit, but he's able to get off the throttle back on, and it generally hits. And if it doesn't do it the first time, it has been doing it the second time, as you can see by that 160 mile per hour top end charge. Just burns up too much time doing the pedal job at the starting line. So that's going to be Danny Mann into the final round. To take on the winner between Justin Herbst and Neil Giroux. Long old smoky burnouts means it's showtime, and there is a spot in the final open for one of these racers, but not both. Neil Giroux. He's been to 2 final rounds in that twist and shout Chevy Beretta on the tower side of the racetrack. He got the win at Cordova in 2023 in the D field. Hot Rod Herbie's been to 5 final rounds. He was the answer to the trivia question, one of the answers to the trivia question for a while back, for quite some time. Herbie got his first win at Kearney Raceway Park in 2020. All right, they are bringing those cars to the ready position. We are just about to go for launch. Giroux goes red. Herbie with a 003 on the tree. There it is again. Makes me think of Cordova, 3 on the tree. 442. The elapsed time, 158.5 miles an hour. Hot Rod Herbie gonna have lane choice in the final round of the Wulff Pump Cfield. Nostalgia Superstock Consolation to the stage lanes, please, behind the Nitro cars. Nostalgia Superstock Consolation class, bring them to the staging lanes behind the Nitro cars, please. Sweet Corn Outlaw buybacks, lanes 3 and 4, please. Sweet Corn Outlaw buybacks, lanes 3 and 4, if you please. All right, so we got final rounds set in all 3 funny car categories. The last one to be set was that one. Hot Rod Herbie is going to get the lane choice as he goes 442. And Danny Mann went 464. So shaping up to be a good final round in the Cfield. We've got our Nitro cars coming up for their semifinals momentarily. I've got Nostalgia Superstock Consolation class coming to the staging lanes behind the Nitro cars. I got Sweet Corn Outlaw buybacks coming to lanes 3 and 4. And it looks like I've got another call out back there with Farm Truck. So lots of action still on tap at Eddyville Raceway Park. the second annual Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel Chaos in the Cornfield 60th anniversary celebration presented by Stanky Motorsports. Second round pro show does not disappoint. Hey, while you can hear, I got a little 10-year anniversary to celebrate. We've got Eric and Lou Ann Martin here in the here on the property. They've been here all 3 days. They've been racing, they've been watching, they've been having a great time, and they've been celebrating their 10-year anniversary. So when you see Eric and Lou Ann Martin, be sure to let them know how much you appreciate them being here, and congratulate them on their 10-year anniversary. Track preparations underway as we get ready for our semifinal round of our McKinney Motorsports Nitro Chaos Afield. Right behind them, it's going to be the CP Carrillo Nitro Chaos Bfield. Man, have we got some great action coming your way. Final round set in 3 classes, just about to set the final rounds in the 2 Nitro Chaos classes. Heavyweight showdown in the Afield semifinal down in the bottom half. 2023 champion Gary Wheeler taking on Dave Hill in the Mad Max Mustang. Both of them running super strong down the racetrack in the first round. That should be one more epic drag race to see who gets to the final. Now in the points chase, Gary Wheeler came into this race number 21 in Nitro Chaos as they kind of had a mishap down there at the Chaos Classic. As they say in the cartoons, kind of bloated up real good. So they find themselves behind the 8 ball coming into this race number 21, but you can't tell by the way they're performing as they have got that dragster singing. Very much like Dave Hill, Rick Kraft, and all that group at the Mad Max organization. They come into this race number 5 in points. Now the points leader, James Gilliland, in the Psycho 2 AA Fuel Altered, had the misfortune of going out in the first round. So a big, huge move could be made by Dave Hill and the Mad Max team. They're able to get around Gary Wheeler in the AA Fuel Dragster. Brian Inoue comes into this race number 12 in the points. And we already know that they're going to single into the final round with 6 cars in each field. That makes a bye run for the low qualifier. That is the frantic fueler. So Brian is going to get those 10 points for winning the semifinal round simply by taking the tree. Then Frantic Fueler will take on either Mad Max or the Grand Prix Autosports dragster to see who's going home with that amazing Nitro Chaos trophy from Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel. And the points implications, they are huge. Depending on the outcome of this race right here, what's that they say? Kind of a big deal. Yeah, this is kind of a big deal. So the race crew is satisfied that we are good to go. Top end clear, bottom end clear. Both teams ready. Spin them over and light them up. AA Fuel dragster out of Oklahoma. AA Funny Car out of Indiana. Go time at Eddyville. All you out there watching on the live stream, I gotta tell you, you can cut the tension with a knife here. This is one more epic showdown. The 2023 champ, the inaugural Nitro Chaos champion in the DMP Awnings Nitro Chaos Championship Tour, comes off of a disappointing outing at the Texas Motorplex. But they come in here to Eddyville Raceway Park, and they're sporting a little bit of a championship swagger. They have got it done well so far. So they hope to be able to take out this Mustang. We have seen, ever since Edgewater last year, the Mad Max team has been running extremely strong, as they are at the top of their game. And so the performances this weekend solidify their position as top-notch contenders. The points leader is out. Next up, that's at this race and still accumulating points, is Dave Hill and the Mad Max. Can they get around the AA Fuel dragster of the 2023 champ? Going to be the dragster. Look at this, 367 low ET and top speed of the event. Gary Wheeler and the Grand Prix Autosport team go low ET and top speed, and the Mad Max Mustang smokes the tires at the hit. So there'll be disappointment on the left side, but there is jubilation on the right side. Man, oh man, your 2023 champ. Best run, I'm not sure that's not the best run we've ever seen them make. 367 at 209.59 miles an hour. That was a 967 60-foot, 251 to half track, and almost 210 miles an hour, 3.67 seconds elapsed time. My goodness gracious. I tell you, I'm inside, race fans, and I can smell that nitro like I was standing out there next to it. My goodness. It's all right. Boy, it's thick in here. Holy smoke. Wow, that's not an entirely new experience, because I've been to some great towers like one I won't mention, but man, it is thick in here. We may have to open the doors and the windows and air this place out. Good gracious.
Gary Wheeler in the final round, so it's going to be AA Fuel Dragsters a pair in the Afield final round. My word. And so lane choice would go to Gary Wheeler unless Brian Inoue makes a run and goes quicker than 3.676. Wow. Man, that was a good race. Well, it was a good run, I'll put it that way, but boy, the anticipation was extremely high as that Mad Max team keeps knocking on the door. And I'm telling you, one of these days they're going to kick that sucker in, as Bum Phillips used to say. After all those years of Pittsburgh going to the Super Bowl and Houston not, Bum Phillips used to say, next year we're going to kick the door down. I think that's the sentiment in the Mad Max pit. Don't you count them out. I would never bet against that bunch. It's going to be a solo shot, and it's here's how this works. When you've got a bye run, you got to bring the car to the starting line under its own power. You can turn on the pre-stage and the stage. The tree flashes amber. The green light comes on. The wind light comes on. And that's a race if you choose for it to be. So there's no expectation that the Frantic Fueler team has to go down the racetrack. They could simply make it so that they're already in the final. That's the way it is. But if they want lane choice in the final round, they would fire the car, bring it up here, make a run, and see if they can go quicker than 3.676. So whichever avenue they choose to go down, it's all good, because we're shaping up for one amazing final round. You talk about something extremely cool. These two AA Fuel Dragsters that are going to be going at it in the final round of the McKinney Motorsports Afield. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. We're going to get some more of it. So the Frantic Fueler team, again, all they have to do is stage the car, allow the tree to flash, and the wind light will come on, and it's over. And it appears that's what they're going to do, and I don't blame them at all. Those nitro parts, they don't come cheap. So they're going to save the equipment for the final round, and it looks like they're going to need it, because Gary Wheeler just rocked the place with low ET and top speed. All right, so the wind light is on, and the Frantic Fueler is in the final round yet again at Eddyville Raceway Park. If they get the win, that'll be a couple here at this track. Definitely one of their favorite places to go. Sweet Corn Outlaw winners, lanes 1 and 2. Got Sweet Corn Outlaw buybacks in lanes 3 and 4. All right, so the Frantic Fueler team did what they needed to do. They will come back with one more run to glory. It'll be AA Fuel Dragster against AA Fuel Dragster in the Afield final. So coming up next, it's going to be our CP Carrillo Bfield semifinals. Looking out in the staging lanes, I got a lot of race cars. I got a race truck with a topper on it. Anybody know who that is? Yes, that would be Mr. Farm Truck. So I'm not sure who they've got something's matched up to go down the racetrack in, but we'll find out soon enough. But the first thing that's going to happen is CP Carrillo Nitro Chaos Bfield semifinals. There are two Nitro Chevys racing each other in the bottom half of the ladder. Jeff Krug from Iowa, Anthony Whitfield from Kansas. So there will be a Nitro Chevy in the final. There will also be a Nitro Hemi in the final. Cody Austin
and that Bushwhacker team bringing their Nitro Hemi up for a solo run. The way that worked out this weekend, as you had 6 cars in each field instead of 8. So with 6 cars in a field, that means that the low qualifier will get a second round bye run. They do have to get past the first round, but if they do that, they get a solo run into the final. That goes to Cody Austin. So there will be a Bushwhacker in the final round. And so for all of you 3X, 4X, 5X fans, for the t-shirt, they've got plenty of them at the Bushwhacker pit. 3X, 4X, 5X size shirts at the Bushwhacker pit. Find them and they'll be happy to line you up. The Bushwhacker, AA fuel altered, comes to life on a solo run. Cody Austin, 3rd generation Nitro racer, driving Dad's car now. Jody Austin drove the wheels off of that thing into a lot of different winner circles, into some championships. Now here's how this goes. You see that they are in the B field. There is a cap in this class. On a solo run, you don't have to worry about the cap. So they might see if they can uncork that big ginormous run that they've been trying to run all weekend. Or they might just take it easy. But there are no caps in the final rounds. No cap finals. So they're in the final round, and it should be one more big number that comes up if they're able to put all that power to the ground. And man, Jody Austin does know how to make some horsepower. They have switched over to that quality official oil and lubricant of the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. They got Driven racing oils in the crankcase. Cody Austin eases that AA fuel altered into the pre-stage position. Goes to the high side, takes, gives a little squirt out there to 100 feet off the throttle, coasting through, getting the wind light with a 681 at 66.4 miles an hour. So into the final round they go, just as expected. And then the 2 Nitro Chevys are getting ready to fire up and see who's racing the Bushwhacker in the final. Now, there was the thing that we talked about a little bit earlier. There could have actually been 3 Nitro Chevys in the semifinal round. The guy that had the other one standing here with me, Rick Taylor, the owner, operator of the Nitro Monkey out of Choctaw, Oklahoma, one of the Choctaw originals. And sounds like he's got some good news, as his small block injected Chevy dragster, the Nitro Monkey, may be getting an upgrade. Is that what I'm hearing, Rick?
New clutch, new transmission, absolutely.
Well, that will be something that helps the performance of that car, as you guys have continued to chase the series, make a lot of friends, make a lot of fans, and that's paying off.
We'll be at Edgewater.
Awesome, awesome. Anthony Whitfield from Elk City, Kansas. Jeff Krug from Mount Pleasant, Iowa. Well, that's not the sound that you want to hear. The big block Nitro Chevy, looks like they're putting this starter back on it. Maybe they're going to see if they can, nope, looks like they're going to back it out. Well, so a competition bye run for Anthony Whitfield. So the AA fuel altereds in the final round will be Cody Austin and Anthony Whitfield. All right, again, that scenario. So here's what happened. You had the Obsession Nitro Chevy. They experienced a problem and had to shut it off behind the water box. And Anthony Whitfield brought his car up. Whitfield brings his Mighty Mouse small block Nitro Chevy up. Again, just like you saw the Bushwhacker and the Frantic Fueler, all that is required is to stage the car under its own power, let the green light flash and the wind light come on, and that's what they did. That's the car didn't break. That was by design, but it wasn't what they expected to do. So the final round is set. Cody Austin will be racing Anthony Whitfield in an all AA fuel altered final in the CP Carrillo Bfield. Got another call out going for the farm truck. We're going farm truck versus bike. All right, here we go with the farm truck racing the motorcycle. And it's a strange deal. I'm not sure that farm truck knows what he's getting in here. Austin Easter. Well, on that deal right there, Kyle Kramer went red. Yeah, I'm not sure that's exactly how that one was supposed to go down. But the farm truck does make a quick trip down that quick performance lane. All right, race fans. So this is Jeff Krug and his big block Nitro Chevy, the Obsession. They had a leak and had to shut down the car, but they have found that and fixed it right quick. So we have them set up for an exhibition run that they are just about to make. They're going to make a run down that right side in the quick performance lane. Jeff Krug, they call him the Cat Man. His career was spent working for Caterpillar, selling motor graders, engines, all that good stuff made by Caterpillar. He made a very successful living and he was able to fund his habit of racing. And he likes to race in style, as if you ever saw his Monte Carlo funny car, the Obsession, it was immaculately prepared. Now you go take a look at this one, it is immaculately prepared as well. I'll get it out in a minute, friends. He has decided to go nitro racing instead of methanol racing, and he is living his dream. Man, got a handful out there at the half track point. That left front wheel was off the ground just about all the way down to the half track point. Then the back end wanted to break loose just a little bit. That's kind of what those awfuls do. And he's able to get it across the half-track point at 2.75 seconds and a one flat 60-foot. Coasts through the finish line at 119 miles an hour with a 461. But they have shown some promise with that Nitro Chevy from Team Obsession. So the semifinal round pro show comes to a conclusion. We have one more round left to go. In the pro show, we've got several more rounds left in our sportsman categories. And we've got thrill seekers that continue to sign up to take a ride in the proud American dragster in the rumble seat. That's more like it. All right, folks see this dragster and they say, what? I can do that? Sign me up. Proud American Motorsports definitely going to be having to service this car when they get it back to Oklahoma. .541, 126.98 miles an hour. I'm not sure if that car is getting faster or if the riders are getting lighter. They are definitely going quick. Nostalgia Superstock Consolation. Got a pair of Fords first to go down the racetrack. The Ford Galaxy on your tower side. That's Bob Westhoff. He's got a 737 index on that car. David Fusner in the Thunderbolt clones over on the spectator on the pit side of the racetrack. 636, the index on that car. So 9900s, 1.101 head start for the Galaxy. Oh, the red light for the Thunderbolt means the Galaxy's going to the next round. So Bob Westhoff, 736, 91.1 miles an hour, good for the win. Next up, it's going to be with a win light on the tower side of the racetrack. A 676 index goes 679. with the bye run. Jay Wood gets a solo shot with a 664 dial in. 010 on the Christmas tree, 428 to half track, a 669 at 101.9 miles an hour. So the Nostalgia Superstock Consolation class has made its way down to a semifinal. 3 cars left. This Sweet Corn Outlaws coming into the water box. Chris Cook is out of Sheraton, Iowa. Has got that Chevy 2 on the pit side of the racetrack, dialed at 790. That's a 1.9 second head start against Billy Dusenberry in that 55 Chevy, the Hoochie Mama. And the Renegade Race Fuels lane on the tower side. Both drivers with green lights on the Christmas tree. That's a good sign. And the Hoochie Mama goes 612 on a 6 flat dial at 115 miles an hour. Chris Cook a 794 at 84 miles an hour. Margin of victory 9,000ths of a second. A good drag race right there. A pair of Gen 3 F bodies, one from Pontiac, one from Chevrolet at the starting line. A 6.6 dial in for the Pontiac of Mr. Lucky against the 6 flat dial for Colton Talbert. Red light for the red Camaro, 6,000ths too quick on the trigger. Adam Ignis is going to get to the next round. Travis Baumert from Delta, Iowa, and Austin Easter from West Des Moines. Green light for both drivers at the finish line. Put a win light on the tower side for Travis Baumert in the Camaro. 0.59 margin at the stripe, 632 beats a 550. Austin Easter dead on with a 0. But Travis held 8 at the starting line, gives back part of it, but not enough to lose, and he goes to the next round. Dustin DeHaan, the Zims Kettle Corn Mustang on the tower side with a 640 dial in. 9/10 head start against the Monza of Brian Shepard of Altoona. Junior dragsters and junior dragster buybacks, lane 5, please. Junior dragsters and junior dragster buybacks to the staging lanes, please, lane 5. Green lights on both sides. Win light on the tower side. 644-101 for Dustin D. Gets a win over the 568 for Brian Shepard. 124 miles an hour down that right side in the Monza. Junior dragsters and junior dragster buybacks, lane 5. Jim Jones and Ray Russell at the starting line. Camaro versus Monte Carlo. 640 and 620 the dial ends. The win light comes on for Jim Jones in the Camaro. 646 beats a 623. The starting line advantage for Jim Jones sends him to the next round. Mike Hatfield, Kirksville, Missouri. Kevin Awnings from Indianola, Iowa, 650 on both sides of the Christmas tree. It's heads up. Like 650 index class, 5/10 pro tree. Flashes on both sides at the same time. It's a heads up drag race here in Sweet Corn Outlaws. O2 red for Mike Hatfield. Kevin Awnings with a 002 reaction time. Looking good, 650 at 106.5 miles an hour. Advances to the next round, runs right on the number. 3, that's a 5-pack. 5-pack for Kevin in Sweet Corn Outlaws on a 5/10 pro tree. Not bad. Robert Lay from LaBelle, Missouri, and Joe Erickson from Des Moines. Half a second head start for the Mustang on the tower side. $1,000 red for Robert Lay gives Joe Erickson the pass to the next round. Joe goes 612 at 112, runs it out the back door because the wind light was already on, so why not? No box, lanes 3 and 4, please. No box, lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragsters and Junior Dragster buyback, lane 5.
There are innovators, and there are duplicators. Your engine knows the difference. Comp Cam's camshafts are always original designs, from precision engineering to premier manufacturing and unrivaled testing again and again by the most advanced engineering team and equipment in the industry. Buy the original, not an imitation. Copies might look the part, but horsepower doesn't lie. Comp Cams, no comparison.
The Plastic Fantastics are back Father's Day weekend, Friday and Saturday, June 13th and 14th. Cordova Dragway. The Twisted Shifterz Summer Nationals. Presented by 360 Steel. 3 dozen supercharged funny cars. Radical Pro Mods, Pro Stocks, Nostalgia Gassers, and more. Qualifying Friday at 6:30 and Saturday at 1:30. With eliminations at 6. Plus flame-throwing jet funny cars both nights. The most chaotic funny car event of the season. Get more info at CordovaDragway.com. The Twisted Shifterz Summer Nationals. Friday and Saturday, June 13th and 14th. Cordova Dragway. Who's your daddy?
For over 40 years, Mile High Crankshafts, located in Denver, Colorado, has provided the highest quality crankshaft repair and modification services available and serves all forms of motorsports competition. Whether a precision grind or repair from a catastrophic failure, Mile High Crankshafts understands the attention to detail required to maintain the integrity demanded by high-performance engine builders. Just ask Bill Bernard, driver of the Grinder Funny Car. Call us today at 303-781-6764. Find us on Facebook or visit www.milehighcranks.com.
McKinney Motorsports is your #1 source for all your chassis needs. McKinney Motorsports is the leading chassis parts supplier and fabricator in nitro drag racing. From custom tanks and fittings, full chassis builds, body mounts, steering components, fasteners, tabs, clamps, composite parts, and much more. Our household name in the racing world guarantees added performance on the track. Join our list of proven winners that spans over 50 years of racing experience.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
Driven Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world. Driven takes legendary base oils, such as the ones from Brantford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuels. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
Spell Paving Services provides professional customer service and performance for your next industrial or large-scale private paving project. From parking lots, roads, and driveways to seal coat, chip seal, concrete, and asphalt, there's no job too big for the team at Spell Paving Services. Serving a 500-mile radius from Dallas-Fort Worth, Spell Paving Services has you covered. Call 214-384-3056 to get a competitive quote today and tell them the Chaos sent you. Taylor Motorsports Products is your first stop for quality safety equipment for your car or your driver. All of our safety equipment products are made in our facility in Albany, Oregon. From custom fit fire suits to racing seat belts, supercharger restraints, engine diapers, transmission blankets, and many other must-have items. Our racing history runs deep. We are racers building the finest safety equipment for racers. And we're a proud supporter of the Chaos.
Box lanes 1 and 2, please. Box lanes 1 and 2. Box looking for you in the staging lanes, lane 1 or lane 2. Junior Dragsters Semifinals, Cade Peak racing Creighton Grant. Creighton was your winner in yesterday's race. He's on the right side of the racetrack in the red, white, and blue dragster. Creighton going first, dialed at 12:12. 4.22 seconds head start against Cade Peak out of Mulberry, Kansas. Green lights on both sides. Put a win light on the tower side. Cade Peak going to the final round with a 798 against a 1219 for Creighton Grant over on the pit side of the racetrack. So it'll be Cade Peak in the final, taking on Aiden Laughlin. Box, looking for you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Box, lanes 1 and 2. Coming up a little short in box. I need box, lanes 1 and 2. Aiden Laughlin dials 1220. Runs 12:10, 53 miles an hour, and moves into the final round. Foot brake, lanes 3 and 4, please. Foot brake, lanes 3 and 4. Foot brake, lanes 3 and 4, please. Box, lanes 1 and 2. Ricky Kozlarek. Ricky Kozlarek, we have had one of your personal items turned into the tower. If you can bring your ID to the tower, we would be happy to reunite you with your personal property. Ricky Kozlarek. The Blown Money 2, Henry J. lines up on the west side of the Christmas tree. That is your quick performance lane. It's got a 580 dialed into it. Stop me if you've heard this before. Tim Shaw dials 801. This is no box. The Junkyard Pup. Tim Shaw gets the win when Joe Kaufman goes red. 803 beats a red lighting 759. Billy Teeter from Harrisonville, Missouri with the white Ford Falcon has a 642 dialed in on the tower side. Dale Bonjour from Ottumwa, Iowa. 72 Chevy Vega hatchback going first, dialed at 680. Billy Teeter got a win in the Ford Falcon. Our next pair at the starting line, David Williamson and Ray Russell. A pair of G bodies, a Malibu on the left side, a Monte Carlo on the right. 1600 head start for the Malibu. David Williamson, surprise, surprise, breaks out. He had a big advantage at the starting line, so I almost awarded him the race, but he broke out. Ray Russell gets the win with a 6:23 at 111 miles an hour. Dustin DeHaan. Tim's Kettle Corn Mustang goes red. So Brandon Witten is going to the next round, 6:37 on a 35 dial, 106.7 miles an hour for the win. Travis Baumert. .648 the dial for Mike Hatfield in that red over black Malibu in the quick performance lane. 1800's head start against Travis in the white Gen 2 Camaro. Travis, next round bound, 6:32 at 106, beats a 6:47 breakout on the 6:48 dial for Mike Hatfield. Adam Ergness from Plattsburgh, Missouri brings the yellow Gen 3 Firebird to the starting line with a 6:54 dialed on it. He's going to be the hound doing the chasing of the rabbit. Gavin Lamb, 7:02 the dial for the Mustang. Across the finish line, the win lights in the quick performance lane for Gavin Lamb in the Mustang, 7:07 in a double breakout drag race. Gavin breaks out 27 10,000ths. Adam breaks out 90 10,000ths. So Gavin Lamb in the Mustang is going to the next round of no box. Foot brake lanes 3 and 4. Foot brake lanes 3 and 4, please. 5.5 seconds, give or take. 125 miles an hour, give or take. Me. That car is getting a workout. Nostalgia Superstock. How about you to the staging lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock, Consolation and winners. Nostalgia Superstock to the staging lanes, please. Consolation and winners. Race fans, hope you're taking advantage of the opportunity to visit the vendor midway and see the good folks from Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel, Car Chicks, and the Funny Car Chaos Nitro Chaos trailer. Concession vendors on both sides of the racetrack. As it is 6:20, it's getting to be about supper time, so if you haven't had something awesome to eat, I can tell you for a fact, we got plenty of awesome food here, along with some cold beverages and probably even some hot beverages if that's to your liking. So we go now into box with Cassie Green and Casey Wilson. This is a rematch of your, not a rerun, but a rematch of last night's final. 568 and 602, the dial in. Red light right side for Casey Wilson, so Cassie Green is going to advance. 566, 120 against a red lighting 602. Casey Wilson dead on with a 1, but 017 red at the starting line puts a win light on the tower side. Brandon Whitten and Cameron LaFoon bring their F-bodied machines to the starting line. Wheels up and rocking down the racetrack. Brandon Whitten from Oskaloosa with a win light 639, one over at 106 miles an hour. 001 on the Christmas tree got that job done against Cameron LaFoon, who goes 611, breaks out 114.6 miles an hour. Hey, your attention please. If you happen to have a jumper box for helping someone start with a dead battery, if you got a jumper box, if you could bring one to the pit side gate, we would be grateful. Joe Erickson down that left side Renegade Race Fuels lane to a 615 to advance to the next round. Dave Easter out of West Des Moines, Iowa on the solo run here in foot brake semifinals. 5:34 of the posted dial. He stays, tree counts down, and off we go. Red lights don't matter on a solo. Dave Easter, 540, 134 miles an hour, final round bound. So it's gonna be the bike of Dave Easter in one half of the final. And the winner of this match, one G-body or the other, will be taking on the motorcycle. Tim Shaw with the 81 Regal. Junkyard Pup with an 804 dial-in. Taking on Samuel Chamberlain from Oskaloosa with the El Camino dialed at 872. Green lights on both sides. El Camino out front, the Regal in hot pursuit. And at the finish line, put the wind light on the tower side for Tim Shaw. Dead on with a 9. He held 7 at the start, gives back most of it, 0.3 margin at the stripe, goes dead on with a 9, and will advance to the final round to take on Dave Easter on the motorcycle. Junior Dragster finalists to the staging lanes, please. Junior Dragster finalists to the staging lanes now. Victory Performance Nostalgia Super Stock. Final round. Jonathan Wheeldon and Jim Hagenhoff. Line up at the starting line, 799 left side, 590 right side. The big Hemi-powered Plymouth out of Holtz Summit, Missouri takes the right side lane. The Candy Cornet on the left side, Jonathan Wheeldon. Red light on the left side puts a wind light on the right side for Jim Hagenhoff. 590 with a 6, 114.33 miles an hour to a red lighting 8 flat. 1 over on the 799 dial at 84.1 miles an hour. Congratulations, runner-up Jonathan Wheeldon. And to your Victory Performance Nostalgia Superstock Sunday champion, Jim Hagenhoff. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4, please. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4. This is your consolation class for the Nostalgia Superstockers. I've got the Ford Galaxy of Bob Westhoff on the tower side of the racetrack. Got a 737 dial going first. Jeff Wood has got the Plymouth over on the pit side of the racetrack, dialed at 667. Red light for Jeff Wood. So Bob Westhoff is going to be in the final round, taking on Dalton Brimmer. Dalton brings it up for a solo shot. So it's going to be Blue Oval versus Mopar in your final round of the consolation category in Victory Performance Nostalgia Super Stock. Lane 3, lane 4, Sweet Corn Outlaws. Come on down. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lane 3 and 4. Dalton Bremer, 676, 100.6 miles an hour on the way to the final in the consolation class of Victory Performance Nostalgia Superstock. Sweet Corn Outlaws. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4, please. Sweet Corn Outlaws, lanes 3 and 4. Got my junior dragster finalists on the way to staging lane 5. Junior dragster finalists, come on down. No box to the staging lanes. No box to the staging lanes, please. Adam Agnes with a 650 dial in on the right side of the racetrack here in Sweet Corn Outlaws, taking on Travis Baumert in the Gen 2 Chevrolet Camaro, dialed at 630. 2/10 head start. It's kind of hard to beat a six-pack. That is what just happened on the right side of the racetrack for Adam Agnes. Dead on with a 1 and a 005 reaction time. Six-pack. Adam goes to the final, to the next round. Jim Jones and Joe Erickson up the starting line. Another 2/10 head start, 640 left side, 620 right side. The Camaro gets to go first by just a little. Green lights both sides. Put a win light on the tower side for Jim Jones. 648 beats the 628. Both cars 8 over. Starting line advantage of 09 puts Jim Jones across the finish line first and gets the win. Billy Dusenberry, Burlington, Iowa, brings the Hoochie Mama 55 Chevrolet. Out of the Smokin' Aces Club, 6 flat to dial in. Dustin DeHaan, the Zim's Kettle Corn Trick Tools Mustangs, going first by 4/10. And a 55 using all of that Renegade Race Fuels lane. That cost him. So DeHaan goes 645 to get the win to advance to the next round. Kevin Anonymous with the bye run puts a 650 dial in on the board. .641 out the back door at 107.97 miles an hour. Funny Car Chaos wants to thank RBS Superchargers for their ongoing continued support of Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos. On the performance directory at funnycarchaos.com, you'll be able to find RBS Superchargers with a link to their website for all the services available. As you might imagine, supercharged applications require quality equipment, and RBS Superchargers certainly has that. When you get your supercharger from RBS Superchargers, you know you're getting quality product. Tell them that the Funny Car Chaos sent you and thank them for their support. No box, no box. I got one less car that I need to have. No box, looking for all of you in the staging lanes, please. No box, lanes 3 and 4. Attention in the pits. Let me get Box to the staging lanes, please. Box, round next to the staging lanes, please. Race fans, this is your final round in Junior Dragster. Cade Peak from Mulberry, Kansas is on the tower side. That's the quicker of the two cars, dialed at 790. Aiden Laughlin out of Slater, Iowa, has the dragster on the right side in the quick performance lane. 12:07 the dial in for Aiden. A 4.17 second head start for the dragster on the pit side. Both drivers with the green light start. Aiden way out there. Cade trying to reel him in. Can he do it? Yes, he can. 794 comes around the 12:04. 77 miles per hour. Left side, 53.5 miles per hour. Right side, congratulations, runner-up Aiden Laughlin. And to your Junior Dragster Race Day champion on Sunday at Chaos in the Cornfield, Cade Peak. And we enter the next round of no box eliminations. Billy Teeter and Gavin Lamb at the starting line. 6:43 and 7:01 the dial ins in an all Ford matchup. Gavin Lamb going first with that black Gen 1 Mustang on the quick performance side of the racetrack. That's a 7:01 dial in. Billy Teeter's got a 6:43 dialed into the white Ford Falcon. Gonna be a good one here. And the win light goes to Gavin Lamb. It's a 7:01 dead on with a 4. A 95.1 mile per hour terminal velocity down that side of the racetrack. Billy Teeter goes 6:42 with a 4. Breaks out 52 10,000ths. That put the win light on the opposite side. Tim Shaw, 8:02 the dial in for the Buick Regal. Taking on Ray Russell in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. It's dialed at 6:23. Starting line advantage, the name of the game. Consistency and performance, the name of the game too. Tim Shaw's got both going for him. Starting line advantage, he holds fourth. The starting line goes dead on with A1. That's a tough combination to beat. It'll sometimes force your opponent to break out, which just happened against Ray Russell. Brandon Witten and Travis Baumert at the starting line now with the Gen 3 Firebird and the Gen 2 Camaro. 1/10 of a second head start for the car on the left side, but the red light shines and on the left side, and the wind light shines on the right side. So Travis Baumert is on the way to the next round. A 6:28 at 1:09.17 to the 6:40 with a red light on the Christmas tree. box semifinals. Looking for you in the staging lanes, please. Let's get you in 1 and 2. And I need Nostalgia Superstock Consolation finalists, Mr. Westhoff, Mr. Brimmer, lane 3 and 4, please. Nostalgia Superstock Consolation, Westhoff versus Brimmer, lane 3 and 4. Got box lanes 1 and 2. Looking for Nostalgia Superstock Consolation lanes 3 and 4. Sweet Corn Outlaws to the staging lanes. Sweet Corn Outlaws to the staging lanes for your next round. Come on back. Come on back, Sweet Corn Outlaws. All right, race fans, we're getting pretty close on the final rounds in Funny Car and Nitro Chaos and Small Tire. It's going to be coming your way here just a little bit. They are out there checking with each crew, seeing how close they are to having those cars serviced and ready. And when we get a chance, we'll bring them to the staging lanes and we'll go bang, bang, bang down the line and put a bow on this fantastic weekend at Eddyville Raceway Park. It takes a toll on the equipment to run this many times down the track in a weekend. There's been a lot of great racing done here. We got Cassie Green from Lawson, Missouri, 1967 Chevrolet Camaro on the tower side with a big block wrap motor under the hood, dialed 567. Taking on Joe Erickson in the S10 truck. Joe's dialed 615. Green lights on both sides of the racetrack. At the stripe, put a win light on the tower side. Cassie Green going to another final round, 568. 117 beats a 623. Joe Erickson 8 over, 105.9 miles an hour. The truck doesn't run the number. And Cassie Green is going to the final round to take on this guy, Brandon Whitten. Brandon says, give me a 638. Goes 637 with a 6 on the solo run, 106 miles an hour. McKee Coins, Thomas Brothers Properties, LLC, Wymore Automotive, DK Custom Taxidermy, Pontiac Firebird is on the way to the final. Okay, race fans. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear when men were men and super stockers were the baddest of the bad. We're reliving that right now with the Victory Performance Nostalgia Super Stock Series. The last pair of the night for our super stockers features Dalton Brimmer from the capital city of the Show Me State, and driving the Mopar, taking on Bob Westhoff in that beautiful Ford Galaxy. 737 and 676, the index for these Superstar classes. Green lights on both sides, and the win light comes on for Dalton Brimmer. It is a double breakout drag race. Brimmer goes 675 on a 676. Westhoff goes 733 on a 737, breaks out more. Man, the Galaxy had a 004 on the Christmas tree. He was out there, had it for the taking, but breaks out more than his opponent. Congratulations to Nostalgia Superstock runner-up in Consolation, Bob Westhoff, and to your winner in the Consolation category, Dalton Brimmer. All right, I think we're down to a final round in foot brake. Tim Shaw and Dave Easter. Pair of names that get called quite a lot at Eddyville Raceway Park. 8 flat the dial for Tim Shaw in the Buick. 537 the dial for Dave Easter on 2 wheels. Here we go. Oh, that one was over at the starting line. Dave Easter goes red. So Tim Shaw goes dead on with a 6 at 83.2 miles an hour and puts another one in their pocket. Congratulations, runner-up foot brake Dave Easter. And to your winner, Tim Shaw. Funny Car Chaos Afield finalists to the staging lanes. Nitro Chaos Afield and Bfield finalists to the staging lanes now. Chaos classes to the staging lanes. Chaos classes to the staging lanes, please. I Already see some funny cars out there in the lanes. No box semifinalists to the staging lanes, please. No box semifinalists to the staging lanes. No box semifinalists to the staging lanes, please. Your attention, please, in the pits. No box. We're down to the semifinals in no box, and I'm looking for you competitors in the staging lanes. Go ahead and bring them to the middle of the lanes, as we have got our pro cars over on 1 and 2. So bring me no box semifinalists, lane 3, 4, 4, 5, whatever, however you need to go to get around them. Back there at the back of the staging lanes and make your way towards the front. No box semifinalists. Bring them to the middle of the staging lanes, please. Man, this Sunday race day is the day we've been waiting for since we showed up here in the middle of the week. And these cars started coming in from all across the country, and we are down to finals and semifinals in every single class. And we will be having all finals coming your way here in just a few minutes. And it's going to be Sunday. If everything goes according to plan, we're going to, no, I'm going to stop talking right there. But we'll have all of our finals coming your way here in just a little bit. I see those flip-top funny car bodies out there in the staging lanes. They are getting paired up with their dance partners. The Nitro Chaos cars are going to be coming up as well. And we have winter circle celebrations that will be taking place for the next several hours here at Eddyville Raceway Park. It is the top of the hour, 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We are broadcasting from WERP FM Eddyville, Iowa, 88.7 on your dial. Gavin Lamb, looking for you to the staging lanes, please, for no box. Chaos finalists, if you're not already in the staging lanes, you need to be rolling that way. Funny Car Chaos, Nitro Chaos, all Chaos finalists, we're looking for you in the staging lanes. It is just about showtime in the final rounds of Chaos in the Cornfield. race fans, you've done well. Making lots of folks happy riding in the rumble seat of the proud American Motorsports Dragster. .543, 126.4 miles an hour. This is a semi-final in Sweet Corn Outlaws. Dustin DeHaan from Pella, Iowa, 87 Mustang, with support from Zim's Kettle Corn and Trick Tools, dial 640 on the left. Kevin Onimus from Indianola, the 90 model Mustang, dial 640 on the right. It's heads up down the racetrack in Sweet Corn Outlaws, 5/10 Pro Tree to start. Heads up drag race. Don't go red, get there first. Don't go under 640. So far, so good. Green lights on both sides of the Christmas tree. Across the finish line, it's Kevin Onimus with a 642 at 106.1 miles an hour at a starting line advantage with that 009 reaction time against a 043 for Dustin. A margin at the stripe of 0-2-1. Onimus on the way to the final round in Sweet Corn Outlaws. Jim Jones racing Adam Agnes, 640 and 650 this time. Got a whole lot of whomping going on out there. Adam Agnes gets the win light. 653 beats a 650. Margin 051 at the stripe. All Chaos finalists should be in the staging lanes. If you're not there, come on down. We're looking for the Bushwhacker. Looking for the Bushwhacker. They got the longest way to come. Bushwhacker to the lanes, please. Semi-final round, no box coming at you next. Got 3 cars left, so the winner of this match is going on to the final. Tim Shaw, dial 799. Travis Bomber, dial 628. This is your semi-final round of no box. One of these cars going to the final round, but not both. The lights are green on both sides of the Christmas tree. Should be a good match right here. At the finish line, Travis 628, dead on with a 9. Held 1 at the starting line, extends it to 6 at the finish line. 805 at 83 miles per hour for Tim Shaw, and Travis goes 628, dead on with a 9, 107 miles an hour. Travis into the final round. Gavin Lamb is going to solo into the final round of no box. Mustang with a 701 dial goes 701 with a 5. Looks ready to me. So that is the deal. Down to finals in every class. Once again, race fans, as is our custom here at Eddyville Raceway Park, when the last final round has come to a conclusion and the racing is done, if you want to come over and walk up to the starting line and see what it feels like on a prepped track, you're welcome to do that. Of course, you can see that checkerboard over there between the racetrack and the pit side grandstand. That's the winner's circle, and that's where the pictures are being taken, celebrating the victories for all the racers at the second annual Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel Chaos in the Cornfield 60th anniversary celebration presented by Stanky Motorsports. What a weekend it has been. It has been a real pleasure to bring the live stream watchers, those who couldn't make it here in person. Got to tell you, you missed out, but at least we could bring it to you on the live stream, courtesy of the generosity of our good friends at Comp Cams, Laris Motorsports Insurance, the Armless Archer, Mile High Crankshafts, Stamps Family Farms, and Spell Paving Services. Much gratitude for all those friends helping us to carry the message of Funny Car Chaos, Nitro Chaos, and Eddyville Raceway Park to a worldwide audience. We hope you've enjoyed all the activity brought to you by our media staff. Great job done by everybody. It's been a lot of cars going up and down this racetrack, and it is not over yet, but we can see the end. Like that old story about people who grew up where I did, out there in the middle of nowhere. They say, well, it's not the end of the world, but you can see it from here. Well, we can see the end of the racing for this weekend. It has certainly been excellent, and we're expecting some extraordinary final rounds for our Chaos categories and our Sportsman categories. But the weekend has already been tremendous. Darren Foster and his team have really showed out with Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel. And of course the staff here at Eddyville Raceway Park, second to none at hospitality and putting on a great show. I see funny cars, I see small tire. We've got winter circle celebrations going on. Again, you're welcome to stick around, race fans. Once the racing is done, the winter circle celebrations will be happening. And of course, Car Chicks will still be open down there. The Funny Car Chaos Nitro Chaos trailer will be open after the racing is done. So if you didn't already get your Father's Day shopping or your birthday shopping, your anniversary shopping done, you will still have an opportunity to do some of that, as we are in good shape here on Sunday night at Chaos in the Cornfield. Little bit of race prep being done. You can see the tractor applying that rubber to the racing surface. We're going to be good to go. When the race director says it's time, we are going to light some fires, light some tires, close this out with a flourish. For those wondering, where do we go from here? Well, it's not long before there's another Chaos race on the schedule. In fact, it's next weekend. We're going to be out in West Texas at the Pinwell Knights Raceway at the Caprock Motorplex, just on the west side of Odessa, Texas, in the Permian Basin, where all the oil comes from. May 30th and 31st, the West Texas Nationals. Funny Car Invitational, race number 58 in the history of the Funny Car Chaos franchise. Then we'll take a week off before coming back up to this neck of the woods. We will be a little further east and a little further north at the Cordova Dragway for their Father's Day weekend spectacular known as the Summer Nationals. Love to have you join us there. Then it's Thunder in the Park with Nitro Chaos doing their third appearance. I think it's third appearance. Yeah, it is. Third appearance at the Edgewater Sports Park, June 20th and 21st. Then the Nitro Nationals at Tulsa Raceway Park. Big Funny Car Chaos show. Funny Car show number 60 in the history of Funny Car Chaos. That's the last weekend of June. Back half of the year has a couple races at Mocan Dragway, one up at Byron Dragway in Illinois. Lebanon Valley, Pennsylvania, and Great Lakes Dragway in Wisconsin for the championship finals. Mid-State Dragway hosts the championship finals for Nitro Chaos October 3rd and 4th. And the inaugural fuel-altered Chaos is going to be out at Tucson, Arizona. That is November 14th and 15th. So a whole lot of chaos going on in 2025. And certainly an excellent standard set here at Eddyville Raceway Park for some great, great racing. We have got our small tire final coming your way. After those incredible performances in the semifinal of the small tire, you heard the call go out for a racer in need. That was one of our finalists in the small tire shootout category. Blaine Hill destroyed some of his driveline equipment. They were putting a call out to see if they could find some parts on premises to get that car up and running for the final round. Unfortunately, they were unsuccessful in doing so. So your small tire final is going to be a small tire solo. I don't expect to see him come up and take the win light and back out, though. I'm looking for some big performances just like we have been seeing in small tire as they have brought the heat. Mike Elder from Sergeant Bluff, Iowa, is going to claim the small tire shootout money. Going to keep it local, Iowa local anyway. This third generation Camaro with the big horsepower, trying to get it all put to the ground with those small tires. Winds up with a solo into the money and into the winner's circle. It's Sunday night. We don't get to say that very often, but we are racing on Sunday. Mike Hilders, Sergeant Bluff, Iowa. Final round, a solo into the history books. Putting up big performances yesterday and today. Let's see what they're going to put on the board here in the final round. Finishing with a flourish. Another beautiful pass down that left side lane. 428, 182.6 miles an hour. Hangs out the laundry right before the finish line, which is a perfect time to do that. Does not back into the winner's circle by any stretch of the imagination. What a finish. Congratulations, small tire shootout champion Mike Elder and all their team. What a performance. Working their way to 100,000 miles, an eighth mile at a time, the proud American Motorsports ride dragster, carrying two more satisfied customers to a thrill ride at 548 and 125 miles an hour. As they bring that car to a safe stop and make an exit in the shutdown area, it is showtime for Funny Car Chaos. We have 3 pair of Funny Car yet to go down the racetrack, and we will crown us some winners at the second annual Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel Chaos in the Cornfield, presented by Stanky Motorsports. 60th anniversary celebration at Eddyville Raceway Park, where they do things big and they do things right. We have got the race director. He says, spin 'em, boys. Final round, Wulff pumps. If you're going to go to the winner's circle, you need the best equipment available. We're talking about the Wulff man, Ed Wulff, Wulff Pump Cfield, 573-875-4894. The man with a plan is Ed Wulff. The racers that have made it to the final are into the water. Go ahead, show out with those 8th mile burnouts all the way down the racetrack. What do you think about that, race fans? Mankind, we got both of them all the way down the racetrack at the scoreboards, smoking those tires and putting on a show. Live stream audience, you don't get a chance to see stuff like that anymore. Now, that's part of the magic of Funny Car Chaos, and I gotta tell you, Hot Rod Herbie definitely has got the patent on the showmanship. But he's not the only one. I gotta tell you, my mantra is be kind, but when I see the backup person on the tower side of the racetrack, it's a challenge. Justin Herbst, North Platte, Nebraska, the Executioner Corvette funny car, into his 6th final round. He is 4-1 in final round, so he is tough to beat when it comes to final round racing action in the world of funny car chaos racing. But the driver on the tower side, Danny Mann, the pony up Mustang, has been going 465 and 464 just about every time down the racetrack. So on paper, the pony up Mustang is not the favorite, but we don't race on paper, boys and girls. No, we don't. Here we are. Hot Rod Herbie down that right side. Looks like he's going to make it 5 wins. 436, 161 miles an hour to Danny Mann's pony up car. 473 at 148.3 miles an hour. Reaction time advantage for Hot Rod Herbie of 15. And he crosses the stripe first with a 436, 161 miles an hour. Justin Herbst, your Cfield winner. All right, it was good. It was plenty good. All right, as they clear the top end of the racetrack, it looks like on the video screen that we're good, and it's time to light them up. Justin Malott and Lou Lovall. Final round, Alky Digger Bfield Funny Cars. Justin Malott from Paragon, Indiana. 1957 Chevrolet, changing his powertrain combination, going with the Hemi. With tuning consultation from Ken Singleton and High Risk Performance. Got that driven racing oil in the crankcase, taking on Lee Lovall out of Springfield, Missouri. Lee Lovall wasting no time finding his way to the final round in Funny Car Chaos competition. Alky Digger Bfield, final round. It is number 1 qualifier Lee Lovall against number 4 qualifier Justin Malott. They've moved their cars into the pre-stage position. We are just about good to go. 3 bulbs lit, the 4th bulb comes on. We got it's gonna be must be nice. 57 Chevy 419, 180.43 miles an hour down the racetrack in a hurry. Parachutes blossom to bring it to a safe stop. Something goes wrong with Lee Lovall's Chevy Nova funny car as he slows down to a 36 mile per hour pace, and they will be looking for that first exit. But problems for Lee Lovall's machine. Opened the door, and Justin Malott didn't just tiptoe through it. He blew right through it. A 101 60-foot, 2.78 to half track, a 180 mile per hour top end charge in 4.19 seconds. Man, first win on the tour for Justin Malott. The Must Be Nice crew going to be celebrating tonight. Man, tough breakdown there for Lee Lovall. They are gathering around that car, preparing to move it off of the racing surface. It's in the shutdown area, so we will give them a chance to do that. But the great racing continues in our final rounds as Hot Rod Herbie gets an emotional win with his victory in Wulff Pump Cfield action. And Justin Malott in the Alky Digger Bfield gets his win. All right, race crew making sure they get the car off the track. We're getting interviews on the top end of the racetrack. The reports coming out from Lee Lovell. From Lee Crafts is going to be on the Chaos channel as our live stream coverage continues. All right, Sportsman classes, if you're still in competition, I'm looking for you in the staging lanes for the last final rounds of the night. So we are down to finals in everything. I think I got box and no box, or is it Sweet Corn Outlaws left? Anyway, if you're still in competition in the Sportsman categories, bring them to the staging lanes. We are just about clear in the shutdown area, and we're going to go to our final round of the Rodak Custom Coffee Afield Funny Cars with Keith Zimmerer taking on Shane Lawson, as these two teams have been putting up big numbers and been rolling strong all through the weekend, and it's going to come down to Texas versus Oklahoma up here in the cornfields of Iowa at Chaos in the Cornfield. What a way to finish the Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel Chaos in the Cornfield presented by Stanke Motorsports. We are clear on the top end and ready for a little more thunder. As if on cue, the supercharged Hemis come to life. It's a heavyweight showdown in the final round of the Afield. Keith Zimmerer looking to take a big win and get his career hopes underway with that penny pincher Mustang you see on the tower side of the racetrack in the Renegade Race Fuels lane. Keith got lane choice, chooses the left lane. He went 374 at 194 miles an hour in the semifinal round to earn the lane choice. His opponent, fast lane Shane Lawson, ran a 381 at over 200 miles an hour, hence the name Fast Lane Shane. So it's Mustang versus Mustang. It's Texas on the tower side, Oklahoma on the pit side. It's the last final round of the funny car categories at Chaos in the Cornfield. Shane Lawson hoping to make it 2 straight as he came away with the Afield win down at the Texas Motorplex at the 5th Annual Funny Car Chaos Classic, but not if Keith Zimmerer has anything to say about it. They are hoping they've got plenty of that willpower, Will Hanna horsepower underneath that Mustang body to get to the finish line first. Into the pre-stage is the Texas car. Here comes the champ. Turns on the stage bulb. Oh my, look at this race. We've got a win light on the tower side. Keith Zimmerer gets it done. It is a 371 to a 376, 203.80 miles an hour. Both cars 9.3 60-foot times. Zimmerer 9.338, Lawson 9.366. 250 to the half track on the left side, 252 on the right side. Both cars over 200 miles an hour, side by side, 3.7-second runs. My goodness, what a match. Shane Lawson had his hands full as once again the timing blocks pretty well blown away up there. Wow, race fans, what a final round. 370s on both sides of the racetrack. Got to replace some timing blocks once again at the finish line, but Keith Zimmer with a big win in that Texas car out of Gainesville. Well, we've been pretty hard on timing blocks here at Eddyville Raceway Park this weekend, but the race in action has been stout. The incrementals on that run, both cars, 9.3 60-foot times, 2.5 seconds to the half-track point. Zimmer out there ahead at the half-track, but it was very close. And across the finish line first goes Zimmer, 0.21, the margin. 203 miles an hour left side, 200.6 miles an hour right side. 371 beats a 376, and then they destroy the evidence. All right, looks like we're going to go with the B-Field, CP Carrillo B-Field, Nitro Chaos, AA fuel altereds, a pair of them. Okay, race fans, we have got two more Chaos final rounds. It's CP Carrillo, Nitro Chaos. Cody Austin in the Bushwhacker, Anthony Whitfield in the Mighty Mouse. A pair of AA fuel altereds, supercharged fuel injected beast with the wings. And it is #1 qualifier versus #6 qualifier. And it all comes down to this. The race crew down at the top end of the racetrack replacing those timing blocks, hopefully for the last time this weekend. But I'm telling you, the racing action for these final rounds has been incredible, just like the racing all day long. We've seen some upsets, we've seen some super fast times, and we have got two more pair in the Chaos categories to see who's taking home those incredible trophies now from Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel, along with the lion's share of the purse and the spoils of the points as the 2025 DMP Awnings Nitro Chaos Championship Tour continues with this spectacular event at Eddyville Raceway Park. All right, as we continue to watch the ketchup bottle with anticipation, we've got Anthony Whitfield and Cody Austin going to see who's taking home that title. CP Carrillo, the official rod and piston of the Chaos world. Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos, both quality equipment from CP Carrillo being adopted by so many teams, as they have got the highest of quality coming from their factory in California, and they bring you the best at Funny Car Chaos. We are going to the last two Chaos finals at the Chaos in the Cornfield. It has been a couple of years since we were here. The last time we were here in the final round of the CP Carrillo B Field was Gary Wheeler. He finds himself in the final round of the McKinney Motorsports A Field this year. Well, the race crew has made their way back from the top end of the racetrack. The race director says we are good to go, so they will check with the crews, give them the signal to notify us when they are ready, and that is coming up very, very shortly. It's going to get real loud in here as we have got the Nitro Hemis and the Nitro Chevys ready to fire up. Anthony Whitfield from Elk City, Kansas is going to be on the tower side of the racetrack in the Renegade Race Fuels lane. Comes into this final round, qualified number 6, with a brand new car for 2025 after he spent some time upside down and on fire at the Nitro Chaos race at Mocan Dragway in 2024. Race fans, you can check the scoreboard. There's no number on there. You know what that means. There's no cap in the final. So even though this is the Cfield and they had a 441 index in the first and second round by chaos rule, there are no caps in the final. Whitfield from Kansas, Austin from Texas. Cody Austin driving the Bushwhacker AA fuel altered this season. Dad hands him the keys and starts doing the crew chief duties, doing the tuning job. And they certainly know their way down this racetrack as they are past champions in the World Fuel Altered Nationals. And they've got Nitro Chaos wins under their belt as well. So A3, third generation Nitro racer, Cody Austin is going to guide that Nitro Hemi-powered Bushwhacker fuel altered down the quick performance lane. He's going to try to take out Anthony Whitfield in this final round. Whitfield's got upset on his mind as he chooses to go with a 400 cubic inch small block Chevy power plant, burning that nitro with the supercharger and the fuel injection. They have had plenty of success in chaos competition. They would love to close the deal with a win light right now. Well, at the top end of the racetrack, 428 with a 9, 118.64 miles an hour. And Anthony Whitfield had problems with his Nitro Chevy. He's going to come in on the second place side of that. Cody Austin, a 9.14 60 foot and 2.54 to the half track point. Began to feel that back end start to kick out a little bit there at the half track point. Has to get out of the throttle and keep it off of the timing blocks. But I'm looking down there. Let's see. 1, 2. Yep, 2 timing blocks still right on the center of the track. So that's where they're supposed to be. So that means Anthony Whitfield going to be your runner-up in the CP Carrillo B field. And Cody Austin going to take that win in the Bushwhacker. So a little bit of fire off the Mighty Mouse engine bay. So the race crew checking everything out to make sure that we are good to go up there, make sure there's no fluid on the racetrack. If there is, we will get that cleaned up and picked up quickly so that the next pair can go down the racetrack in our final round of our A field, brought to you by Murph McKinney and McKinney Motorsports. All fuel altereds in the B field final, all AA fuel dragsters in the A field final. And we're waiting for that cleanup on the top end of the racetrack. Hopefully there's not much. The fluid containment system has hopefully done its job. race fans, we are looking for the word from the top end of the racetrack. You can see they've taken the equipment down there. Got the interviews happening in the top end of the racetrack. I hope they're being able to see them on the live stream. If not, you'll be able to see them on the Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel or the Facebook page, as Lee Craft will be turning out that great content. So, all right, sportsman categories. If you're still in competition, guess where you should be? That is right, in the staging lanes. As after the Afield Nitro Chaos final round, we will finish up the rest of the final rounds for the day. And we're going to call it good, and it has definitely been good. So, race fans, we are making our way to the last cars down the racetrack. We've had some great final rounds. The Wulff Pump Cfield, Justin Herbst comes over from North Platte, Nebraska, and he experiences his 6th final round in his Chaos career, and he goes to the winner's circle this time with the Executioner Corvette. Makes himself 5-1. So, Herbie becoming one of the more prolific winners in the history of Funny Car Chaos racing. Also one of the more prolific showmen in the history of Funny Car Chaos racing, as they definitely do put on a show with that burnout all the way down to the scoreboards. Man, electrifying the crowd, and people hadn't seen something like that in years and years and years. And in the Alky Digger Bfield, a first-time win for Justin Malott, the Must Be Nice 57 Chevrolet. The interview on the top end of the racetrack, Justin is feeling emotional about finally closing the deal, as they made a big commitment in 2025 to update their equipment. Not that anything was wrong with what they had, but they wanted to step it up a little bit, and they did. And they get a win here at Eddyville at Chaos in the Cornfield, one of those coveted trophies produced by our good friends down in Denton, Texas. And we have got the Afield final round. It was a tough one on the timing blocks, but it was a very close match. Those two cars from down south, one from Texas, one from Oklahoma, in a heavyweight battle. And the Penny Pincher Mustang got the win with a big-time performance. Both cars in the 3.7 second zone, and both cars over 200 miles an hour. So everything it promised to be, and then some. And so Keith Zimmer gets his first win of the 2025 season. Shane Lawson almost made it 2 straight, but by a matter of 200ths of a second, the car from Texas is going to take home that Alan Meyer custom creation. And in the Bfield Nitro Chaos final round, you just got a chance to see the Mighty Mouse car as they are continuing to sort out the new car bugs. It's a brand new machine that's making its first appearances anywhere in 2025. And they will continue to work on sorting that car out and getting it done so that we can see more great things from that team from Elk City, Kansas. But Cody Austin, that 3rd generation Nitro racer, lives down in Pflugerville, Texas now, the team out of Aubrey, Texas. But they are proving once again that they have got what it takes to put these Nitro cars into the winner circle. They get the CP Carrillo Bfield victory. Cody came into this race number 10 in points, and with that final round victory, they will move up in the points from number 10. I'm not sure how far up they will go, but the shuffling of the points in the championship chase is going to be quite a lot of that going on. One of those guys that is shaking up the points is 2023 Nitro Chaos champion Gary Wheeler. As the outing at the Texas Motorplex, not exactly one of them that they will put on their I love that race list, as kind of blew that one up and wound up coming out of there with number 21 in points. But they went to work, and I'm telling you what, they are running as quick and fast this weekend as I've ever seen them, and the consistency has been off the charts. That puts them in the final round against previous winner Brian Inoue. And so we'll see these two AA Fuel dragsters going at it in our final round in the McKinney Motorsports Nitro Chaos Afield. So should be one more epic showdown that will put a cap on it for our Nitro Chaos, Funny Car Chaos, Chaos in the Cornfield races. And we got a few more races left to go after that with some of our sportsman categories, but this race has been simply spectacular, and we're excited that you got to be a part of it. And we thank Darren Foster and his team from Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel for all that they have done to make this event such a smashing success. Next weekend, we're going to be out in West Texas. Hoping for great weather out there. Probably not going to be 69 or 70 degrees out there. It might be just a wee bit more than that, but I bet we'll be able to handle it. The Funny Car Chaos Invitational West Texas Nationals taking place out at Penwell Knights Raceway at the Caprock Motorplex, Penwell, Texas. Exit 101 right off of I-20 west of Odessa, Texas. Don't you dare miss it if you're anywhere close. There's going to be a good funny car show taking place there, along with a lot of other action, including one of those small tire showdowns like you just saw here this weekend. They'll have bracket classes like we had this weekend as well, as they love them some racing out there in the Permian Basin. So that is coming up next weekend. Then we get to take a weekend off before we go 3 straight with Edgewater Sports Park, coming on the heels of the Father's Day Spectacular at Cordova. Edgewater sandwiched in between Cordova and Tulsa. Our first appearance ever in Tulsa is going to be the last weekend of June at the Nitro Nationals. So plenty of racing action on tap in the world of chaos. We invite you to attend all those events. Of course, you can check us out on our website, www.funnycarchaos.com. In the menu, there's a place you can toggle over to the Nitro Chaos pages. And one of the things that everybody is chomping at the bit to see is how the points shake out after this event. There were several teams that had weddings and funerals and graduations and all type of events that kept them from being at this race. So this winds up being their drop race for 2025. But coming out of this event, there's going to be a big shakeup in the points. Everybody's going to want to see how that comes out. So one more final round yet to go in Nitro Chaos. Murph McKinney and McKinney Motorsports bringing you the Afield. McKinney Motorsports, of course, building those championship-winning funny cars and dragsters for literally decades now. After Murph spent some time racing himself, he got into the business of building race cars, also got into the business of building components for commercial industry, and he has stepped aboard as a primary sponsor of the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. They're also the official fabrication source for Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos. Certainly happy to have that legendary company as part of the Chaos brand. McKinney Motorsports, where technology makes us different. You're looking for a race car parts or components. McKinney Motorsports, the name to remember. race fans, we continue to watch the race crew doing the job, making sure that everything on the racetrack is such that these high horsepower race cars can go down the racetrack at 200 miles an hour with no issues. And I can assure you that once they say it's good to go, it's good to go. And we will have our, I could call this the Top Fuel Final, because we do have the Top Fuel Dragsters, the AA Fuel Dragsters, going side by side in our McKinney Motorsports Nitro Chaos Afield Final. Both of these cars putting up big numbers, 3.6 and 3.7 second elapsed times, 200 plus miles an hour. So this final round shaping up to be a good one in every way possible. Race fans, I hope that you've already got some of that 60th anniversary gear from Eddyville Raceway Park's merchandise building. They have got the wall hangers, the jackets, the stickers, the mugs, the t-shirts, the sweatshirts. You know, you might get a chance to get some of that later on, but I wouldn't leave here without some. Make sure you get those items. And of course, that 2025 Nitro Chaos Funny Car Chaos swag over at their shop. That is all redesigned, brand new. And I mean to tell you, that event shirt, if you haven't got your official event shirts from Mel Roth and the team at Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos, those are some mighty good looking shirts. Now, I just got word from Mel that the 3X, 4X, and 5X shirts have been in short supply. In fact, I don't know if they have any of them left, but they have the other sizes, from kid sizes to XX. And I don't know, they might have come up with some more XXX, 4X, 5X. Cody Austin, your winner in the Bfield, said Bushwhacker's got plenty of 3X, 4X, 5X for all my Husky friends that like those great looking racing shirts. Bushwhacker is set up to impress. And of course, after they win the Bfield, you certainly want to be spotting some of that winner's apparel. But a lot of our race teams out there, they bring some apparel and some items that will help them get to the next racetrack, because, believe it or not, these are folks that on Tuesday, they're going to be back at the job in most cases, and doing what they need to do to keep paying for their racing habit. Steve Stamps. Man, we sure want to say thanks to all those folks that helped us get the live stream going on. Amongst those, Steve Stamps of Stamps Family Farms, stepping up once again to create the opportunity for you folks on the live stream to enjoy Nitro Chaos, Funny Car Chaos, and the Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel Chaos in the Cornfield, presented by Stanky Motorsports. Well, it looks like the race crew is on their way back down this direction. So we're thinking Fire in the Pipes is coming soon. Well, we have got Afield finalists coming your way. A pair of top fuel dragsters, 70s style, 60s style, the motor in the front. The last world champion with a slingshot dragster was Jerry Glenn. He won that championship at Amarillo Dragway in 1971. He wasn't the last Top Fuel dragster to win a championship or to win a race in a slingshot, but he was the last to win a championship. That's part of my story on how I got to this point. The World Finals came to Amarillo Dragway in 1971 when I was 11 years old. So I enjoyed 3 years of championship drag racing, and I was already hooked when the Nitro Funny Car of Kelly Chadwick came out to my little small town and did an exhibition pass in front of the high school. But that World Finals set the hook deep. Brian and Owe from Cincinnati, Ohio, as the frantic fueler. They would love nothing better than to put that car in the winner's circle for the second time at Eddyville Raceway Park. On the opposite side of the racetrack in the quick performance lane, Gary Wheeler. He was the first ever champion in Nitro Chaos competition. But here's one of those little trivia questions. If he gets to the win light in this pair, it will be his first win in Nitro Chaos competition. He won that championship by runner-up and semifinal finishes and qualifying well. But he is still looking forward to tasting the last win light in a Nitro Chaos event. So, AA Fuel dragsters, 2 of them coming your way on Sunday night. There they go at the top end of the racetrack. It's gonna be Wheeler, 373, 200.18 miles an hour. They finally get that first win in Nitro Chaos competition. John Brook and the team out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, with their driver Gary Wheeler, close the deal. 959 to 60 feet, 253 to half track, and 200 miles an hour across the finish line in 3.73 seconds. Brian and Owe did a great job there. A 9.83 60-foot time, had a starting line advantage, so he did his job for sure. 255 to the half track point, it was evening up there, and then Brian began to feel a little bit of a loss of traction, got out of the throttle and coasted through at 130 miles an hour in 4.19 seconds. So finally closing the deal is Gary Wheeler and John Brooks' team out of Tulsa. Congratulations, runner-up Frantic Fueler and Brian and Owe, and to your Afield champion in Nitro Chaos at Chaos in the Cornfield, Gary Wheeler. What a final. I'm telling you what, we've got the tower filled up with nitro fumes again. We're buzzing up here. I'm sure you're probably buzzing down there too with all those nitro fumes in the air. Gary Wheeler closes the deal. First time winner for your 2023 champion. What a way to finish. Man, what a final round. That's the Chaos in the Cornfield. All right, looking like we have got the all clear on the top end. Once we have that confirmed, it will be time for our final rounds of the night. The Chaos categories, the small tire shootout, are in the books. Most of our Sportsman categories are in the books. We got a few final rounds. Looks like we have 3 final rounds left to go, and we'll put a bow on this baby. To our live stream audience, we thank you for tuning in for Chaos in the Cornfield. If you're making your departure now, let me just say thank you for all that you mean to the Chaos family. As we go into Memorial Day weekend, I want to remind you that we are recognizing and remember those who didn't make it home from their service, even as we honor those who served and are serving. This weekend is about those who didn't make it home, who made our freedoms possible. So do your remembrances accordingly, and remember, be kind, be well, and be awesome. Final round, no box, Travis Baumert and Gavin Lamb. On the way down the racetrack, 7:01 and 6:28 the dial-ins. Put a wind light on the tower side for Travis. 6:35 at 106 miles an hour is good for the win. Gavin dialed 7:01, goes 7 flat with a 6, breaks out 33 thousandths. That will put him on the runner-up side of the ticket. And congratulations, runner-up Gavin Lamb, and to your champion in no box, Travis Baumert. We're going to move now to your final round in the box category. Cassie Green from Lawson, Missouri. He's got a 67 Camaro dialed at 567 on the pit side of the racetrack in the quick performance lane. Brandon Whitten out of Oskaloosa has got an 82 Firebird dialed at 639. Brandon's going first in this final round matchup of box. Fourth bulb comes on. The AccuTime Christmas tree goes in sequence, sending the racers down the track. Reaction times are close. Who you got? Tower side with the wind light, Brandon Whitten, 640 at 105.2 miles an hour. Takes the stripe by 3 thousandths of a second and grabs the win over Cassie Green. Cassie won over at 568, 116.3 miles an hour. Doesn't get much closer than a final round like that. 3 thousandths margin. And Brandon Whitten goes to the winner's circle. Congratulations, runner-up Cassie Green, into your box champion, Brandon Whitten. As they say, the final round of the day. And as we come to the final round of the day, the sun breaks through on the finish line. What a great weekend at Eddyville Raceway Park. As advertised, this place has a special brand of magic. The last pair down the racetrack, Sweet Corn Outlaws final round with Adam Agnes and Kevin Onimus. 9 thousandths of a second margin of victory at the stripe for Adam Agnes. 105 mile per hour top end charge, a 1 over 651 on a 650 dial. Kevin goes 1 over 641 on a 640 dial, 107.7 miles an hour. Kind of hard to finish any better than that with a final round margin of victory of 9 thousandths of a second. Race fans, gotta tell you, I'm not sure that the racing gets any better than what happens at Eddyville Raceway Park. We are thrilled that you got to be a part of it. Thanks for coming out to Eddyville for the Chaos in the Cornfield. We look forward to seeing you once again next year for the 3rd annual Twisted Shifterz 360 Steel Chaos in the Cornfield, presented by Stanky Motorsports. Hang around and enjoy the celebrations with us if you are of a mind to. And don't forget, we've still got our vendors bringing all that good stuff for you. Take care of that Father's Day shopping while you're here. On behalf of Eddyville Raceway Park, Funny Car Chaos, and Nitro Chaos and all of our sponsors, I do bid you a fond good evening. We hope to see you online on Chaos Live and at the next race. As always, my friends, be kind, be well, and be awesome. Good night.